Mapalutong bahay man o sumptuous meal for special occasions, sagot na kayo ng tropang Kalanpag. Dahil atid sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang fun and exciting cooking show na Kalanpag, manood at matuto kung paano lutuin ang mga favorite nyong recipes. Sabayan pa ng fun and inspiring na kwentuhan sa kusina. I-upgrade na rin natin ang mga nakasanayang traditional dish ng pamilya. Plus, healthy tipid tips na ibabahagi ng tropang Kalanpag. Matuto, mabusog, at good vibes dito lang sa Kalanpag. Tuwing Lunes, 10:30 AM sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Sup mga katribu? Welcome sa isa na namang nakakabusog na episode ng Kalanpag. Kamusta ang inyong Lunes? Busy na naman no? Lalo na syempre sa mga katribu natin ang mga nag-oopisina na madalas nakakalimutan na rin kumain. Nako, bad yan. Kaya ngayon, meron tayong solusyon dyan. Dahil ngayon, ipe-prepare natin ang simple pero nakakabusog na dish, ang crispy fried chicken sandwich na available din sa mga fast food chains. Pero today, homemade muna tayo para mas ma-enjoy natin ang flavors, size, and feelings na gusto natin. Personalized kumbaga. Hindi naman pwedeng ako lang yung kumain, kaya magpe-prepare tayo ng maramihan para sa ating mga tropang Kalanpag. At ako na rin mismo ang magdi-deliver sa kanila. So, tara, G? So, eto na ang ating mga ingredients. We have chicken, egg, flour, pickles, butter, tomato, onion, lettuce, bun, mantika, ketchup, mayonnaise, minced garlic, chili powder, salt, and paminta. So ayan, ang unang-una nating gagawin, syempre kuha tayo ng bowl. Ayan. Kukunin natin, ilalagay natin tong chicken breast dito sa bowl. Ayan. So kumbaga size to ng palm ko lang, parang palm ko lang siya. So, ang next natin gagawin ay ilalagay natin itong milk. So, kailangan natin lagyan ng milk kasi itong milk meron siyang tinatawag na lactic acid na makakapagpa-tender nitong chicken. And then, i-stay lang muna natin siya ng siguro at least mga 5 minutes para ma-absorb ng chicken breast yung milk o yung sinasabi nating lactic acid. Ayan, kukunin natin itong dalawang egg. Tapos, dahan lang ang pagbubukas. Yan. So, madali lang talagang ipine-prepare natin pangbaon sa ating trabaho, sa school, yung mga sandwiches. Lalo na, syempre, mahihilig tayo sa fast foods, di ba? And then, syempre, yung mga burgers, sandwich, kumbaga meron na siyang iba't ibang klase ng mga pwede nating gawing sandwich and burger. So, ang susunod naman nating gagawin ngayon ay ilalagay natin itong flour dito. Kumbaga, yung flour, isasakto nyo lang dun sa dami talaga ng gagawin ninyo. Pero tingin ko, mas okay na to. Lahatin na lang natin kasi masasayang din yung iba. And then, lalagay na natin yung ating mga seasoning. Yan, yung garlic. Yung chili powder. And then, yung ating salt. And then, lalagyan na rin natin siya ng paminta. So, ang gagawin naman natin dito, hahaluin na natin siya. So, ayan, alisin muna natin itong ating lettuce dito. and then also yung bun para maihilera natin sila ng maayos yung pagkakasunod-sunod kung paano piprituhin yung ating crispy fried chicken. So yan, pinatagal natin to ng 5 minutes. So mas pinatagal ko pa siya ng konti para mas manuot sa chicken yung milk and then para mas maging tender siya kapag pinirito na natin. So ang ating unang gagawin, ilalagay natin tong chicken dito sa egg. Sa egg muna siya para kumapit yung flour. And then syempre wag natin kalimutan na maghugas muna ng kamay bago hawakan yung mga pagkain. Nagkakamay ako kasi mamaya pagpapatungin natin to, and then syempre mas para mas komportable yung dating. So ayan, na-coat na natin ng flour yung ating chicken breast, and habang kino-coat natin to kanina, nagpapainit na rin tayo ng mantika. So ngayon, ang step naman natin ang gagawin is ilalagay na natin itong ating chicken breast sa frying pan. So ayan, tapos na nating i-fried yung ating chicken breast. So it's time naman para sa ating pag-a-assemble ng magiging finished product. So ating gagawin naman dito, nakaslice na yung ating mga bun, and then lalagyan natin siya ng butter. Yan. Make sure lang rin ulit na dapat malinis ang kamay nyo, magugas kayo ng kamay bago kayo mag-prepare ng pagkain. Yan. So lalagyan natin siya ng butter. Asa sa inyo, kaya nga sabi kanina, customized to or personalized. Magpapainit na kayo ng isa pang frying pan pero wala na siyang mantika. Yan. Make sure na tuyong-tuyo lang siya. At pag medyo mainit-init na siya, pwede na natin siyang itaob. Yung sa iba kasi ang ginagawa, di ba, merong mga toaster. So ito, ang gagawin natin dito is itataob lang natin siya sa tuyong frying pan. So ayan, nainit na natin yung ating bun, and then ang next step naman natin, maglalagay na tayo ng iba pang mga sangkap. Ito, lalagyan natin siya ng mayonnaise. Yung iba kasi ayaw din sa mayonnaise eh. Ayan. Depende rin sa'yo kung gaano karami yung ilalagay mo. Merong mga mahihilig din sa mayonnaise, and then meron ding mga hindi. So, ang next naman natin, pwede kung sa mga gusto rin na gumamit ng iba pang mga ingredients tulad ng mustard, pwede nyo rin siyang lagyan. So, pwede natin siyang ilagay dito naman sa kabila. Para sa akin, ito yung isa sa pinaka nakaka-enjoy na part na yung pagpapatong-patungin na natin sila. Yan. And then, ang next naman natin na ipapatong ay yung lettuce. Sa'yo rin kung gusto mo ng mas maraming lettuce or konti, pagka nailatag na natin yung lettuce, ilalagay naman natin yung ating chicken breast. Pili tayo ng medyo mas malaki-laki. Yan. Papatong na natin siya dito. Yung iba kasi gusto dalawa yung patty, yung iba naman gusto yung konti lang. So, depende pa rin sa'yo. Ito na ang ating crispy fried chicken sandwich para sa mga taong on the go. Tikman na natin. Alam nyo kung ano yung nagpasarap dito, guys? Yung sa mga, kung paano nyo pagpapatong-patungin yung mga ingredients. Kasi mula dun sa mga gulay na nasa pinaibabaw ko, sa malambot, hanggang sa dumating siya doon sa ginawa natin na crispy chicken. Excited na akong ipatikim ang ating crispy chicken sandwich sa Tropang Kalanpag. Guys, maraming salamat sa pagsama sa akin sa paggawa ng ating menu for the day. And huwag nyo rin kalimutan na mag-comment and magpadala ng mga suggestions sa ating kalampag_dailytribune@gmail.com. Watch fresh episodes of Kalampag every Monday, 10:30 a.m. dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Muli, ako si Dane De La Piedra, ang Tropang Kalampag. See you next week!
Si Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman, kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang ating daming sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good morning mga katribo and welcome to another episode of Straight Talk. I am Attorney Leah Badillo Crisostomo. Today's episode is a special one because joining us today is a former Defense Secretary and Director General of the National Security Council and presidential candidate. So without further ado, let's all welcome the one and only Secretary Norberto Bert Gonzales. Good morning, Secretary.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
How are you po today, sir?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
We are very honored to have you here because as I said earlier, growing up we used to watch you on the national news and stuff like that. So it is a very big privilege for us to guest you right now. So can we start the question, sir?
Sure. Okay.
This time people are wondering what made you run for presidency, Secretary?
You know, I have been reflecting on my almost a decade service to government. Ang napansin ko doon sa mga ginagawa namin, para bang yung ating political system at saka yung ating tradition, on the way we conduct politics, the way our politicians are conducting themselves in office. Hindi naman tungkol sa ugali, kundi tungkol sa mga ginagawa para sa bayan. Parang kakaunti yung para sa bayan, mas marami yung para sa self-interest. Kaya nasabi ko siguro dapat tingnan natin mabuti na dapat baguhin ang ating political system kasi yan na nakaka-apekto kung paano mag-behave ang ating mga politicians. And corollary to that, if you want to change the political system, you may have to change the constitution. And napansin ko ng panahon namin, nung ating ipinapakita sa sambayanan na dapat magkaroon ng charter change, medyo napagdudahan pa, no? Katulad din ng pagdududa na nangyari nung panahon ni President Ramos, President Erap, para bang tingin nila sa charter change ay isa sa mga gimmick ng mga politiko para i-extend lang kanilang term. Ay sabi ko, no, maybe I will try something else, something like starting the introduction of charter change very early in the game. Simula pa lang ng pagpasok natin sa posisyon, sisimulan na natin ang the discussion tungkol sa charter change and the implied structural changes that we need to do in the area of politics.
Secretary, you talked about trying to revise the Constitution so that a new political structure would come into play. Do you think it would be wise to have a revision of the Constitution at this juncture? And hindi po ba magastos ho yun? Kasi papalitan ho natin yan. We're gonna get framers, we're gonna get people that would frame the very core of the Constitution as it is. Do you think it would be wise po right now, Secretary, to have a revision?
It's an overdue change that is needed by Philippine society. At nakikita naman natin, doon sa mga attempts, sabi ko nga, panahon pa ni President Ramos, may mga attempts not to review our Constitution. Yung mga tao na involved dyan, marami pa naman ang buhay eh. Nandiyan pa sila. And they can be asked again, invited again to perhaps have a second look at the Constitution. Lalo na may mga bagong realities in the world, even brought about by the pandemic and our concern for the environment na nagiging mas evident ngayon kaysa a decade or two ago. Siguro dapat tingnan na natin mabuti. And I'm happy to note that as I carry this campaign platform, marami naman ang sumusuporta, nagkakagusto. Kaya siguro the timing for charter change has arrived.
Secretary, you were talking about past administrations and how you can see that doon pa lang meron na hong initiative to have a change in our political structure. If I can ask, paanong paraan hinubog ng panahon ang iyong pananaw sa ating bansa? Kasi sinasabi nga ho ninyo with your past interviews, there is something rotten at this juncture po. So, paanong paraan hinubog ng panahon po ang inyong pananaw sa bansa, particular na simula noong martial law, sir?
Ay nako, panahon pa nga ng martial law, nakita na natin na something is wrong with our politics. Para bang hindi talaga inuunawa o kinikilala ang ating mga mamamayan. Malungkot yun na para bang hiwalay ang mga politiko natin sa buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Yung akin namang natulungan na mabuo na partido, yung PDSP, yung Partido Demokratiko Sosyalista ng Pilipinas, 50 taon na ang edad niyan at yan ay talagang nakilahok sa mga suliranin ng sambayanan. Walang tigil yan hanggang sa ngayon. Kaya masasabi ko, medyo nauunawaan na natin ang pulso ng bayan, ang puso ng ating mga kababayan, nakikita na natin. Kaya sabi ko, napansin ko, nakita at pinaniniwalaan ko na pwedeng makasama ang ating mga kababayan sa pagbubuo ng mga plano para sa kinabukasan. Hindi yung para ba tayong mga nakaangat sa langit o sa ulap na tinititigan natin yung ating mga kababayan at nagpaplano tayo para sa kanila. pwede natin silang isama. Kailangan bigyan lang sila ng maayos na paliwanag kung anong mga bagay na nararapat baguhin, mga nararapat na ilabas ngayon na hindi pa na ipapakita sa sambayanan. Kaya sabi ko nga, sige, ang pagkandidato ko naman papakita natin yung pinaniniwalaan ng mga Social Democrats na kung paano ka mangampanya, yan ay magpapakita kung paano mo papatakbuhin ang gobyerno. Sa pangangampanya lang makikita na ng taong bayan kung ano ang mga kaugalian mo para patakbuhin ng maayos ang pamahalaan. Kaya sabi ko, sige, subukan natin ngayon.
Secretary, you are known to be the founder of PDSP. And may mga kasalukuyang programa na umiikot ho talaga sa social justice. Do you have plans po para ho mas matulungan pa ang wider reach ng ating mga kababayan na nakakaranas ho ng social injustices? And if yes po, are this included in your platforms? And how do you intend to implement the same if you get seated as president, sir?
Siyempre, fundamental yan. Kaya nga tayo nagrereklamo sa uri ng politika. Kasi sa tingin ko, sa hinaba-haba ng panahon na may demokrasya tayo, nagkaroon pa nga tayo ng people power. Medyo kinakantsawan ngayon. Ano daw ang naging resulta ng people power? Maganda rin pag-usapan yan. Para daw walang nangyari sa bayan natin. Masasabi ko na ang maganda sa people power na wala ang diktadura. Ang hindi maganda sa people power, para bang hindi natupad ang inaasahan ng sambayanan. Yung katanungan mo, yan, palagay ko ang masasabi nating kung ang sagot dyan, yan ang magiging sagot sa katanungan ng marami nating mamamayan. Hindi yung ibalik natin yung luma. Baka sakali, baka mayroon ulit ng grasya sa Pilipinas, hindi na pwede yan. Ang sinasabi ko una, kunyari sa ating mga kabataan, bakit ba hanggang ngayon ang ating edukasyon ay nahahati sa dalawa, katulad ng pagkakahati ng ating lipunan sa mahirap at mayaman. Meron tayong edukasyon para sa mahirap, meron tayong edukasyon para sa mayaman. Siguro dapat simulan na natin na alisin yan. Dapat ang standard ng ating edukasyon ay isa lamang. Mahirap ka, mayaman ka. Isang klase ng edukasyon ang dapat na tinatanggap mo na ino-offer ng ating gobyerno, ng ating lipunan. Pwedeng gawin yan sa pamamagitan ng pagkumbinsi sa both public and private should talk. Kailangan mag-evolve tayo ng isang standard. Kung kinakailangan na mag-subsidize tayo sa private sector, sa edukasyon, at magtaas tayo ng budget para sa public sector, gagawin natin yan. Ang importante, lalo na kung ang hinahangad natin ay mas mataas na antas ng lipunan, edukasyon ay primary dyan. Kailangan ang mga kabataan natin inihahanda. Hindi po pwede na magkahiwalay ang standard. At hindi rin pwede na ang kalidad ng ating edukasyon ay hindi katulad o hindi pwedeng ipantay sa mga pinakamatataas na uri ng edukasyon at pagsasanay na nakikita natin sa mundo. Kaya nga dalawang bagay yan. Ito lang sa isang elemento na nakikita ko na dapat nang gawan ng paraan. Dapat ang kalidad ng ating edukasyon kapantay ng pinakamagaling sa mundo. Pangalawa, ang standard ng ating edukasyon, pantay lamang sa mahirap at sa mayaman. Gagawin ng gobyerno ang lahat na makakaya upang mangyari yan.
Secretary, I understand that would be ideal. Siyempre, sino ho bang hindi may gusto na pantay-pantay po ang ating edukasyon dito sa Pilipinas, be it in private or in public. However, Secretary, do you think it would pose as a problem to get the funds needed to have equal standardization of education within the country? Kasi nga sabi nyo nga ho, kailangan ho mag-usap ang private and the public so that everything would be equal moving forward. Do you think it would pose as a threat with regard to the funds needed for the same and the people na hindi papayag po sa ganong klase pong equalization?
Hindi papayag. Alam mo, ako yung tungkol sa pondo pwede natin pag-usapan. Pero yung hindi papayag, ibig mo sabihin, gusto mong manatili ng ang itinuturo sa mga anak ng mga mahihirap, hindi katulad ng mga itinuturo sa mga anak ng mayayaman kasi may pera sila. Hindi po pwede yan. Yung mga ayaw dyan, pwede silang pumunta sa ibang bansa doon na sila mag-aral. Pero sa paghahanap ng pondo, nakikita naman natin ang ating ekonomiya ay pwede namang iayos eh. Hindi ba ari yun na kinikita ng ekonomiya na pupunta sa kamay ng ilang tao lamang? For example, yung mga likas na yaman ng ating bansa. Gagawa tayo ng tinatawag na sovereign fund. Ginagawa ito sa ibang bansa na may malaking likas na yaman. Ang Pilipinas, known to have bountiful natural resource. Yan ay titingnan natin. Bakit ba ang mining industry, for example, nagiging super yaman ang binibigyan natin ng access sa ating mga minahan? Bakit hindi yumayaman ng gobyerno, ang yumayaman individuals? Titingnan natin yung mga bagay na katulad yan. Yung ating logging industry, decades and decades, nag-create na ng mga bilyonaryo. Pinuputo lang ating mga puno, binibenta kung saan-saan. Nagiging mga bilyonaryo mga yan. Bakit ang ating gobyerno hindi yumayaman? Nababaon pa sa utang. No? Things like that. And then that is why yung ating edukasyon nakaugnay yan sa pagpapalago ng ating ekonomiya. Habang lumalago ang ekonomiya, ibubuhos natin yan sa mga fundamental and strategic important issues na ating hinaharap. Sa akin, edukasyon very important. Kaya kailangan pinagbibigyan natin atensyon. Huwag nating sasabihin na hindi natin kayang tustusan yan. Tutustusan ng gobyerno yan.
Secretary, all of your points are really focal at this juncture. Siyempre sino ho bang magsasabi na hindi ho importante ang edukasyon? Education sets everything. So kapag maganda ho ang edukasyon ng ating mga kabataan, maganda rin ho ang magiging future natin. So I agree with you. It's just that when I asked the question earlier, Secretary, of course, not all people think like us. People tend to still have division amongst themselves. That's why I asked you, what if there would be people objecting to the same and saying justifications na hindi po clear, hindi po logical. Kaya naitanong ko ho yun, Secretary.
Yes, okay. Kaya nga, alam ko yan. Kaya nga, sa aking pagpasok sa pagka-presidente, nung nagsisimula ako, akala ng mga tao suntok sa buwan. Pero sinasabi ko, hindi. Gagawin na ito para magsimula na tayong magliwanagan sa lipunan. Hanggat hindi natin nililiwanag sa ating mga kababayan, kung dapat na nangyayari noon pa, ay wala talagang mangyayari. For example, wala akong nadinig sa mga leader natin na nagsasabi na kailangan maging first world country tayo. Para bang ang mahirap na bansa, hindi pwedeng maging mayamang bansa. Kung titignan mo naman ang kasaysayan ng daigdig, napakarami. Halos lahat ng bansa sa buong mundo nagsimulang mahirap na naging mayaman. Kasi yung mga leader nila, sa simula pa lamang, pinlano na napayamanin ang bansa nila. Dito sa atin hanggang ngayon, wala pa akong naririnig sa mga leader natin na gusto maging first world ang Pilipinas. Ako, sinasabi ko, iyan ang intensyon ng ating pagpasok uli sa pamamahala ng gobyerno.
Secretary, we are in the middle of a pandemic that no one foresaw. Now, what would be your platforms in relation to the pandemic? How would you help our kababayans get the jobs that they need? What would you be prioritizing aside from the health aspect of this pandemic? And how do you intend to do that once you're seated as president, Secretary?
Yeah. Tabang ka, health and economics. Ang titignan natin ang response natin sa pandemic. Very briefly, ito lang masasabi ko sa health aspect ng pagtanaw natin sa pandemic. Dapat sa susunod na pagkakataon, kasi ngayon palipas na ang pandemic, pero hindi nangangahulugan na hindi babalik yan o hindi nangangahulugan na hindi magkakaroon ng panibagong tipo ng pandemic. Kaya kailangan pinaghahandaan pa rin ngayon. Ang masasabi ko, sa susunod na pagkakataon, dapat ang ating mga scientists, ang ating mga medical community, ang siya nating bibigyan ng frontline. Sila talaga ang dapat nagmamanage ng medical aspect ng ating pandemic response. Sila dapat ang nasa front ng bagay na yan. At siguro, sa naranasan natin sa mga ibang aspects na may parang nagkaroon ng korupsyon tungkol sa drugs and vaccines, supplies, medicines, etc. Maybe dapat napagtuunan natin ng pansin ang ating pharmaceutical at saka drug industry ayusin natin yan, buhayin natin, dagdagan natin ang kapital ng mga yan kung kinakailangan para sila ang magiging primary responsibles pag pagsusource o pagmamanufacture dito sa atin ng kinakailangan natin mga gamot at vaccine para sa pandemic. Having said all of that, tingnan naman natin ang gagawin natin sa ating mga mamamayan. Napaka-importante sa nakita ko ang immune system ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya ang una nating itutulak yung ating Department of Agriculture. Pagagandahin natin yan para ma-solve yung problema natin sa food security. Naging matamlay palagay ko ang ating agricultural sector sa I think structural problems din ang problema. For example, sa agrikultura, sasabihin natin sa magtanim na kayo ng todo ng mga pagkain na magbibigay sa atin ng tama at sapat na pagkain sa ating mga kababayan. Sana maibaba natin ang presyo at sana mapigil natin ang reliance natin sa importation. I think this is feasible. But for the agricultural sector to do that, there's one serious item that we also have to look at, yung ating land use policy, yung mga batas na umiiral tungkol sa lupa. Kasi nawawala ang mga lupain na dapat ay nasa agrikultura. For example, masyado tayong naging attracted sa ating agrarian reform law. Kinuha natin ang mga lupa, kahit na yung mga lupa na maganda na ang tinatakbo sa agrikultura, kinumpiska para natin. Tinanggal natin sa mga dating may-ari, pinaghati-hati natin, pinamagayin natin sa mga maliliit na magsasaka. Ang problema yung mga maliliit na magsasaka, pag lumalapit naman sa bangko, hindi naman makakuha ng utang o kapital kasi sasabihin nila, bakit ka namin pautang, hindi ka naman makakabayad. These things are important. So we will look also into the land use policy of the nation and we will review laws like agrarian reform. I think agrarian reform has a very negative impact on our agriculture. These things have to be looked at. No? Importante ang proper nutrition sa bansa. Importante ang security ng food sa ating bansa. Titingnan natin mabuti yan. Yan ay isang fundamental na response natin sa pandemic. Pangalawa, yung congestion natin sa mga communities. Alam mo, sa panahon ng pandemic, in times of emergency, dapat tinitignan natin na hindi po pwede ang congested environment. Kaya lalo na sa mga probinsya, nakikita natin yung ating mga residences, nagkakasiksikan yung ating mga kababayan tapos napapaligiran sila ng lupa na wala namang laman. Pakikiusapan natin ang mga may-ari ng mga lupa na ganyan. Gagarantyahan natin sa kanila na walang maaagaw na lupa. But in times of emergency, this land should be allowed for use. Lalagyan ng mga temporary homes para makalipat ang ilan para magkaroon ng decongestion sa ating mga communities. And then our local government. Alam mo, kayang-kaya ng mga local government officials natin na maglinis. Dapat ang communities natin ay malinis. Pakikiusap ko sa mga local officials, huwag naman yung pa-display lang. 1 month na malinis, 2 months, marumi na ulit. Hindi po pwede yan. Our communities have to keep clean all the time.
Okay. Secretary, things are getting heated now in Straight Talk. But before we continue this chat, let's just take a short break.
Si Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman, kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Welcome back to Straight Talk, mga katribo. Still with us is the former Defense Secretary and now presidential candidate, Secretary Bert Gonzales. Sir Bert, welcome back. Sir Bert, we were talking about earlier about the pandemic, what's happening with the present administration, and the possible chance of having our constitution revised rather. Now, I wanna, syempre, aanuhin ko po na dati ho kayong Defense Secretary. Ano ho ang nakikita ninyong possible na mga kakulangan sa ating defense strategies ngayon sa ating administrasyon at ano po ang mga bagay na pwede nyo pong idagdag para po mas lumakas ito?
Ang importante lang sa defense, isipin natin na hindi mga armas lang ang importante sa defense. Maraming bagay na kinakailangan yan. Ang fundamental dyan, actually, is the quality of our people, at saka yung character ng ating armed forces. Very important yan. Huwag na muna nating intindihin yung mga bagay na hindi natin kayang makuha o magawa. So sa akin, sa defense, pagtuunan natin ng pansin, one, ang ating armed forces. Ang sinasabi ng ating constitution, ang armed forces natin ay dapat maging in a form of a citizens army. Meaning that ang lahat ng citizens ng bansa ay magiging bahagi ng armed forces. Yun ang sinasabi ng ating constitution. Ang katukulan sa panglilingkod sa bayan, sa field ng defense, hanggang sa pag-aalay ng buhay para sa bansa, ay para sa lahat. Hindi para sa armed forces lamang. Core lang yan ang ating defense system. Kaya ang armed forces natin, dapat tuparin na yung sinasabi ng saligang batas na maging citizens army. Ano mga elemento niyan? Ang una, yung reserve force natin. Yung hindi naman lahat ay nasa army taon-taon. Wala na tayo na magtatrabaho sa iba. Pero yung reserve force natin dapat i-expand. I am envisioning, given the realities of the world today, yung mga threats in the world, siguro dapat gawin natin yung mga 10 and hanggang 20 milyon kung kinakailangan. Napakarami nating kabataan ngayon na pwedeng pumasok sa serbisyo ng armed forces. Kaya yung mga nagpo-float na idea na ibabalik natin yung military service para sa ating mga kabataan, ay tamang ideya yan. Kailangan simulan gawin yan. Nalalaman ko na hindi biro-biro yung sasanayan natin about 2 million of our young people every year. Yan ang numbers na nakikita natin na pwede sa ating sambayanan. Every year meron tayong 2 million na nagsasanay. Kaya ba natin gastusan yan? Kaya ba natin iayos ang pagpapasanan yan? just like the other question, puro pera pinag-uusapan kung kailangan pagandahin natin ang gusto ng ating ekonomiya. Kasi yan ay dapat gawin. Unang-una yung karakter ng ating armed forces. Kailangan maging citizens army, magkaroon ng malaking reserve, at magkaroon ng military training para sa ating mga kabataan. Ang tawag dyan sa military training na yan ay national mobilization. Sinasabi ko yan. Ang pagsasanay naman ng ating mga kabataan ay hindi para sa giyera lamang. Alam nyo, maraming bansa sa daigdig nung ako'y nasa pwesto, ang tawag sa Pilipinas ay Mall of Disasters. Kasi halos taon-taon, 24 na bagyo dumadaan sa atin. Dapat by now, sanay na tayo sa paghawak ng disaster. Ang nakitang importante sa lahat dyan ay yung mga trained civilians na tutulong sa armed forces para maiayos ang ating response sa mga ganyang klaseng kalamidad.
Secretary, you just mentioned the word disaster. Now, let me transition, sir, the question to, meron tayo sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. Nararapat bang makipagtulungan ng Pilipinas po sa China? And if you get seated as President, Secretary, how would you handle the ever-growing tension between the Philippines and China?
Precisely. Sinabi ko yung karakter ng ating armed forces paging citizens army. Alam mo, yung interview ko kahapon, sinabi ni Bishop Bacani, dapat matuto tayo ng leksyon doon sa nangyari sa giyera ng Vietnam at saka ng Amerika. Ang natalo at umatras doon ng Amerikano. Bakit? Dahil sa karakter ng mga Vietnamese. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Huwag tayong, pag nakikita natin ng China, naku, patakot-takot ang arpas at pagkalaki-laki at pagkadami-dami ng sundalo, pag umaalsa ang boses niyan tungkol sa mga issue like the West Philippine Sea, kinakabahan na tayo at tayo ay parang yung buyo ko lamang. At takbo kagad tayo sa likod ng ating malaking kaibigan yung United States. At sa ganyang mga actuation, ang nangyayari sa atin, nawawalan ng respeto sa atin ang mga karating nating bansa. Sa palagay ko, mahirap tayong makipag-usap ng maayos sa China hanggat hindi nila tayo nire-respeto in the same manner that we are respecting them. Yung respeto sa bansa natin, dignidad natin, dapat inaayos muna nating mabuti. Yung sabi kong national mobilization, isa yan sa mga bagay na nararapat nating gawin para maipakita natin na mga inchecks, mahal nilang bayan nila. Pero tayo mga Pilipino, mahal din natin ang bayan natin.
Of course.
Handa silang makipaggera kung teritoryong pinag-uusapan. Tayo mga Pilipino, handa rin natin harapin sila kahit kulang tayo sa armas. Yun ang importante. Pati yung mga bansa na tutulong sa atin, kapag nire-respeto tayo, dadagdagan ng tulong. Kaya sa akin, primary, kung tungkol sa usapin ng China, bago tayo maghanap ng kung ano-anong solusyon sa labas ng bansa natin, asikasuhan muna natin ang kaya nating i-offer as a people, as a society. Ipakita natin yung mga nasa loob-loobin ng ating mga puso at dangal. Ipakita natin na kaya tayong tumindig, minamahal natin ang bansa natin, handa nating ipaglaban yan. Kahit ikamatay natin, titindig tayo. Yan dapat ipinakikita. Respeto ang importante sa defense, hindi lamang armas.
Yes. Secretary, let's imagine for a moment here that everything is okay with the Philippines and China and the Philippines and the US. How would you handle if ever there is a major conflict that would arise between US and China, especially so na, syempre, as you said nga ho, kaibigan ho natin ang US. How would you handle if there would be a conflict between these two big countries?
Magkakaroon ng mga girian muna yan. Girian yan eh. Alam mo, yun ang sinasabi ko. Kailangan nakaposisyon tayo ng maayos. Kasi, kunyari, meron tayong defense treaty with the United States. Pero it will take some time before they can react when we ask for help. Kasi dadaan pa sa kongreso nila yan. In the meantime, baka binobomba na tayo ng mga Chinese. Anong gagawin natin? Susurrender na ba tayo kaagad? Yun ang mga importanteng usapan. How do we mitigate the damage of an initial Chinese invasion dapat yan pinagpaplanuhan ng ating armed forces. Ang mga kasamahan natin, ni ayaw madinig na magpaplano tayo ng contingency plans kung sakalit mangyari yan. Kasi dako, sabi nila, baka makita ng inchik yan, lusubin nga tayo. We have to think in a manner like this. Ang national interest ng bawat bansa ay yun ang kanilang batayan sa kanilang pagkilos. Pag inisip ng China, nalulusubin tayo. Lulusubin tayo.
Secretary,
Yan ang natin. Kailangan ang paghahanda. Hindi nangangahulugan, naghahanda tayo, naghahamon tayo. Hindi yun ang ibig sabihin dyan.
Secretary, there is a question that I'm sure a lot of our viewers and listeners are wanting to ask you. What do you think will be the major impact of the threatened war of Russia against Ukraine dito sa atin sa Pilipinas? And how would you handle it, especially so a lot of our people are working in these two countries? And also, as a follow-up to that question, para isahan na lang po, Secretary, ano ho ang mga propose ninyong mga plano if ever yung price ng krudo ay tataas dahil syempre madidiminish po yung quality pagka yung Russia po sumugod sa Ukraine. What would you do po para po magkaroon pa po tayo ng supply dahil within Asia wala ho tayong supply talaga?
Well, yung gera sa Ukraine at Russia, alam mo, napapansin ko sa circle ng mga security practitioners. Napapansin natin ang Russia as much as possible, malaki na kanilang concern sa bandang Europa, sa panig ng kanilang daigdig. Medyo malayo na tayo sa kanila kaya hindi nila tayo masyadong papansinin. Kaya yung gera sa Ukraine and Russia, unless yung China kumampi sa Russia, etc., at maging World War yan, walang mangyayari sa atin when it comes to armed action. No? Ang pinaka-importanting issue natin dyan, ano magagawa natin sa ating mga kababayan na nasa Ukraine o kaya nasa Russia. Yung sa Russia, hindi natin masyadong iintindihin muna kasi ang nag-i-invade ang Russia. Kaya mananatiling tahimik ang Russia. Ang gulo ay mapupunta sa Ukraine. Ang nakikita ko, maliit lang naman ang population natin dyan. Alam nyo, noong panahon namin, meron na tayong template when it comes to evacuating our kababayan. Ang ginagawa natin, tinitingnan natin kung hanggang saan ang gulo, inililipat natin sila doon sa wala ng gulo at nag-renegotiate tayo para magkaroon sila ng temporary jobs while they are in their temporary areas. Medyo sanay na sanay ang gobyerno natin kung hindi nga lamang binabago yung template. Pero alam ng foreign affairs natin yan. Alam din ng ating mga military attaches yan. Paulit-ulit na natin ginawa nung araw yan, kaya hindi tayo mahihirapan. Importante, maialis sa harm's way ang ating mga kababayan. Yun ay okay na tayo dyan, may plano tayo dyan.
Okay.
Ngayon, yung sinasabi mo sa oil, yan, napakalaking sakit ng ulo yan. Kahit wala pang Russia at saka Ukraine conflict, alam niyo yung nalampayan na pinag-aawayan niya na kung ipaliwanag mo sa kababayan natin kung ano yung malampaya gas field, no? Pinag-aawayan na yan, pero yan, ilang taon na lang at mauubos na yan. Sakit ng ulo ng Pilipinas. At pangalawa, sana ayaw na natin gumamit ng coal. Pero huwag naman sana bigla na natin tatanggalin yung coal kasi dapat yan dahan-dahan pag-alis hanggang mapalitan natin ang sources. Ang masama, ang major supplier natin ng coal ay ang Indonesia. Ay, hindi ko alam kung anong klaseng negosasyon ang ginagawa ng gobyerno natin sa kasalukuyan. Pero pinutol ng Indonesia ang pag-export ng kanilang coal. Sabi nila kasi ay baka magka-crisis, sa amin na muna ang gamit nito, hindi na kami magbebenta. Yan ay isang problema. Ngayon, yung ating naman pagtingin sa mga alternative sources, sa mga renewable energy, ay medyo hindi pa ganoon ka-mature. Kaya mapipilitan tayo na makipagnegosasyon ulit sa mga traditional na suppliers like the Middle East. So far as I know, medyo maganda pa naman ang attitude sa atin ng Middle East. Pero huwag tayong huwag tayong kakampante, we will be, alam mo, ay okay, meron palang oil. Hindi ganoon. Habang nakakakuha tayo ng oil, samantalahin natin ang period na iyan para tingnan natin ang mga alternatives. There are alternatives for us when it comes to energy. For example, kinausap ko na yung mga tricycle drivers natin. Ang mga tricycle natin, siguro 5 milyon sila 5 milyon sila. Hindi natin pwedeng tanggalin ang tricycle kasi 5 milyon ang mawawalan ng trabaho. Pero sinasabi ko, ang reklamo sa tricycle, maingay ang tambuso nyo, madumi pa ang usok. Kaya gagawin natin kayong electric tricycle. Importante yan. Ngayon, pag ginawa mong electric tricycle, kailangan mo pa rin ng electricity. Pero masusolve yung problema ng complaint sa tricycle. Anyway, at any rate, aayusin natin. Ang alternative sources ay ganito. Yung mga nangyayari sa mundo, nag-uunahan na sila dito. New fuel like hydrogen is being talked about. Yung nuclear energy, yung nuclear power as a source for energy, iyan ang tinitingnan kong mabuti. Sinasabi ng marami na buhayin natin yung lumang nuclear power na nahandyan. Alam niyo, wala nang laman yan. Structural lang nahandyan. Yan ay medyo bahagi yan ng mga pagsasamantala ng ilan sa mga kroni ng dating diktadura. Yan ay second-hand nuclear power na ibinenta na like brand new times 2. Hindi kaya nga, noong panahon namin, saka palang nabayaran niyang utang niya sa nuclear na yan. Pero ang maganda dito, hindi na natin kailangan ng mga, sa bagong teknolohiya, hindi natin kailangan ng malalaking nuclear power na katulad ng nasa Bataan. Kailangan na natin yung mga tinatawag na mini nuclear power systems. Nagiging available na yan. At ang very, very promising, ang mga nuclear power ngayon ay hindi na kasi tulad ng araw na yung waste ay libo-libo, daan-daang libong taon bago mawala. Nakakasira sa kalikasan. Yung bago ngayon ay kapag nagsimula ka ang lifetime ng, hindi ko alam, nakalimutan ko yung scientific term dyan, yung mag-expire yung fuel ay about 200 years. It's within reasonable lifetime at hindi pa. May mga pamamaraan para hindi na kailangan maging waste yan.
Terry?
Yan. These are technologies that we need to begin to look at.
Yeah. Secretary, while listening to you, I can see that you have a lot of very good platforms. You have a lot of things that you would want to initiate once you're seated as president if the good Lord would allow you. Sir, nung nag-decide ho kayong tumakbo as president, alam ko pong alam ninyo rin na laganap na ngayon ng fake news, troll, cybercrimes. Ano po ang opinion nyo po para po ma-mitigate or if ever to immediately stop it? Kasi minsan ho, hindi na ho nakakaganda ho ang paglaganap nito. Minsan ang kala ng mga tao nakakatuwa lamang pero this is more destructive than it seems. So what are your plans to sever fake news, trolls, and cybercrimes if you get seated as President, Secretary?
Yung mga trolls, madali yan. Kasi madali hulihin yun eh. Makikita natin dyan, ma-expose natin dyan. At ayaw ko, wala pa tayong batas na nagpapanis ng trolls. Titignan natin kung ano magagawa dyan. Yung pero sinasabi mga fake news, yan. Kung magiging maganda ang ating educational system, titignan natin yung long term. Kapag ang ating mga sambayanan, lalo na ang ating mga kabataan ay well-informed, alam nila talaga ang nangyayari, ay mababawasan tayo ng fake news. Nais kong bigyan ng lakas at buhayin muli ang ating media. Very important ang role ng media sa pag-combat niyan. Kailangan bigyan natin ng tamang suporta yan. At huwag sanang mag-alala ang media na pag sinusuportahan sila ay minamanipulate sila ng gobyerno. Hindi yun. Alam mo, sa social democracy, ang papatakbo ng lipunan is between those governing and the governed. Cooperation, hindi away. Kaya ako, magtutulungan tayo kasi ang news ang gagaling sa ating media. Bagamat napapatungan na yan ang social media, yung ating traditional media, dapat magtulungan yan dalawang sangay na yan. We will see how government will help both para magawa nila ang kanilang dapat na ginagawa to give our people correct, accurate information. pakikiusapan lang natin yung mainstream media na sana ihiwalay yung entertainment sa information. Pero pagpilitin natin mangyari yan.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, looking, parang pag tumitingin ho kami sa inyo, we see a decorated man with a vast experience in politics. In your opinion, sir, gaano kahalaga ang track record ng isang tumatakbong politiko, lalo na ho sa isang presidential seat?
Alam mo, nung pumasok ako dito, akala ko wala eh. You know? Nandun ako, paano ba to? Sabi ko, paano ba to? Wala akong gagamitin para mag-issue ko ng mga fake news. o gawin, i-drama yung maliliit kong karanasan para magmukhang napakalalaking karanasan. Yung maliit kong katalinuhan para palawakin ko. Paano kaya yun, sabi ko. Pero alam mo, surprise of surprises. Our young people especially. Hindi ko na sasabihin young people lang. Alam mo, nakikinig ang sambayanan natin ngayon sa tamang na naghahanap sila ngayon ng yung medyo nakakaintindi, yung nagtatama ng totoo. Nagulat ako dyan eh. Alam mo yung yung debate ko sa SMNI, immediately 2.3 ang million ang sa TikTok ang nanood doon. Nagulat ako eh. Hindi ko talaga inaakala yung mga nangyayari ganyan. At about this time, mga 10 milyon na yata ang gustong pakinggan yung sinabi ko. Imagine that. Sabi ko, wow, nagiging yata sentimental na mga kababayan natin. Kasi at saka ito something premise on analysis. Alam niyo na nagkaroon ng yung initial yung tungkol sa mga debate, 'di ba? Yung mga mainstream media pinag-focus nila ang atensyon yung top 5 sa survey. Yun ang kanilang pinili para yun na lang ang interviewin. Initsapwera yung mga katulad namin na ang tingin nila walang pag-asa. Anyway, ano nangyari? Nagkaroon ng napakaraming protesta. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Sabi nila, bakit naman yung 5 lang ang tinitingnan niyo? Bakit hindi niyo isali yung 5 pa? Ganyan, napakalakas na reaction niya. Maybe you have monitored it also being in the media. Kaya nga ang reaction ng media, tingnan mo, ini-interview niyo na ako ngayon. Dati hindi. Anyway, pagkatapos noon, nagkaroon naman ng interview na 4 lang kami na sumipot. Ang inaasahan ko naman ay dapat magreklamo ulit ang ating mama. Bakit naman nagalit kayo nung 5 lang yung in-interview at tapos ngayon 4 ang sumipot? Ang lumalabas na chismis ngayon sa social media, okay na kahit 4 na lang. Kasi ang tingin nila doon sa nangyari sa interview doon sa 4, ang pinag-usapan ay important issues. Yung sa mga nauna ay interview ng artista yung nangyari doon eh. This to me are heartwarming developments. Hindi na ito tungkol sa panalo o manalo ako. Yung nakikita natin yung pagbabago ng lipunan, imagine, gumaganda na ang lipunan natin, naghahanap ng mga alternatives, ng mga issues. Wow! Di ba?
Secretary, as much as I want to ask you more, because I've watched the SMNI debate, and what I can say is it's not only intellectual in its discussions, but it also asks the candidates to really pour out their sentiments with really hardcore issues of what the country is facing right now. So let's take a short break, and in a while, we're going back to Sir Bert Gonzales.
Ang Daily Tribune, may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Welcome back to Straight Talk. Mga katribo, still with us is the former Defense Secretary and now presidential candidate, Secretary Bert Gonzales. Sir Bert, welcome back. Sir Bert,
Okay.
Before we cue the commercial break, I wanted to ask you, what would you do during the first 100 days of you being seated as president, sir?
Well, siyempre, yung tungkol sa pandemic, very important. No? Huwag tayong magpapabaya dyan. Baka biglang bumalik eh. Maabutan tayo. Pero yun, titingnan nga natin yung ating medical and scientific community. Dapat yung mga facilities, for example, ng ating mga scientific communities, upgrade natin yan. Ayusin natin tapos yung mga medical community, encourage nila, you evaluate the last 2 years, have discussions, come up with a template of protocols na gagamitin natin just in case bumalik itong pandemic or other form of diseases. Samantalahin natin itong lull, no? Huwag yung nagdiriwang tayo lamang. Dapat naghahanda tayo sa kasunod. At saka yung ating drug and pharmaceutical industries, I know that we are more than 100 million people, but as a market, we are small. Kaya pwede tayong makipag-tie up sa ibang countries na may full-blown pharmaceutical and drug industry. I-encourage natin ang ating industry na makipag-tie up para hindi maiwasan na natin yung mga iskandalo katulad ng Pharmally. Kailangan yung mga nakakaintindi, yun ang makialam. Kaya yan, ibibigyan natin sila ng leeway at saka incentives para mabuhay ang ating pharmaceutical and drug industry tungkol dyan. And then, tingnan natin mabuti yung ating sariling defense, yung hawak natin, katawan natin, our immune system. Kaya nga kailangan ang bawat Pilipino magkaroon ng sapat at tama na pagkain. Kaya nga sabi ko, unahin ko yung agriculture. Diyan tayo unang tututok. Titingnan natin mabuti yan para magka-produce sila maroon tayo ng maraming vegetables,
Yes.
maraming isda, maraming meat sources, etc. Para may available sa market natin immediately maraming pagkain and hopefully affordable. Yun, yung word na affordable. Ang ibig sabihin, dapat binubuhay na natin agad ang ating ekonomiya. Alam mo mga social democrats, ang tingin nila sa ekonomiya, ang nagpapalago niya na nagpapaganda, hindi lamang ilang tao. Dapat i-spread dyan sa nakararami, as many as possible. Sa ngayon, nangyayari na ilang tao lang kasi namonopolize na dito sa atin ang sources ng capital. Sabi ko, bubuksan natin ang source ng capital para sa mga marami nating kababayan. Kahit mga maliliit, kahit na ordinary tindera, kahit na mga sari-sari store, bubuksan natin ng kapital. Hindi natin papalitan yung 5-6. Mag-uusap tayo, pag-uusapin natin yung mga tindera at saka yung mga Bombay na nagkukuha ng 5-6. Alam ko marami nagagalit sa 5-6. Yung nakikialam lamang. Pero yung involved sa 5-6 at saka yung tumatagal ng 5-6, parang hindi naman nag-aaway. Tignan natin mabuti kung bakit yan. Ang ibig sabihin niya kasi, ang kapital ay immediately available to those who need it. Susubukan natin ang gobyerno magkaroon din ng ganyan. Na yung kapital, maliliit lang naman yan. Bibigay natin sa napakarami nating mga kababayan para magkaroon sila ng pagkakataon na makapag-isip ng sariling hanap buhay. After the pandemic, the trend in the workplace is to have self-employment. Malaking bagay yan. Titingnan ko mabuti yan yung mga micro at saka medium na mga industries. tatambakan natin ng kapital yung kinakailangan. Ngayon, sasabihin, ay paano kung hindi magsipagbayad? Patay. Hindi, alam mo, you should look into the culture of our country, our people. Alam natin, lalo nagbabayad ang mahirap kaysa sa mayayaman.
Secretary, you know, we can look into your candidacy as a David in a field of Goliaths. Political Goliath, siguro ho. Ngayon, sir, I have to ask because I think the viewers and our listeners are very interested to know. Since you are a man of a vast experience with defense and political you have a plan for political structural change. In the unfortunate event, let's say, this is a hypothetical question, Mr. Secretary, but in the unfortunate event that you would not win the presidential seat, would you accept an appointment or a job offer from whomever would win? Kunyari, sasabihin nila, oh, Secretary Bert, you get to choose whatever position you would want. Would you accept that position and would you help in all of the ways that you can to help the present administration, sir?
Well, number one, may prohibition. I cannot be appointed for 1 year. I cannot be appointed. Kasi pag tumakbo ka, hindi ka pwedeng i-appoint ka agad. Number two, iyan ang problema sa politika natin eh. Akala mo tapos na ang pamumulitika kapag natalo ka eh. Alam mo sa sistemang talagang tunay na pamumulitika, hindi nawawalan ng trabaho yung mga katulad ko. Ang importante sa atin, yung ika nga eh, nakapwesto ka ngayon, hindi ka nakapwesto kahapon. Ang pinaghahandaan natin, hindi yung pang maiksing panahon lamang. For example, in a parliamentary system, in the case of Sweden, for example, it took them a century to build the nation they have today. Kailangan yung ginagawa ng nasa oposisyon at ang ginagawa ng nakaupo sa gobyerno actually is complementary. It gives the ones in government the kind of alertness that they need para gumawa sila ng maayos. Yung mga nasa oposisyon naman, kailangan disiplina para wag yung paninira ang ginagawa nila. Hindi para ibagsak ang nasa gobyerno, kundi ipakita na may yung mga kamalian at ang mga nararapat pang gawin. Sa isang lipunan na may healthy at tunay na oposisyon at those in government, yan ay parliamentary system, lalong gumuunlad ang bansa. Nung ako'y magtapos sa bilang Defense Secretary, ipinaliwanag ko sa mga sundalo natin na ako'y magiging oposisyon. Magtatayo ako ng shadow government. Titingnan natin kung ano gagawin ng susunod na gobyerno. Makikipagtulungan kung nangangailangan makipagtulungan at magbibigay ng criticism, positive criticism o suggestions, advice, recommendations kung kinakailangan. Ang sinabi ni Pinoy sa akin, tingnan mo itong si Bert Gonzales, hindi pa ako nakaupo, kinakalaban na ako. Sabi ni Pinoy sa akin yan, imagine, first speech niya, inaatake niya ako. Ngayon, sana, yung pakiusap ko, yung kung sakalit hindi ako manalo at may manalo, relax lang, I will build my party.
Okay.
Palalakasin ko lang gusto ang PDSP. Itutuloy ko ang aking advocacy na dapat baguhin ang konstitusyon. Dapat magkaroon tayo ng systems like the parliamentary systems, maybe declare our regions to be autonomous regions.
Secretary,
Pero alam mo, isa na lang. Ang pinaka-importante, para hindi na ganito pinag-uusapan natin, tumulong na kayo para manalo ako, di ba?
Secretary, you know, if I could just stretch the time, kasi time flew so fast while talking to you, I would give you the floor, the liberty to talk to our viewers and to have your voice heard by our listeners. Bakit dapat si Norberto Gonzales ang iboto ngayong halalan 2022?
Yes. Ang pagboto nyo sa akin, hindi para sa akin yan eh. Kasi ang laban ko, hindi ko laban. Ang aking pinapatunayan ngayon sa larangan ng ating politika, tinatanong ko kung pwedeng manalo ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan. Tinatanong ko yan kasi tunay-tunayladang pera ang ginagamit eh. Anong ibig sabihin ng paggamit ng tunay-tunayladang pera? Ang intensyon niyan ano? Para bigyan tayo ng mga hindi totoo. Kung ganyan ang eleksyon natin, hindi tayo nakatitiyak na ang ipinoto natin, talagang yun ang nararapat na maglingkod at magbigay ng direksyon sa bayan. Kaya inaanyayahan ko po ang lahat bata, matanda. Laban natin ito. Subukan nating ipakita sa ating lipunan na handa na tayo talagang magbago at magpakilos ng pagbabago sa lipunan. Subukan po nating manalo. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for this enlightening interview. We did not only learn, but we have also imbued the principles that you have. May God bless you po, sir, sa upcoming elections, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much, Secretary Gonzales.
Thank you. Thank you.
Watch Straight Talk live every Tuesday at 10 a.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube. This has been Straight Talk. I'm Attorney Leah Badillo Crisostomo. Have a good day, everybody.
Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito niyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang WhatsApp. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa WhatsApp.
Hello, I'm Poch Concepcion. Welcome to What's Up. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. Today on the show, a respected journalist, entertainment journalist, editor, and columnist. He has a book out on the things he has been writing about for so many years. Let's find out more. What's up with Nestor Cuartero?
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Poch.
Nestor.
And I'd like to thank everyone, well, you in particular, the Daily Tribune family, for asking me here. It's a good opportunity for me to be able to touch base with you.
It's an honor, Nestor.
Thank you. No?
Tell us
I'd
about-
like to thank also the viewers of WhatsApp.
Thank you. You have this book coming out.
Yes.
The title of the book is Philippine Movie Confidential.
That's right. This is the copy of the book.
Yan. Oo.
I hope you can see it. No, it's a slim volume of 130 pages,
Okay.
called PH Movie Confidential.
PH Movie.
This is published by the Film Development Council of the Philippines,
Uh-huh.
together with Carl Balita Review Center. He has a series called Ultimate Learning Series, and this falls under that category. It will be out hopefully by Feb 28, the end of the month.
Out on Feb 28. Okay.
Yes.
We'll talk
yes.
about details on where they can buy, where people can buy it. But first,
Yes.
kwento mo, Nestor, paano nabuo yung libro at anong laman yan?
The book is a lifelong project for me. It is a record of partial record of my having been a moviegoer and a movie fan for the past many decades. 6 decades, I must say. It contains essays on my observations on trends and movements, quirks, practices, customs, and traditions, including superstitious beliefs that obtain in the movie industry as I have watched the industry up close and personal. Aside, of course, from the fact that as a child, I was a movie fan. No? So the table of contents, it has 14, 15 chapters.
Okay.
Just to give you a run through of what to expect.
Okay.
Of course, there's the foreword is written by Chair Liza Dino Sigera and Dr. Balita, no?
Si Carl.
Si Carl Balita, yes.
Okay.
And then the certain titles in the book, if I may point out some, would be titillating titles. No? This is very interesting in the sense that I go through the history of titling movies in the Philippines, no? From the poetic in the 1940s to the titillating in the 1970s, 80s and 90s, no? I could give you some very nice examples of some titles of movies that young people may not be aware of, but there were Filipino movies with those titles in the past, no? Okay, so we have Masarap Masakit ang Umibig, Paraisong Parisukat. Inagaw mo ang lahat sa akin. Nakawin natin ng bawat sandali. Ito yung mga sexy naman, no?
Okay.
Dingding lang ang pagitan. Batuta ni Dracula. Pag-ibig, look at this. Pag-ibig sa kapirasong banig. Ito favorite ko. Diligin mo ng suka ang uhaw na lumpia.
Kanino pelikula yon?
Di ba? Hindi ko na maalala kung sino ang
Pero ano
artista
yan,
nito.
tama ba? Late 60s and early 70s?
Late 60s yan. Late 60s and early 70s. No? Of course, merong mga... ito maganda rin. Halinghing sa likod ng puno ng saging. No? so, these are titles of Filipino movies way back when. Nauso ito nung late 1960s, no? Doon nag-boom yung bomba craze,
films.
no?
Yes.
The bomba films,
Okay.
yes. Of course, nagkaroon siya ng iba-ibang incarnations through the years.
Wow, Nestor. Sa kwento mo pa lang, kakaibang libro. It's not
Yes.
just a book on showbiz. No.
Yes.
Oo.
Oo.
Like you described it.
Yes.
Paano mo how did you conceive the book?
It's always been my dream to write about the movie industry as I observed it, no? And parang gusto ko siyang bigyan ng treatment na kakaiba, no? Na hindi yung textbook talaga, kundi experiential,
Okay.
no? The one that I witnessed through the years. I entered entertainment. Well, I entered media right after college, which was in 1974.
All right.
Although I did not start out in entertainment, I was in news. I was with Channel 9, RPN Public Affairs, News and Public Affairs.
Okay.
So from there, I was doing documentaries, mga ganun dati ang ginagawa. But siyempre nasa RPN ako, I was exposed to the TV business of entertainment also.
Yes.
So kasi kino-cover din namin yun. Anyway, so but the entertainment part, more or less a full-time entertainment part happened when I joined Mr. and Miss magazine in the late 1970s, no? With Eggy, our beloved boss.
Original ka pala, OG ka pala ng Mr. and Miss.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yes, Mr. and Miss, yes. So I was associate editor of Mr. and Miss, and that's, lifestyle entertainment, yun na ang start ng pag-enter ko sa movie industry.
Na-expose ka na talaga.
Doon nag-start talaga kasi nagko-cover na kami ng actors and actresses, no? Couples, no? And then from there, but the real thing happened when I joined Tempo in 1982.
Alright.
No, as entertainment editor. Yun, nag-full-time na ako sa entertainment writing. So, yung book na ito is a record of what I had seen and witnessed through the years, based on actual observation, based on what I saw, what I witnessed, what I covered, what I researched, and backed by historical data, bits of trivia, a little gossip, historical gossip, those things that are seldom written about, but I witnessed as a first-hand observer.
That's the thing. Ikaw mismo. So it's not,
Oo.
may term dyan eh. Second,
Mm.
second hand. It's not like that. It's a first-hand account. Okay.
Yes,
Alright.
it's a first-hand account.
Oh.
That's right.
How long did it take you to
Matagal na ito. This has been germinating in my mind for so long. But hindi ko lang ito, but I was working full-time at the time.
Yes.
So it was always at the back burner. But I would scribble, I would take down notes right away. Noon pa, ina-outline ko na ito in my mind. And then I had a notebook, a folder of ideas, what to put in the first book. In fact, ang plano ko dito, if it does well, pwede siyang maging series eh. Ang dami ko pang ideas na hindi nakasama dito sa book na ito. Ang dami ko pang ang gusto ko sa ano na ito, yung I'm writing about not about people per se, but I write about trends, movements, kung ano yung kung paano nagde-develop yung trend, kung paano nakaka-come up sila ng mga formula, kung paano sila gumagawa ng pelikula. At saka paano sila all those things that go into marketing a movie and to make it sell. Yun ang yun ko dito. Yun ang main idea ko dito is to present the real score in the movie industry, in the movie business.
Parang nakikita ko na aside from the general public, may angle din yan na pwedeng gamiting textbook. Film students?
Marami siyang resources, marami siyang data na backed by research and actual study na kino-quote sa book. Meron siyang mga sources coming from national artist Bien Lumbera, some critics, Nicanor Tiongson, all those people who have a thing or two to say about the movie industry. So that you can find here, meron ditong mga data na makikita mo sa librong ito na hindi mo siguro nakita sa iba because I don't think a book like this has come out na yung isang practitioner, isang nagko-cover talaga ng movie industry for the past many years ang sumulat mismo. So I think that's an edge in this book, in this book.
Nestor, saan ang take-off point mo? Meron ba siyang specific decade na kung saan ka nag-umpisa?
Ang bali ito, it goes back to the late 1960s, no?
Late 60s.
Meron siyang references doon sa mga titles ng pelikula nung panahon na yon, how they made yung mga ganong mga sumikat na pangalan nung mga panahon na yon, nandoon siya. So kung titingnan mo yung timeline, kasi 60s yung the time that I was watching movies na I was a child, no?
Okay.
Nung time na yun. So those are imprinted in my mind. So lumabas sila dito sa book, yung mga memories and recollections of the ones that I saw, no? In during that time. So ang span nito is so it goes back to the middle or late 1960s up to the present.
Okay. In those years that you've been covering, writing about actors, watching films, observing the industry, anong mga insights ang napulot mo, Nestor?
Yung kung paano how can they make movies that are palatable to the audience? Paano nila kino-combine yung artistic merits and commercial value ng pelikula, which I saw in many of the which I saw in many of the which I saw in many of the directors that I got to work with or talk to or interview in the process, no? So I nasukat ko yun, nakita ko yun kung paano nila ginagawa ang ganitong, how they arrive at certain formulae.
So hindi lang
And I
it's not as simple as let's make a movie, no? Maraming
Yeah,
factors.
yeah, yeah.
Oo.
At saka nakita ko yung evolution nung filmmaking eh. Di ba nung araw wala namang mga... Ngayon very sophisticated na yung teams, no? There's a whole creative team, an executive committee that handles, brew, nagde-develop ng concepts, etc. In the 1970s when I started covering the industry, wala pa yung mga yon. And I mentioned that, no, yung how movies were made, no, yung paano sila out of sa kitchen ni Mother Lily pinag-uusapan yung pelikula, and that's the executive committee. Hindi lang. And then di ba ngayon kasi very sophisticated. There's a whole corporate setup, no?
Okay.
Merong ganito, may creative team, may ganito, may ganyan, may
committee,
nagbe-vet ng mga material, no?
Oo.
But nung araw hindi, one-man show. Si Doña Sisang was like that. Di ba sa Pagita Pictures. So there's a lot of mention about those stars from the past, no? Yun ang isang nakita ko, yun ang isang napansin ko. Mayroong isang may mga throwback ito, needless to say, may throwback siya kasi I write about Escolta, for example. Escolta memories, no? Kasi in the 1960s, 1950s, 60s, 70s, hanggang early 90s, Escolta was the seat of the movie industry in the Philippines, no?
Okay.
So I write about that. There's a chapter there about Escolta memories, the how the movie industry used to be based in Escolta. It was the hub of the movie industry, where actors, stuntmen, character actors would hang out and find jobs.
There. Okay. Along
Yes.
the strip. Yung sinasabi mo yung ano.
Escolta yun.
Yes.
Pati yung mga presko nung araw.
Doon.
Pati yung mga presko nung araw, doon ginagawa sa Escolta and Santa Cruz area in Quiapo. Those were that area was the seat of Philippine movies nung panahon na yun. But and then I trace how the movement went to Quezon City. And how did it, because kasi din nagtayo ang Viva Films sa Scout Albano, ang Regal Films ay nasa Valencia,
Yes.
ang Seiko Films ay nasa malapit sa Timog, that same area din. So, I write about that, kinover ko yung development, how the movement of the industry shifted from Escolta to Quezon City, which is the city of stars. No? And of course, Escolta is now sadly a ghost town for the movie industry.
Nestor, nabanggit mo rin lang yung mga throwback. Can we really go back in time? How did it all start? You said, movie fan ka. Okay.
Yes, ganda yan.
You were born in Batangas. Okay. Sige nga, balikan
Yes.
natin yun.
Yeah. I like to tell stories like that.
Okay.
Nandun nga sa aking introduction, there's my author's word. I say that this book is the product of my being a movie fan and a movie observer and a movie journalist all rolled into one. No, so I remember that in my hometown, Rosario, there were two theaters. Small town kami, pero dalawang sinihan namin.
Dalawa.
No? They were standalone theaters. No, one was called Geneva Theater, and the other one was called the Rosario Youth Center, which was operated by the parish. In parish, yung simbahan.
Okay.
No? So ang pinapalabas sa simbahan ay puro mga wholesome films, no? Sa Pagita Pictures and all of those, no? Yung sa Geneva was more commercial, more modern, more sophisticated, mas ano siya kasi pati foreign films nandoon, no?
Okay.
So those that exposure to the movies kasi malapit ang bahay namin sa sinihan. So lagi ako nakakapanood ng sine. So I think that started my fascination with the movie business. Andun ko napanood. And do you know what worked well for me para sa akin? Kaya naging tool ko yon.
Yes.
Pagpasok ko as a journalist in the entertainment beat, I had a history of Philippine movies. Meron akong grasp noon. Kasi napanood ko yung mga pelikula na yun nung araw. Nakita ko ang progreso ng mga pelikulang Tagalog. And then I was interested in reading about the movies. So I think it is very important for someone who enters entertainment journalism to have a solid background
Tama.
or grasp of the movie industry that he is entering, that he is covering. I
Yes.
tell that to my students all the time, no? Because I was teaching before, no?
Okay.
But with the pandemic, I stopped teaching, no? I was teaching in UST and for a time in LaSalle. You were in
Yes.
LaSalle, di ba?
Mm.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. Sige.
Okay.
But do you remember
Yeah.
the first movie you saw in Batangas?
Yes, I remember it very well. In fact, I told the actress who starred in that first movie that I saw years later, I said that the first Tagalog movie that I saw as a child, I don't know what age, guru, I'm very young, was a tearjerker called Ito Ba Ang Aking Ina?
Okay.
Ito Ba Ang Aking Ina? Are You My Mother? It's about Liberty Ilagan asking that of her mother, who was played by Rita Gomez, and the father was played, the stepfather was played by Mario Montenegro. It was a film by Sampaguita Pictures. Many years later, I got to know and became acquainted with Liberty, and I told her that she was the first actress I ever saw on screen.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with What's Up. We're talking movies with Nestor Cuartero after a short break.
Thank you.
Si Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman, kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang atid namin sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Welcome back to What's Up. We're talking to entertainment journalist Nestor Cuartero, who's out with a new book coming out soon. It's called PH Movie Confidential. Nestor.
Hi. Welcome back.
Yes. meron akong gustong tanongin sa'yo dito kasi sinabi mo na sa forward sa notes mo sa libro,
Yes, yes,
you've
yes.
been struck by the beauty, power, and tantalizing influence of the movies. What was it like? Can you describe the experience of being parang namamangha ka, di ba?
Totoo ka. Alam mo, nung bata ka, first, bago sa iyo ang pelikula, bago sa iyo ang sinihan, maka-enter ka sa sinihan. Alam mo, sinihan sa probinsya, very simple, di ba? Hindi naman naka-aircon. Ang upuan, mga kahoy.
Kahoy.
Di ba?
Oo.
Ganyan. At saka may mga sawali na wall around it, no?
Ah,
Saka
okay.
maririnig mo yung sound sa labas. Actually, pwede ka manood ng sine, nakikinig ka lang parang radyo, nandun pa sa labas. Hindi ka magbabayad. No?
Okay. Kakaiba. Ganun pala, no?
Oo,
Oo.
yes, yes.
Oo.
Anyway,
Magkano ang bayad?
ang bayad sa sine nun siguro 25 centavos, parang ganun.
All right.
Yeah, I think so, mga ganun.
Mm.
Tapos, ang natatandaan ko diyan, bata ka, di manonood ka ng sine, di ba? Tapos yung screen. Tapos let's say may truck na dadating, ang mga tao umiiwas na ganyan kasi akala nila mababangga sila.
Okay. All right.
including myself.
Okay.
Including myself.
Oo.
So, kasi 'di ba yung mga dadating din yung mabilis na habulan, may mga chase scene, 'di ba? And then may close up ng truck na lumalapit na
Okay.
ganyan. And then,
So parang
that
dating
kind of-
3D na agad, 3D.
Oo, ganun. 3D
Okay.
na natin. Nakikita mo yung and then you can hear the instant connection with the story and the audience. No, kasi very casual yung mga tao nanonood sa probinsya, very casual at very candid yung mga audience. So they talk back to what the characters are saying on screen, no?
Talagang
So,
sila, immersed, involved.
Immersed.
Oo,
Oo,
okay.
nagsasalita siya. Kasi di ba, kasi mahigpit masyadong masungit si Etang Discher. So, Etang Discher is the classic villainess, no?
Yes.
In Sampaguita Pictures, no?
Okay.
So, masyado siyang masungit at saka pinapagalitan niya lagi yung kanyang manugang or whatever. So the audience would reply, sumasagot sila and then nagagalit sila. You can see it's a very palpable chemistry between the audience and what's happening on screen. So I thought that was something magical, no? May
Magical.
connection talaga ang what people see on screen and with what happens in down there in the audience, no? So I see how powerful. I saw the tantalizing effect of movies. Like gandang-ganda ka, nakita panood mo si Amalia Fuentes sa Prinsesang Kalapati, for example, no? Na ang ganda-gandang babae na from Kalapati nagiging tao, nagiging prinsesa, mga ganun. And you see Fernando Poe Jr. dashing, handsome, and debonair with this action figure about him. So you see, this become your idols. This become your image role models in your life. So ganun ang epekto ng cinema sa ordinaryong mamamayan.
Ang lakas, no? Napakalakas. Oo.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Lester, when you
Oo.
got to college in UST,
Yes.
nagpatuloy ba tong fascination mo sa movies? You're being a fan.
Yes. Of course. Sa UST, I was in college. I was with the school paper. I was one of the editors of the school paper, the
What's the
Varsitarian.
Okay.
And in a certain point in my stint with the Varsitarian, when I got to third year, I became arts editor. No? So kasama dyan ang visual arts, ang cinema, ang literature. So yan. So kasama yung pelikula, no? So I think I really got myself wet in the feet dun sa ganung
Tama.
talagang total immersion na yun kasi I would be writing about reviews or commentaries about what's going on sa pelikula, nanonood ng sine. So nandoon na yun. Hindi mo na yun maiwasan na kasali ka, mag-cover ka o manood ka because it was a requirement in your job or position as arts editor.
Did you favor a particular movie genre? May
No,
partial- no, wala.
No, I was my taste in movies is actually very eclectic, even in music. No, very eclectic. No, so I wasn't really typecast in a particular genre or what. No, but of course nung bata, ang exposure kasi dun sa small town, mostly dramas ang pinapalabas. No, but when I got to Manila, then na-expose ka na sa iba-ibang genre ng pelikula kasi both local and foreign. So yun, I think that helped develop further my skills in determining whether a movie is good, in between, bad, or just entertaining.
In 1981, or was it 82?
82.
82. You became entertainment editor of Tempo.
Yes.
How did you land the job?
Yeah, I was in Mr. and Miss magazine. And then the Tempo was about to be born. So they were recruiting names, no? And then one day I got a call from Reca Trinidad, who was the first editor of Tempo.
Okay.
So he was asking me to come and meet him in Bulletin. So I was in a weekly magazine, and tayo siyempre nung panahon na yun talagang ang ambisyon natin mag-dyaryo di ba, mag-daily, no?
Tama.
So ang naging backdoor ang pasok ko sa print media kasi nga sa magazine, no?
Yes.
Kasi nung panahon ko, 3 lang ang dyaryo na dailies, no, na malalaki, no? Bulletin, Daily Express, Times Journal.
Yes.
So walang opportunity masyado for a new graduate, no? That's why I went into TV.
Okay.
So ngayon nagkaroon ako ng break noong 1982. Kasi nga nangangailangan sila ng someone to handle the entertainment section.
Okay.
And I was asked by Reca if I would be interested, and I jumped at the opportunity right away because because ito na yung hinihintay kong break, makapasok ako sa daily. Kasi and I was going to finally pasok na ako dun sa bulletin group, no?
Yes.
Kasi when I got naman bulletin, I wasn't restricted to just writing for Tempo. I was also writing for Manila Bulletin itself and Panorama, which I enjoyed.
Oo, tama. Pwede.
Yeah. Oh, yun ang nangyaring career ko sa Bulletin. And I'm very thankful to the Manila Bulletin for having nurtured that career of mine.
Oo. Diyan ka talaga sumikat, ang Nestor Cuartero.
In a way. Yun lang.
Teka,
so, salamat ako. Yeah.
Anong nangyari? Okay, eto na. So, editor ka na sa Tempo. What was it like being right there at the center?
It was very exciting.
Oh.
Yes, it was very exciting. Kasi nung 82, 80s yun eh. Up to the 90s.
Umpisa
Prime.
Oo, prime. Oh.
Pick yan ng print media for me, no?
Yes.
Of course, ang print media has always been king of the road, no? Even before 1982. But to be in that milieu at that time when it was of prime importance and consideration, napakamalaking bagay. Talagang you were in the middle of it all, no? Talagang nandun ka sa center of coverage, no? So kasi ang time na yun, ang print media was really to die for. Siya yung that was at least I'm glad na inabot ko yung panahon na yun ng print media. Na I became a part of it.
Oo. Kasi kasama yan ng breakfast, di ba? Magkakape.
Yeah. Oo.
I remember.
Yeah, sadly.
I remember reading Tempo. Daily.
Yes.
Oo. Hindi ba mahirap, Nestor, na kasi tabloid ang Tempo, no?
Yes.
Yung story, kailangan compact, di ba? Hindi ka...
Yes.
Oo. Paano yun? Parang test of skills na yun sa editing.
Yes. We were told kasi ang nun, snappy ang reporting eh. Yun ang criteria ng Tempo, no? So the stories are not very long. So in in hindsight, nauna talaga ang tempo in coming up with that snappy type of reporting na siyang uso ngayon. Di
Oo
ba?
nga, oo.
Na kailangan 1-minute read, di ba?
Tama,
2-minute read,
oo,
di ba?
oo,
Ganun.
oo.
So, in a sense, nauna talaga ang tempo, no? Kasi nung araw, 1982, ginagawa na namin yun. No? So, we were trained to trim down our stories, bear down your present your stories according to the barest essentials para ma-sustain mo yung audience. Saka ang purpose noon is to pack in as many stories as you could sa isang page. Yun ang challenge.
Nestor, itong column mo na moviegoer, sa bulletin ba yan?
Ang moviegoer is my column in Manila Bulletin. It has been there for many years.
Okay.
So it's still ongoing. It comes out every Friday. But in Tempo, I still write a 3 times a week column at the same time.
Nasa tempo ka rin hanggang ngayon?
Oo.
Okay.
Hanggang ngayon. Yes, hanggang ngayon.
Yes. Oo. It's alive and kicking. So, busy ka pa rin.
Yes.
Oo.
I'm no longer editor, but I'm still quite busy with my deadlines in the newspapers, as well as writing books.
Nice. So,
Yeah.
did you talk about this circle na naabutan ko rin itong movie press? Hindi ba close-knit ano yan?
Yes.
Parang
yes.
family, di ba? Oo.
Yes.
Oo.
There is a section there. Well, nakasama yan dun sa Escolta Memories, no?
Okay.
I talk about how the press conferences in the past were conducted, no?
Paano?
It was a showbiz party, no? I say, no?
Okay.
Para siyang party, no? Hindi siya talaga press con na official na merong rules, merong merong decorum, merong mga ganyan. It was like a showbiz party, no?
It was an event.
So this is
Oo.
like an event, and people come in all shapes and colors and costumes and all that. So you can see those things in that coverage in the section on Escolta, and another section on the history of the Metro Manila Film Festival, which originally started in Manila, the Manila Film Festival in 1966. No, so
Okay.
ayun, nandun din yung coverage ng press.
Wow. Talagang history pala to.
History, and meron ding
Contemporary,
current, meron ding
Oo.
contemporary. Actually, on the cover, you see a blend of past and present, no? So the top tier, the cover is like a shot from a Zoom conference, no? Para to
Okay.
make it contemporary, no?
Oo.
Para siyang Zoom, no? So we have on top, you have Amalia Fuentes,
That's Amalia
Gloria
Fuentes.
Romero,
Oo.
and Susan Roses. In the middle, you see a row of Nora Honor, Christopher De Leon, and Vilma Santos.
Yes.
On the lower level, you have John Lloyd Cruz, Charo Santos, and Piolo Pascual, representing the contemporary era.
Oo, tama.
Mm-mm.
Nestor, ang sinasabi ng historians and critics, nagkaroon ng golden age ang Filipino movies nung 50s, tama ba? And then second
yeah.
golden age na nandun ka na, 70s, di ba?
Yes, in the 70s.
Oo.
Yes.
How would you describe that period, the 70s?
Oh, the 70s was very exhilarating period, very creative.
Kahit
It was a
martial law.
kahit martial law. In fact, that's mentioned in the book, no?
Okay.
How artists, how filmmakers, and other creatives challenged the establishment by working around the parameters of censorship, no?
Okay.
How they were challenged, how they tried to come up with projects and film roles and stories that tried to challenge the parameters of the board of censors, which was very Puritan in approach at that
Tama.
time, no?
Oo,
Very
oo.
strict, no?
Oo.
So that was the flowering of the second golden age in Philippine movies. Then you have directors working in cinema. Ito yung active years nila. Ito yung pinaka-active years nila. Pino Broca, Ismael Bernal, Elwood Perez, Joey Goshen Fiao, many of that batch, no? Yung Mario de los Reyes, all of those are mentioned in the book, no? Kung paano sila how they went around and using their own creativity in coming up with films that they wanted to make or to make a statement about, at the same time raking in profit for their producers, no? Dito ginamit yung formula ng Sex and the Human Body, no?
Okay.
Dito yun. Ito yung birth ng bold drama, no? The bold drama is a creation nung middle 70s, which is a reworking of the bomba in the late 1960s, no?
Okay.
Kasi reworking ito na in other words, instead na mga regular bomberas ang kukuhanin mo, the movies were headlined by names like Amalia Fuentes, Butch Anson Roa, Pilar Pilapil, no? These A-list actors, later on Vilma Santos, no? Doing bold dramas, no? Yun ang trademark nung era na yun na nag-challenge sa establishment. Dito naman nauso yung censors na pinapalitan yung mga title, nilalagyan ng mga precautionary prefixes ang mga title. Like example, Elwood Perez comes up with the movie, gagawin niya ang sinabit niya sa Board of Censors ay bawal asawa mo asawa ko. Hindi pala, asawa mo asawa ko ang sinabmit, no? Okay. Sabi ng census, ay hindi pwede yan kasi hindi yan, parang immoral yan sa ating bansa, no? So nilagay nila ng bawal, no? So okay, pumayag sila. Bawal asawa mo asawa ko lumabas sa pelikula. Alam mo nangyari?
Ano?
That created or heightened the curiosity of the public, no? Sabihin mo ba mga Pilipino na bawal yan, hindi lalo nilang gawain yan, di ba?
So nakatulong.
Nakatulong instead of censoring them.
Okay.
Then the movie became a big box office hit, no? It was a historic, yun ang isa sa mga trendsetter ng panahon na yun. Actually, if not the trendsetter. That film, Bawal Asawa Mo Asawa Ko, which was a story about wife swapping and all of that. So, yun ang nagbukas ng floodgates of more modern titles na talagang catch on sa publiko. So nauso yung mga pero laging merong mga catchline ang Board of Censors noon. Merong ang sampagitan, lumabas sila ng yung nito kapag byuda ang umibig, sa limbawa, about widows, no? So siyempre parang sexy na din yun, di ba? So ang lalagyan nila yan ng catchline before that, iwasan. Sabihin nila, iwasan.
Okay.
Iwasan kapag byuda ang umibig. Or kayod sa araw, kayod sa gabi. Hindi parang nasisexihan sila doon sa ganong title, no? So sabi nila, lagyan mo ng magsikap.
Alright.
Yan.
Okay.
Nandiyan yan sa book.
Nandun lahat yun. Oo.
Nandun
Okay.
yan. How the census work. Ano ang mental process ng census nung time na yon, no? Pero hindi nila naiisip na paglagyan mo ng ganyan ng mga Pilipino, lalong na-arouse ang kanilang curiosity and they all flock to the movies to watch those movies. Sabihin mo ba ang bata, di ba? O huwag kang manood niya, bawal yan, di ba? Then alam mo man yung bawal, di ba? Pati pag-ibig bawal.
Mukhang Nestor, ngayon lang nadidiscuss yan sa libro, no? About the movie industry.
I think so. I hope so. Wala pa akong nabasa na ganitong record sa libro. So I hope this book serves a need, serves a purpose, at saka magagamit ng mga bata, ng mga younger researchers ng pelikula na Tagalog because many of them are recorded in the book.
All right. We'll be back with What's Up with Nestor Cortero after one more break.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
All right, welcome back to What's Up. We're talking to Nestor Cortero and his book, PH Movie Confidential. An inside look, should I say, full of insights in the Philippine movie industry. Nestor,
Hi, thank you.
Yung cover ng libro mo, i-focus natin isa-isa yung ano, tapos mag-comment ka. ha?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sige. Kayo na, di ba?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Amalia
wonderful.
Fuentes, he's the queen of Philippine movies in the 1960s, who had the longest career in show business. She was a box office star through the years and producer of AM Productions. She's the first Filipino actress who became a movie producer. Unang babae na naging producer.
Wow.
And her production company ran for more than a decade.
Ang ganda-ganda niya. Oo.
Oh, yeah.
Grabe,
The
oo.
most beautiful face to hit the local screen.
Okay.
Amalia Fuentes.
Amalia Fuentes.
Susan Roses, yes.
Karibal. Tama ba? Kapag Karibal?
Yes,
Oo.
Karibal. In the 1960s,
Oo.
sila yung magkaribal. She's also the queen of Philippine movies. No, There is a chapter here in the book that's very interesting that traces the development, the growth of fan mentality in the Philippines. No,
Okay.
So merong paano nag-rise yung mga Amalians and Susanians, and then the Noranians and the Vilmanians.
Okay.
So there's a chapter. Yung isang magandang interesting yung rivalry ni Susan at ni Amalia nung 1960s kasi may mga popularity contests noon
Okay.
na yung base sa balota na bibili ang mga fans ng magazine like graphic magazine or comics or whatever, tapos gugupitin nila doon ang coupon para i-mail nila yan doon sa publication at bibilangin kung sino ang mas maraming boto, si Susan o si Amalia. At alam mo kung sino ang in charge doon?
Sino?
Si Ethel Ramos.
Ah,
Siya yung coordinate.
okay.
Yeah.
Si
Siya
Manay.
ang coordinate. Si Manay. Kasi nasa staff siya ng Philippines Graphic nung time na yon, and she was already a columnist, no? She had a column on entertainment in the Graphic, and siya yung in charge sa monitoring ng mga boto kung sino ang magiging queen of Philippine movies, si Amalia o si Susan. So nag-alternate yung dalawa sa
Every year.
Every year,
Oo.
meron ganung contest.
So, you're
Oo.
saying, Nestor, hindi pala nag-umpisa sa Nora and
Hindi.
Vilma?
Hindi.
Oo.
Ang fan mentality, ang mania was doon nag-start talagang matindi nung panahon na yun. Saka kinukwento nandito rin sa book yung mga interviews ko kay Douglas Quijano, the late Douglas, no? Who was there
He was
during that
there,
time.
yeah.
He recalled how the rivalry was so heated up that during a movie premiere sa live theater, let's say may movie si Amalia at saka si Susan together, so yung mga fans nila parehong susugod doon, no? So na merong yelling, merong mga contest, ganyan, palakasan sila ng sigaw. Pero yung mga fans daw noon were so heated up, so passionate. Yung iba daw, may dalang aspile. Alam mo yung aspile? Yung
Yes.
needle,
Oo.
pangtahi, no? Tapos pagkakagalit nila yung fan ni Susan o ni Amalia, tutusukin nila sa braso o wherever yung yung mga fans, no?
Okay.
Ganun sila ka-passionate, no? And sometimes they would do so also dun sa artista mismo na hindi sila fan,
Ganun?
no?
Oo.
Oh,
Masakit
masakit, no? Pag-uwi mo may mga tusok-tusok ka, no?
Parang
May ganun.
kinukulam, ha?
May ganun,
Okay.
may ganun sila nung araw.
Alright.
So that's also covered kasi may mga interviews ako kay Douglas at saka yung mga veterano. Mga veterano sina Baby K. Jimenez,
Baby K,
meron ako mga
oo.
may mga diyan, may mga feedback sila diyan, may mga insights sila. May mga feedback sila diyan.
Okay. So,
May mga sila diyan
yung
nag-charge up.
interviews mo na yan
Yun,
for the book
about yeah,
na-
Susan is there.
Okay.
No?
Next batch. Gloria.
That's Gloria Romero, of course, another queen of Philippine movies, mas earlier, no? Siya
Earlier.
naman 1950s, no?
Yes.
Ang kanya namang reign ay nung panahon na yon. And then she, of course, Gloria became active in the acting business for a very long time. Now she's in her late 80s, no?
Okay.
And she's still hosting a TV show. Well, hindi na yata regular, pero hindi siya tumigil sa pagiging actress. At saka we saw the transformation of these actresses in Gloria, si Amalia, si Susan into fine actresses. Dati, they were known for their sweet, wholesome roles, and then eventually, I also talk about that, no? How they develop, kung paano sila grow into actors of distinct talent.
Nice. Oo. Para
Yun.
maintindihan din ng audience, ng readers, no? Na may transformation naman. Oo. Na nangyari sa mga artista. Oo.
Yes.
Okay.
Oo.
Next picture. Oy, ito na.
Of course, the superstar, Nora Honor, she's also on the cover. So, meron diyang part na yung titles ng artista. Kasi bakit nauso yung binabaptize ng title ng
Tama.
artista?
Oo. Ganda-ganda
Superstar,
rin naman dyan, oo.
merong ganun, merong megastar, merong diamond star.
So, tinrace mo rin ang history?
Yes, it's also there. How they came up with it, why it's being done, no?
Why?
And then why? Because some managers just want to give a brand name to their actors, no? But the one of Nora, superstar, came naturally, no? Parang it was kasi phenomenal si Nora, di ba?
Yes.
That was her rise to stardom, was really phenomenal. She broke type. So ang pinanggalingan ng superstar because nga she was all over. She was the first tri-media star. She was in radio, television, and movies, no?
Even the stage, oo.
And later on stage, no?
Yes.
So it seemed just appropriate na tawagin siyang superstar dahil nga ang term na yan doon ang galing sa Jesus Christ Superstar. Kasabay niyang sumisikat noon in the 70s,
71,
no?
yeah, o 70 o 70.
Yun.
Nagkataon.
Yung panahon na yun,
Oo.
nagkataon.
So, yung title
Yes.
nakabit sa kanya.
Yung title
Oo.
nakabit sa kanya kasi doon nakuha yun, yung inspiration na yun. So she was tagged as superstar nung rock play na yun, rock musical na yun. So ayun, yun ang it's also there in the book how the titles I call that chapter entitled stars. Sila ay may entitlement.
Witty, galing. Okay.
Oo,
Akala ko
Christopher
susunod
De Le-
natin si Vilma, but anyway, si Boyet. Oh.
Oo, si Boyet. Si Boyet De Leon is a quintessential Filipino actor whose career spanned a very long time, no? From the 70s when he first started and up to the present na hanggang ngayon na-maintain niya yung stature niya as a leading dramatic actor. Nung time ng 70s talagang lahat halos ng pelikula, si Boyet ang leading man, no? He was working with all the top actresses. He was the most in-demand actor of his time, no? And this went on for at least 2 decades, no? So, nandoon ng... And this book is a tribute to them, no? To those icons. They are icons, no?
Icons.
Talagang
Tama.
icons in the movie industry.
Incidentally, ex ni Nora, ex ni Guy, no?
Yeah, yes,
Si Boyet.
yes. Oo.
Tapos,
Yeah.
ang naging parang frequent partner ni Boyet, si Vilma. Do you have a picture of
Si Vilma
Oh.
in later years,
Yeah.
yes. Si Vilma, here's Vilma, of course.
Okay.
Si Vilma, of course, is the star for all seasons, no? Very admirable din yung naging career growth. Doon si Vilma, tinrace ko din yung kanyang transformation, no? There's a chapter here on the sexy films, no?
Okay.
And so, yung transition ni Vilma from a wholesome teenage teeny bopper star
Yes.
into a dramatic actress na merong given to sexy roles, no? Woman of the world type of roles, no? So, it all started, I say in the book, when she accepted the part of Burlesque Queen, no?
Burlesque Queen.
Burlesque Queen, yes. But even before Burlesque Queen, she did a sexy costume. Ang Darna ang talagang nagpalipad kay Vilma eh. Oh, lipad Darna lipad.
Darna
no?
lipad. Okay.
Oo, in the
Nauna yun?
mid-70s.
Nauna sa
Nauna
Burlesque
yun.
Queen. Okay.
Nauna yun. Doon talagang hinarap niya si Nora Honor. Oo. Kasi si Nora Honor ang queen ang box office star noon eh. Anything she did was pero nung ginawa niya yung lipad Darna lipad, talagang lumaban siya ng gusto. Talagang naging big star si Vilma. And then from then on, nagsunod-sunod na lalo yung malalaki niyang pelikula. At yun nga, na-heighten yung awareness sa kanya as a dramatic actress and box office attraction noong nag-burlesque queen siya. 17 minutes of burlesque dancing, no? Na yung finale ng movie na yun was very gripping, no? Na hanggang sa dinugo siya, yun pala nagkakaroon siya ng abortion on stage, no? So
Maganda
that was very
pagkakagawa, no? Oh.
yeah. Yun yung
Celso
pelikula ni Celso Ad Castillo.
Yes. Okay. Nestor, how would you compare? But before we talk about the next icon, celebrity, how would you compare Nora and Vilma as actors?
Magkaiba sila ng ng caliber eh. Pero pareho sila talagang they have this certain quality that keeps you engaged, no? Talagang whatever they do, nandiyan sila sa consciousness mo. They really get carried away, and you do get carried away by what you see, what they deliver, what they give their performances, no? Meron sila talagang kanya-kanya sila ng quality that pag pinanood mo, kita mong star sila, no? They're real stars, no? Na yung intensity, yung passion, you could see it in the way they... At ang maganda dito, pinakamaganda dito sa dalawang icons na ito, they are the easiest to work with, no? They are the easiest to work
Talaga?
with. Yes. Oo, yes. Nung may mga panahon, of course, na pareho silang may mga record sila ng na they were young. Nung time na yun, you're young eh. So meron kang bouts with unprofessionalism, late, tardiness, no show, mga ganyan, no? But in the end, they evolved into fine actresses and professionals, no? And kung sino yung malalaking pangalan, sila yung pinaka-humble, sila yung pinakamadaling katrabaho. Directors that I know, close friends of mine, mga kakilala, kaibigan natin na who worked with these people like Elwood Perez, for example. Elwood did 6 movies with Vilma, 6 movies with Nora. So until now, he speaks fondly of how easy it was to work with them. Na yung not just as actors but as co-workers, no? Yung madali may mga differences of course, pero yung pag nag-roll yung camera, they transform into the character that they play.
Naku, maraming matututunan dyan ng ano, mga younger
Yung-
batch of actors, no? Oo.
Yes.
oo. Okay. Next one.
John Lloyd Cruz is among my favorites among the the new generation actors, no?
Why?
Because he carries you get carried away by unang-una he's pleasant to look at, no? At the same time he can be so malalim. I am on screen in his performances you see that quality. But when he talks, look at his recent interviews. I am so amazed at how he has transformed into a soul-searching, deep-thinking young man.
Iba na no? Oo.
Iba.
Iba na siya,
Ang
oo.
sarap.
Oo.
Yes, ang sarap niya pakinggan, ha? You can learn a lot from the new John Lloyd Cruz.
All right. Ayan. Mababalitaan niya ni John Lloyd kung ano sinabi mo sa kanya.
I hope he goes to the book launch.
Thanks. Sige, we'll talk about that. There's a book launch. A physical book launch, meron?
Well, it's a soft launch na ina-arrange pa natin.
Okay.
Oo.
Okay. Next picture, please.
Ma'am Charo Santos. Of course, dear Charo. He's an old friend from her acting days.
Started as an actor? Yeah.
Yes. He started as an actor. So from then, I witnessed Charo's growth and evolution from being an actress to a corporate president of a network. No.
Yes.
So I think she has a very compelling story to tell, and her contribution to the art of filmmaking and film acting is just as great as the other icons, no? She is a role model in more ways than one.
Oo. Incidentally,
diba?
she was great in this film, yung nanalo sa Film Fest, di ba?
Itong yung yung Visayan. Yes.
Oo. When the weather is fine. Oo.
When the
Oo,
weather is fine.
And she won an international award.
Yes.
In
She
a Loud
did.
Diaz
Yes.
film.
Yes.
Okay.
Ang babaeng humayo.
Yun.
Yes.
Okay. Next, our last celebrity.
Of course. Yes. PJ Piolo Pascual, of course, is the ultimate heartthrob, no?
Heartthrob
Not just
pa
a
rin, no?
heartthrob.
Oo.
Heartthrob pa rin. You know, it's
Oo.
amazing. It's amazing how he does it, no?
Oo.
But and for that matter, he deserves all the adulation that he gets from all sorts of from all walks of life, no? The way he carries himself on screen and off is very commendable, no? The way parang yung lifestyle na kanyang in-embrace, going back to nature, being with nature, living on a farm, being on the sea, and all of this in recent times, na because of the pandemic. Is something so admirable, no? He's just showing us na, ito ang dapat example natin, ito ang ating dapat maging lifestyle. It's not all about money, it's not all about glamour, but I like the way he projects himself as an ordinary, God-fearing individual.
Okay. Nestor, let's talk a bit about your teaching in school. Kailan nag-umpisa?
Yes.
Oo. Sa Lasal ba yan?
Yeah. Alam mo, meron akong, kasi para sa akin yung writing is a form of teaching eh. Kaya maingat ako, from the start, maingat ako sa sinusulat ko. Kasi para sa akin, ang pagsusulat ay isang uri ng pagtuturo, no? So, gusto ko, may matututunan sila, hindi lang nagkakalat ka ng kung anong masamang balita, but you, di ba? Meron namang mapupulot sila sa sinusulat mo. So that's why, ang mantra ko palagi is, you write what you mean and mean what you write, no?
Okay.
Oo. It's the same thing that I tell the students. You the same thing. It's just like saying, you say what you mean what you say. Palitan mo lang yun ng right, yun din yun. Anyway, the teaching came about when I was with Tempo. I was only a few years on the job. Si Lasal was the first one to look at me as a teacher. Si Doy Del Mundo.
Doy Del Mundo.
Yes,
Invited
yes,
you?
your chairman. Yes.
Yes, invited you.
He was the first. Yes, he was the first man to see my potential as a teacher. So he asked me if can you teach introduction to print in LaSalle Communication Arts. Without thinking of anything, I said yes, I'd love to because teaching is something that I love to do. No, so yun nagturo ako sa LaSalle. I was very young then, so mga students ko were only mga 4 years younger than I. No?
So parang barkada kayo.
Oo, mas bata pa kasi wala pa akong 30 noon 28 siguro or something, no? Or earlier, baka 25, ganyan. So I taught in LaSalle for 2 years and my students were almost a little bit younger than I. But nung panahon na yun, looking back, mabuti hindi kita naging student, no? hindi ka nag-enroll kasi kasi I don't think I was a very good teacher then. Hindi pa ako noon. Siyempre bago hindi pa ako siguro masyadong equipped noon. But I taught I taught just the same. Pero I became better through the years. Nung after 2 years, tumigil na ako sa LaSalle. Ayoko na kasi malayo ang LaSalle. I live in Quezon City. And nasa Taft, of course, no? Okay. So, sabi ko kay Doy, I will have to quit muna. And then, after some time, nakaturo naman ako sa UST, which is nearer.
Naman.
So, yun. Dun, sa UST, mas na-hone, I think. Mas na-hone yung kasi I was getting more mature. I was getting more experienced. So, I think yung time na yun, okay na, mas okay. Although, yung mga students ko naman sa LaSalle were still friends and they acknowledge and they appreciate the time we spent together.
Nestor, do you think, or what's the difference between the older generation of students compared to now? I'm sure may masasabi kang maraming kayo
medyo malaki ang diferensya. Well, lalo na ngayon siguro dahil may pandemic at saka may online. Although wala akong masyadong experience sa online kasi nga hindi ako nagtuturo na online. Pero even before the pandemic, I was still teaching. The students in my generation and the succeeding generation, yours and the others, they were more diligent. They were more conscientious of their studies, I think. Mas ngayon nung pre-pandemic when I was still teaching, meron din naman na very conscientious. In a class of 40, meron namang siguro 10 na very conscientious, yung ganun, no? Hindi
hindi majority
hindi majority or hindi na lahat. Nung araw talagang very yung mga estudyante, very diligent, no? Siguro ngayon, ewan ko, I cannot speak for the present batch, no? Pero what I witnessed before, mas devoted to their studies yung mga estudyante nung araw kaysa sa nitong makabagong panahon. I hope they will be better.
Marami yata kasing distractions ngayon eh.
Lalo na yan. Lalo na yan. Lalo na yan.
Attention span. Okay.
Yes. At saka talagang, alam mo, nagtuturo ka, nagle-lecture ka, halimbawa, you see your students fiddling with their cell phone, you know? May ganun. And then, at saka may mga at maraming estudyanteng puyat.
Sa kakanood ng Netflix.
Yes. Hindi saka ka-chat whatever.
Ka-chat actually.
Yeah. Pagdating sa klase, natutulog sila sa klase. So you have to wake them up every time and then mami gisingin mo ulit kasi tutulog sila ulit pag nagising mo. May ganon and you know they do it casually na parang walang pakialam yung ganon na And then isa pa ito na nung panahon nung panahon ko nung estudyante kami, 'di ba? pag nag-lecture ang teacher, you take down notes, di ba? Take down notes.
Yes.
Notes. Kasi sinasabi niya para meron kang natututunan. Ngayon yung mga bata, napansin, hindi sila nagte-take down notes. Hindi
What?
sila nagte-take down notes.
Nire-record nila? Hindi rin.
Ewan ko, ang iba siguro nire-record nila.
Pero no
Ang
notes
iba
taking?
No note, I don't see. And then I tell them, why don't you take down notes? Then they just stare at you like they heard nothing. Na parang, well, respect me. This is my space. This is my style.
Ganon?
Yun ang kanilang drama.
Paano naman? Ano naman nangyayari pag may test na, nakakasagot naman?
Yun nga, sinasabi ko sa kanila, you know why it's important to take down notes? Because you learn twice or thrice when you take down notes, no? First, you hear something, then you learn that way when you hear it, di ba? Then you write something, then you learn again when you write, di ba? And then later on at home, you read what you wrote and you learn again. So you learn 3 times when you take down notes. Di ba? Kasi una, pakinig, sulat, pag binasa mo ulit, you learn it again, no? So I think iba yung nagtitake down ka ng notes, mayroong mental process na sinusundan. At ang mind mo nag-work, napupunta dun sa notebook mo, tapos nag-bounce back sa'yo. So you learn back and forth, no? But that practice sadly is going away or is gone, no? With students not carrying notebooks but laptops, no?
Yes.
Nag-aano sila. But it's different when you write with your own handwriting. There is a connection between the brain and the hand, and the process improves your learning skill. And maybe it's old school, but I think it works. You remember what you write when you write it down in writing with your hand.
Even as a reporter, di ba?
Yes, even as a reporter. Di ba? Pag reporter ka, mabuti rin kahit may tape recorder o nakatape yan sa cellphone mo, mabuti rin meron kang keywords, no? Or dates. Nandiyan sila. It makes your work easier. Nandiyan sila. Meron kang guide. No. So, because sabi ko sa mga students lalo na yung mga journalists and mga mass comm, I tell them the importance of taking down notes because that is your tool when you sit down, buckle down to write your story. No? When you take down notes, it's easy to pick them up all over again.
Okay. Nestor, summing up, what has the movies, watching movies, writing about movies, and now a book about the movies done to you?
Well, I thank my job. I love my job. I'm very thankful that to God, to my parents, my family, that I had been blessed with a wonderful job. No, the work that I do is something pleasurable to me. It doesn't feel like work. Covering the movies, watching movies is an enjoyable art for me, an enjoyable diversion for me. Takes away stress, takes away the problems of daily life, and I am just so happy that working up close and personal with the people in the movie industry has given me an opportunity to do well in my career, and at the same time produce a book like this. I hope this becomes it has a part 2 or a part 3 because I think I have substantial material to sustain a series of books of this nature. By the way, the book is selling for only, well, ang initial launch niya is 400 pesos. But,
tell us, how do we buy the book and when is it launching?
It's available initially sa lahat ng review centers ng Carl Balita. There are 100 schools all over the country where these books can be ordered and available. But it will also be available via Lazada, which we will announce later.
Okay. Magkano siya?
Ang initial price niya, introductory price niya according to the review center is 400 pesos. But there is a markdown price of 350, I think, for the first buyers, for the first set of buyers. Mura lang, 350.
Mura lang, oo.
It's a nice. Yes, because gusto ko ma-afford siya ng mga estudyante. Gusto ko ma-afford siya ng ordinaryong mamamayan.
All right. Nestor Cuartero. I would say he's an institution in entertainment journalism. Maraming salamat. We'll buy your book.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much din, Poch, for this opportunity. Maraming salamat din sa WhatsApp, sa Daily Tribune for giving me this platform to speak about my career and my book. No, thank you also to Chairman Lisa Dino Segura of the Film Development Council of the Philippines, together with Dr. Carl Balita of the Balita Review Center. Thank you very much.
Can't wait to get my hands on your book. Salamat.
Yes,
Nestor
yes.
Cuartero.
Thank you, Pacholo. Bye-bye. Thank
All
you.
right. God bless and stay safe. This has
Thank you.
been What's Up. Catch us live every Tuesday at 2 p.m. on Facebook and on our YouTube channel, Tribune Now. God bless and stay safe.
Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Hello mga katribu and welcome to another insightful episode of Perfect. I'm Francine Marquez.
Hello, I'm Dina Ventura. And yes, Francine, it's an insightful Wednesday, especially because we are joined by an entrepreneur and founder of Magic Scoops Ice Cream Pilipinas.
Wow, sounds delicious.
Yes.
So to our katribus, let's welcome Gerald P. Grana. Hello.
Hi, Lara.
Hello.
Welcome to Perfect.
Yes, parang masarap ang usapan natin
Oo
ngayon,
nga
ha?
Malamig-lamig.
Yes, kulang tayo.
Ano sa parating na summer?
Yes,
Oo nga.
correct.
So, Gerald, how are you today? And how did you end up in the ice cream business?
Okay. So, first of all, I'm okay. I'm doing good now. I came upon the ice cream industry actually by chance lang. Magic Scoop started actually during the pandemic. So, my year, para may konting context, a year or months before, my wife, Ria, got the opportunity to have kasi sa media siya, so parang merong libreng classes about business. Was able to get parang free class sa dessert making, ganyan. So, join ako, di ba? Tapos, ayun, so we learned about dessert making. So, specifically yung ice cream making yung nagustuhan ko. So, what I did was, after nun, sabi ko, aralin natin to, ganyan. Maybe we can use it down the line in the future. During that time, I didn't know anything better. So we studied it from yung dirty ice cream to premium, inaral ko siya. So tapos fast forward during 2020, nagkaroon ng pandemic, and then Magic Scoop started from sorrow. Ganito kasi. So it started August, a day after my birthday. So 1 month prior, my wife went to my in-laws sa Quezon City kami, went to Cavite, and then biglang nag-lockdown. So dapat mga few days lang siya, so nag-lockdown. So sabi niya, pero we communicate naman through, buti na lang, may video call na, madali-dali na. Pero syempre, miss pa rin. What happened was, hindi siya nakaabot sa birthday ko, so nag-birthday ako mag-isa sa bahay. So, it was parang first time ever, we boyfriend, girlfriend kami since 1999, first time ako nag-birthday mag-isa. So parang, medyo dinibdib ko kasi parang why ganun. So habang pandemic nangyayaring ganun, so I'm the kind of person that wanted to turn it around, make it into something positive. So I went to my kitchen, nakita ko meron akong cream, meron akong milk, mga leftover, ganun. And then I decided to, sige nga, gusto kong sumaya, and I thought of ice cream because ideally there's no, pag kumain ka ng ice cream, pag malungkot ka, kain ka ng ice cream, sasaya ka lalo. Pag masaya ka, kain ka ng ice cream to celebrate. Parang ganun. So, I wanted to pick myself up, so I created my first batch of ice cream. And then yun nga, something, this is something magical. Parang ganun. It's something na, ganun pala yung effect sa akin. So, I wanted to translate it. So, I wanted to create a product na can bring that same joy that I felt during the time na malungkot ako, and then when I ate the ice cream I created, parang it alleviated my
Sadness.
Sorrow.
Ganun pala yun. Ibang klase din si Gerald, no?
Oo. Pero, syempre, at the first, medyo personal yung reasons mo for coming up with ice cream, di ba? But how was the journey like from making ice cream, tapos into finally kickstarting it as a business? Nagkaroon ka ba ng marami bang mga hits and miss dyan sa mga flavors and everything, planning, whatever, budget cost? Before it actually became a business?
Definitely, there's a lot of hits and misses. So I'll give you one instance. So syempre when you're still, kasi I called myself a mad scientist, no? I was mixing stuff, edible, ganun. So, So, there was one time, siguro nakikipagkwentuhan ako or something, meron ako na sobrahan na ingredient, tapos nung finreeze ko na siya, sobrang tigas na niya. Naging parang bloke na siya. So sabi ko, I have to start again. So, I have to start again with new ingredients. Tapos, I have to figure out ano yung sumobra. Ayun. So, ngayon, doon ka matututo na, you have to write it down. Hindi pwedeng by gut feel lang.
Measured pala.
So ngayon, I have a recipe book that I keep to myself, lahat na flavors ko. There's actually no big secret of how ice cream is made. It's basically, sino supplier mo ng milk, sino supplier mo ng cream, sino ganun eh. To get that taste that you want. Ikaw ba yung tipo na didiretso sa farmers, hihingi ka ng balde-balding milk, or ikaw ba yung bibili nila sa supermarket na mas murang naka-pack na, yung ganun. So, doon nag-vary. So ako, when I wanted to make it into a business, I first wanted to see, syempre, friends and family. So, nung nagustuhan, sige, sa subdivision naman. Tapos, nung nagustuhan naman, sige, baka pwede na ako sa Food Panda. So, in-apply ko sa Food Panda. Tapos, nagustuhan naman. So, ganun. So, mayroong progression. It's not like biglaang ganyan. So, I had to make certain milestones to myself. Pag ito nagawa ko, I can proceed to the next. Ngayon, during 2020, end of 2020, syempre, nangarap din ako. Gusto ko rin sana malagay ako sa mall, ganyan. Kaya lang, I also know that malls are expensive, di ba? You cannot just, where am I gonna get the finances to get that? Yung ingredients lang, minsan, I have to bootstrap, pagka may kinitang ganitong amount, kailangan ibili ko na kagad ng milk or kung ano man kailangan ko just to make it turn, ganyan. So, once I learned naman the basic economics of it, nagkataon naman, I was able to, SM during that time was starting a program for new entrepreneurs. So, nung nakita ko may email address, email ka agad ako, gawa ko ng letter, and-explain ko ano yung dream ko, ano yung vision ko. And then, dahil ng time na yun, parang day 1 pa lang nung launch nila, nag-reply sila agad. So, can we interview? Diba, kumbaga, ganito na lang parang daig ng maaga pang masipag, diba? So, dahil siguro first email sa ko nila, na-entertain ako agad. So, pwede daw ba ako ma-Zoom interview, and they were very accommodating, the SM group, very accommodating sa main office. And then after nung 2 to 3 Zoom meetings, nung sabi nila okay na, and we taste your product. So sabi ko, naku, ano to? Kasi nasa Quezon City ako, nasa Mall of Asia yung office nila doon sa may Coral Way, sa may Pasay, di ba? So sabi ko, sige, okay lang. So in-instructan ko na lang yung delivery courier, kuya, bilisan nyo baka matunaw, ganyan. And then I also instructed when receiving sa SM, sa leasing, sa marketing nila na pagkakuha nyo, i-freeze mo naman kahit 30 minutes, sa mukha agad i-serve. So, sinunod naman, and then I gave around 4 to 5 flavors. And then, ang binibida ko talaga yung chocolate, yung vanilla, kasi yun yung basic flavors. Ang nagustuhan nila yung dalgona flavor ko. So doon ako natuwa kasi parang wild horse, ay tawag doon. Dark horse, sorry. Dark horse ko siya, tapos nagustuhan. Okay.
Wow.
Kasi when, parang naging, imagine niyo parang tatay, lahat yung anak ko lahat ng flavor. So if you ask me what's my favorite flavor, parang ganun, pinapapili mo ko, sino sa anak mo, paborito mo. So I give the same care for all the creations that I have made, ganun. So, kung nagustuhan niyo yung isang flavor, appreciate ko yun, pero I cannot say na ito yung favorite ko dahil ito yung favorite ng marami. Kasi lahat naman yan, I put the same, hindi naman pwedeng, yung vanilla ko, love na love ko, tapos yung chocolate ko, okay na lang, tapos ito, hindi na. So, lahat pare-pareho. And then, I also looked if I can replicate it, diba? So, kung ako lang ba na, mamaya ako lang pala yung sarap na sarap, di ba? So, parang validation din in my part na nagustuhan din nila pala. Ay, at least, hindi lang pala ako. Kala ko, baka mamaya, kasi as your parang circle increases, the people that taste it, iba-ibang palates yun, iba-ibang likes and dislikes. So, natutuwa ako at nagustuhan naman nila.
Very nice.
Pero Gerald, kasi di ba it started, syempre, personal passion mo, ganyan. Pero how did your vision, mission as a businessman came about for for Magic Scoops? I'm sure mas ano na siya, mas expansive na yung vision mo, yung intention mo for your market. Ano na ngayon yung what's your objective now like? I mean, yung proposition mo sa customers mo?
Yun nga, during 2020, I was doing freelancing work, so nag-stop siya. So I wanted something na pagkakaabalahan ko na ito na yung magiging livelihood ko. And then at the same time, I also want the passionate ako doon. So one of the reasons na ice cream siya, pawisin ako, ayoko na mainit. So sabi ko, ano yung pwede kong product na definitely hindi ako dapat papawisan. Ice cream, nag-jive lahat kumbaga. So in terms naman of sa business end, I've also had interviews on radio, on ano, and then during that time, one person parang nag-chat sa akin sa Facebook. Nung una nga, siyempre, di ba, pag may nag-chat naman sa'yo, hindi ka naman siseryosohin agad. So, interested siya if ever daw, baka, kasi ano, siya naman, naghahanap siya ng good brands to partner
To carry.
with. So, to carry, oo. So, maraming nagpe-present sa kanya, pero nagkataon, nanonood siya ng cable, tapos nakita niya yung DZRH interview ko, and then parang I made it witty, yung interview ko na yun, I made it funny. So parang siguro nadala siya doon. Tapos, yun, nag-zoom kami, and then eventually, nag-meet na kami face to face, and then in-explain ko yung vision ko. I want this brand to be, syempre, like, kung pwede, di ba? You have to dream big. I want it to be a household name. I want it a Filipino brand na we can be proud of. So, syempre, etos nagkataon din na he had a proper parang markets. So, tinanong niya ako, okay ba sa'yo to? Okay ba sa'yo to? So, he gave me additional free rein to pursue my vision. Pero at the same time, ang ano lang niya, sasabihin lang niya sa akin, parang, Joel, can we tweak this para mas marketable siya? Can we tweak this para yung gano'n? And syempre, ako naman, I listen naman. Dahil syempre, ayoko naman i-insist yung main vision ko. Pero at the same time, hindi naman pala siya gano'n ka-marketable. Pero I draw the line on my, syempre, I have core values that I want to imbibe. I want, it has to be fun, it has to be positive, it has to be people has to be parang enthusiastic about it. And nakakatuwa, no? Fast forward in the SM North stall, yung nakiisip kong target market, na-attract naman niya. Like, yung seller ko, si Pinky, sasabihin niya, Sir, napapansin ko, pag mga bumibili sa atin, naubusan ako ng English, o kaya hindi pong may budget, gano'n. Yun yung market natin, natural yung lalapit sa atin, sabi ko gano'n. So, she's able, kasi yung nakuha kong seller, yung tumutulong sa akin ngayon, sanay siya ng fast moving, yung mga corn dog, mga ganyan, mabilis. Yung corn dog, di ba, parang volume yun eh. Yung price point ko kasi it's more premium, so hindi ganun kabilis, pero when someone buys, you can upsell or you can have bigger margins, ganyan. But I made sure na sulit. So, sinigurado ko na masarap, sinigurado ko na mako-compare siya agad. Parang, kasi yung ibang tao, ang gusto lang na, yung 99 pesos lang na ice cream. Okay lang yun, there's no wrong with that. Pero ang gagawin ko, yung gusto kong flavor, yung gusto kong quality. And I'm sure meron din certain people na gusto ganun yung quality, yung sawa na sa 20 pesos na ice cream or 15 pesos or 5 pesos kung meron man 5 pesos na ice cream. Gusto naman nila yung medyo elevated, and that's the market I cater to.
Okay. Gerald, listening to you talk, parang ang tagal mo nang ginagawa to eh. Parang, but what was your life like before you focused solely on the business? Di ba you were doing freelance work and then, kwentuhan mo naman kami, paano yun? Ano ba yung ginagawa mo
Your
before?
previous job.
Yes, before ka naging ice cream man.
I used to handle brands and handle their marketing consultancy and PR. So, medyo may idea na ako of pang sponsorships or trade-offs, mga barter, mga ganyan. So, Before, I've had experience then with Miss Dinah when I was handling different brands. I would go to her and then pitch my brand, or during that time, my press releases to her. Ganyan. So, before, I was with a PR agency. Pero when I left that PR agency, certain brands wanted to work with me. And syempre, during that time, kailangan ko rin kumita. So, I worked with select brands then, pero as a consultant basis na, hindi na ako under a PR agency noong time na yun. And then yun, nag-progress siya. And then there was a time I also went back to media. I worked for PTV4. Actually, I worked for the 3 networks, ABS, GMA, tsaka PTV4. So, parang kumbaga, may lay of the land na ako in terms of what particular to play for in terms of getting mileages, ganyan.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
Oh, that really helped.
Oo. Tsaka alam na alam mo kung ano yung hilig tsaka kiliti ng market, no?
Yes.
sa akin pa lang, binabaril ko na pagka, ay, hindi pwede to. Sa akin pa lang, hindi ko na pinapaawat.
Yeah, actually, we're just starting up pa lang eh. Warm up pa lang tayo. We're having so much fun already, but before we continue, let's take a short break. We'll be back.
Si Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman, kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkulusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Magandang araw mga katribu! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na mula alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube. Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magkita-kita po tayo mula Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga at magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Welcome back to Perfect. Still with us is the founder of Magic Scoop Ice Cream. Let's continue our fun chat with Gerald. Hi!
Hi, Gerald.
Kamusta? Ang question ko naman ngayon, ano ba yung preparations na ginagawa mo sa business? Like, saan ba yung operations nyo? And mahirap ba mag-set up ng logistics operation sa ice cream business?
So, early on, since especially during the pandemic, kailangan meager lang yung resources na allocate ko. So, I just have a long table sa bahay, and then I put there the ice cream maker, the mixers, ganyan, and then all the different ingredients. So, all-in-one assembly line ko na yun. I just make sure na malinis kasi syempre it's food, no? So, pero hopefully by March, yun nga, ikukwento ko din soon, I will be getting, I'll open a commissary. So what will happen is, it's a daunting word, pero for me, it's just like a small space na doon na, imbis na sa bahay, doon na. And there's no other way to call it but commissary. Kaya commissary tawag sa kanya.
Question pala ako. Paano naman yung mga flavors mo? Hindi ba mga seasonal yan? Yung pagkuha ng mga resources, ingredients, lalo na pandemic?
Yes. So, yung yung karamihan naman ng ingredients, lalo na kunyari, you like for me, I start off syempre with flavors that many people know already. So yung ibang ingredients, it's either I look up sa Facebook Marketplace or like all others, gumagamit din ako ng Lazada at Shopee. So pag meron certain ingredient, pag may certain ingredient na hindi ko talaga mahanap and doon meron, dinidisperse ko na lang yung expenses doon. Kumbaga, so far naman, maganda naman yung price points nila na hindi ko pa kailangan increasean yung flavor, yung costings ko, or yung na-absorb pa naman. Kasi akong goal ko din, it's not just to make delicious flavors. So, pwede ko tapatan yung high-end flavors in terms of quality, pero ayoko din na kasing mahal ko sila. As much as possible, I want my price point to be in the mid to lower range. So mas mahal siya sa the ice creams that you know and love, lalo na yung mga pang mass market. Pero if you want to elevate yourself to a different kind of quality, medyo mas kalidad, that's what I cater to. So pero ayoko din naman yung mga tao na yon sobrang mamahal naman nung, di ba yung ganyan di ba there's a divide. It's either sobrang mura na watered down flavor or yung masasarap naman, ginagawa naman nila dahil wala silang competitor, minamahalan nila ng todo kasi alam nila bibili naman sila dahil masarap. So I want either, not necessarily in the middle, but just imagine, among the premium flavors, kahit ako na yung lowest cost.
Okay.
So sa premium flavor, kahit ako na. Kasi,
somewhere in between.
Ano ba yung mga premium flavors mo? Gusto namin matakam.
Describe mo naman yung mga
Oh my God, nakikita ko lang dyan, may Oreo, mini cookies, may cherry, ibang premium flavors natin.
I'll tell you, pag sinabi ko to, it's no longer a secret. So, my cookies and cream, kaya gusto ng tao is, I love Oreo, no? I eat Oreo every day, and I pero I don't use Oreo in my cookies and cream. I use chocolate biscuits. Kasi what you're telling is, Oreo is a cookie sandwich, diba? So my vision for cookies and cream are actual, not that, it's a cookie sandwich, is different. So I look for cookers na gumagawa ng chocolate chip cookies, butter cookies, and that's what I use in my ice cream. And then natutuwa yung mga tao kasi parang, everyone's using Oreo, although nothing wrong with Oreo, pero they're all using Oreo. So ako ngayon yung naiba. Ito may cookies and cream nila, totoong cookie. Parang gano'n.
Wow.
So, and then as I mentioned, yung nagustuhan ng SM, which is Dalgona, I found a way na kasi diba, everyone has a coffee flavored brew, ganyan. Sabi ko, nung ngayon, syempre, usong-uso yung Dalgona. Gawa nga ako Dalgona. So I went to the kitchen, I tried to create it. So when I created it, pinatikim ko sa wife ko, who is a coffee lover. Sabi niya, wow, ang sarap. Pinasabi mo talaga yan, hindi yan still, ginaganod ko. So natuwa naman siya. And then, I always get honest feedback naman sa wife ko. And usually, pag hindi naman masarap, hindi siya natatakot sa akin sabihin, which I also value.
Dapat lang.
So sabihin niya, ulitin mo yan. Gawa ka pa.
Ay, ano ba yung isang mistake mo na baka pwede mo nang i-share? Gumawa ka ba ng ampalaya ice cream or something?
It's more of, usually my mistakes is not actually the mix of flavors. It's actually the proportion. So yun nga, sobrang nabawasan ko yung isang ingredient na naging parang top of lard na siya.
Hi! Yikes!
Kasi alam ko naman kasi na dahil nga medyo wide na rin kahit pa paano yung palate ko, I know how to mix and match certain flavors, and I know that the big no-nos, don't mix this with this kasi it will never work. So I don't try it anymore. Siguro kung itatry ko yun, kailangan ko kainin yun. Ginawa ko yan. Kakainin ko yan. Parang ganun. Pero kung ako mismo for selling, I have to go with the tried and tested flavors. If ever I would experiment, it's on, kunyari, di ba? Yun, yung mga before, di ba, sa ice cream, no, yung masyadong maalat, tsaka masyadong matamis. Ngayon, salt and sweet go together, yung mga ganun na. So, it's all about ratios and proportioning na yung, kumaga yun na yung battle ko. It's no more the flavors. Kasi certain flavors naman, when you create it and then you sell, malalaman mo naman na masarap yun kasi kokopyahin ka kagad, di ba? So, rather than have that fight na papaka-copyright mo, ganon, I try to improve na lang of the current flavors, yung all-time favorites. So, for example, my chocolate, I take pride in my chocolate. Kahit na sabihin mo na basic chocolate yan, I make sure na yan yung chocolate na pag kinain mo, di ba, pag nagising ka sa gitna ng gabi, hahanapin mo sa ref niyo. Gusto mo chocolate.
Hindi mo makakalimutan.
Sarap.
Ay, kasi interview ko, nagpadala ako. So, same time, kumakain sila, nag-interview kami.
Ay, bakit sila? Sana all.
You know, it's never
Sana all.
Actually,
Joke.
Bala naman ako padala after na.
There will be.
Anyway, I was, ilang flavors na ba ngayon ng na-develop mo na unique lang sa Magic Scoops?
Yung talagang I can say na creation ko, isa lang. Yun nga, like I said, I make sure na whatever flavor, kasi di ba ito yung iba ganun, ay, yung chocolate nila, okay lang, ganun. Pero yun nga, so yung chocolate ko gusto ko bestseller. Yung vanilla ko, kailangan kahit vanilla lang yan, yun nga, yung tipong makakalimutan mo yung pangalan mo. Pero yung ginawa ko talaga, I was there, so I look, sabi ko, sige, nag-chop ako ng chocolate, I had vanilla, then I got cherries, tapos pinaghalo-halo ko, tapos yun, I named it after one of my favorite movies. So I named it Cherry Maguire.
Wow! Ang ganda naman!
Cherry Maguire.
Yeah!
Show me the money.
Yeah! Show me the ice cream!
Okay, so ano pa? I mean, ano yung plans mo for this year?
Oo, tapos na first quarter. Ay, matatapos pa lang.
Matatapos na.
So now I'm gearing up with summer, so I'm making fruity flavors kasi yun yung hahanapin. So, but aside from SM North EDSA where my kiosk is located, I'm also looking at to start my own my own place at the same time commissary ko. So so ang napupusuan ko siguro around the Cubao area. And para hub siya, malapit siya sa different locations. So yun yung inasikaso ko ngayon, how to and hopefully by March, April ish na time mag-operational na siya para in preparation for the last quarter of the year.
Okay.
So, I'm very thankful for there are many groups na nag-support sa akin from day one. So, like yun, bukod sa SM group, specifically SM North EDSA, I also am part of a Couples for Christ community within the area na nung nalaman nila na nagbebenta ka, during the middle of the pandemic, they would honk their horns. Yan, bibili kami. So, gano'n, nakakatiwa yung support ng CFC North B4 dito sa location na malapit sa amin, sa Batasan. So, parang, yun yung tipong benta ko ba to? Parang baka hindi sila masarapan na, parang ganon. So, what I liked about it during that time, which I really needed, no, syempre, they sold it with no parang preconceived notion na pag hindi masarap, basta tumulong sila. Kasama na doon na nagkataon lang na may ice cream, parang ganon, which I truly value din. So, noong time na kailangan ko ng konting kapital na papaikutin, they are really the ones that saved me. Kasi syempre nung pandemic, sino ba bibili nun? Ba't ka bibili ng ice cream? Pambili ko na lang ng noodles yan or ng di ba, maling or something, di ba?
Yeah, pero Jerry, napapansin ko, like kasi masarapan kaya sila when you say those things. So, sino naman bibili? Parang, kailan mo naisip na nagkaroon ka na ng confidence sa business? Kasi, nung siguro at the beginning, kasi this is something new that you're doing, tapos it was born pa out of an inspiration, a magical moment that happened in your life. Kailan ka nagkaroon ng inspiration or nagkalakas loob ka talaga na ibenta mo yung ginagawa mo?
When I applied it sa Food Panda and then I got consecutive orders doon sa kasi may machine yung Food Panda eh. Pag may umorder, tutunog ito, tapos may lalabas na resibo. So nung nagsunod-sunod yun, sabi ko, uy, nagugustuhan ata ng tao. Kasi ako mismo,
ang humble mo naman. Talagang humble ka pa na. Nagugustuhan talaga nila. Hindi pa nga ako makaget over sa Cherry Maguire.
Ang gagawin ko, papadala ko, kasi for special people, I have a 1.9 liter. Kasi I sell it in 100 ml, yung maliit, pang masa, and then 8 ounce, and then the pint, 16 ounce. Pero for special people, I have big batch. Parang kumbaga, 1.9 gallon, parang ganun.
Yeah,
I can send
Everybody has
you will make a community happy with your ice cream. Pero yun nga, yung question ko sa'yo, sabi mo nung nag-start yung Food Panda, dun ka nagkaroon ng confidence as an entrepreneur to really keep going with your venture.
Kasi siguro, it's innate in me to second guess myself. Siguro, although I have a good product and people say it's nice, ganyan, at the back of my mind, I also know there's also room for improvement always. So, I take it upon myself na depende kasi kung sino yung nagsabi. Like, I'll give you an example. I will not name the ice cream brand, pero nakita nila yung stall ko sa SM, tapos, tikman ko nga, ganun. Tapos, sabi doon sa seller ko, hindi naman kasarapan yung ice cream niyo, bakit mahal-mahal, mga ganun. So, syempre, in-explain ko doon sa seller ko na depende kasi kung sino yung nagsabi. We don't know the intention of the seller. If it was a loved one or someone na maaaring valid yung reason niya kasi sasabihin niya, parang bakit siya magsisinungaling sa akin? So kung yung wife ko, she has no reason to lie to me. So she would say, if it's not good, alam mo, Gerald, ganito gawin natin. Bibigyan ako ng good opinion.
True.
Malay mo ba, gusto lang niyang i-demoralize yung seller ko na Although, I take it to heart, no? Nung sinabi yun, totoo nga. So, chinek ko din, tinikman ko, pinatikin ko doon sa ibang mga nagbebenta din. Kasi may mga kiosk nakadikit. Bigyan mo nga sila, tikman nga nila. And then, lahat naman sila, tuwa. Parang, siya ba't kinabigay? Ganun, totoo, ganun. Tuwa sila. So, parang na-validate ako na, rare, maaaring during that time, iba yung goal niya. Siguro sidewire or something. Pero ako nung time na yun, huwag mo indahin yan. Basta direct, we have a good product, we sell it, we want to make people happy, we want to make the children that come here. Kasi yung seller ko medyo mataba. So pag may mga bata dumadaan, parang siyang mascot, kinakawayan siya. So yun. And then my logo is a unicorn. So kasi nga magical, diba?
Yeah. At saka achieve anything, dream anything.
Pero siya, I designed it, walang gender yan or preconceived no. Kumbaga, I chose that dahil it's a logo na nagre-represento sa brand. Pero yung walang ibang connotation, kumbaga straightforward siya.
Gerald, nagulat ka ba sa sa progress ng business mo? Like when you started, di ba doon ka lang sa kitchen mo, you just wanted to make yourself happy, and then you started making ice cream, and then ngayon, you're thinking of a commissary and a standalone place, di ba? Parang naisip mo ba yun?
The day will come.
Up to this day, I'm still pinching myself if it's true, no? Kasi baka mamaya, natulog lang pala ako sa bus, di ba? Parang gano'n. So, but actually, ano naman, even before I started, I always make it a point that I pray and ask for guidance. Kasi parang, although I don't mention it up to now, siyempre, God has been a big factor. When I look for a seller, sabi ko, sana Lord, yung mabait, yung same principles na meron ako. Ayoko yung gusto lang para lang kumita, yung ganyan. So I'm very fortunate that I attract those people na, kumbaga, in line with what I'm thinking. Kasi, if I just wanted to have a business na just to money generating, ice cream is not the business I'll be into. I'll be into something different, siguro na fast moving. Pero with the pace that I'm doing, with the parang kumbaga sa book, I'm probably on the right chapter na ngayon. So although to other people parang may jump, para sa akin ano din yun eh, parang probably the reason I jump is because I'm not starting it as I'm a 21-year-old or a 28-year-old entrepreneur. I'm starting it during my age, diba? So, I'm not yet naman old, pero being new to the entrepreneurial realm, it's not like as if I'm also new to the world. Iba yun eh. Iba yung new ka to the entrepreneurial realm. Right. Pero you have, diba, I'm good, not for tooting my own horn, pero I know PR, I know how to write, what do you call this? Yung sa if ever kailangan may sulat akong articles on my own na para mabilis magamit ng kunyari ng SM, kailangan nila. Ako na yung nagsusulat. I don't have to hire people or ano, which is also making it easier for me kasi good communicator ako in the way na pag may kailangan akong i-interpret or sabihin, whether it's written or verbal, nako-convey ko. Siyempre, may certain entrepreneurs na nasa utak nila pero hindi nila ma-communicate. So, I'm very fortunate naman na whatever a vision or thoughts that I have, I can convey to the person. Huwag mo itong gagawin pag merong nang away sa atin. Refund mo na lang. Ganun talaga. Hindi lahat ng tao mapapasaya natin kahit na gustong-gusto nating mapasaya sila through our products.
Oo, naku.
Maganda. It helps na may maturity na rin. No, and
at saka parang uma-attend ako ngayon ng entrepreneur lessons eh. Di ba? From direct experience.
Oo nga.
Yeah, so ang dami pa natin pwedeng mapag-usapan. We still want to know more about Gerald, this business experience. But for now, let's pause for a break.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready!
Welcome back to Perfect. We are still here with Gerald Grana of Magic Scoops Ice Cream. So, Gerald, ang dami naming natutunan sa'yo, Parang, what does it really take but to start a business from scratch like you did?
Oo.
Kasi actually hindi naman tinuturo sa bahay, tinuturo na ngayon. Pero before, ng time ko, hindi naman tinuturo yung how to be an entrepreneur, ganyan. So, parang siguro, just do it, parang gano'n.
Gawin lang.
And with you started it during the pandemic pa. So, what lessons have you learned or continue to learn from your experience as a businessman in the pandemic?
I'll tell you parang yung motivation ko. During that time, there was chaos during the pandemic. While other people were saying na, sa bahay lang tayo, ganyan. I saw it as an opportunity. Lahat ba nasa bahay? Ano ba pwede kong gawing productive? So, nakatulong. Di ba, when I was alone, I'm alone with my thoughts So, parang nakatulong siya na nag-introspection bigla ako. Ganun. And then, yun, I saw opportunity and then I just created it. I've always wanted to do something like this and parang along the way, I know I'll make mistakes, I'll make probably many changes, pero I would not have known that if I had not started. So I'd like to address your viewers, if you're looking to become an entrepreneur and start your own business, and you're looking for a sign, I'm telling you now, it's the sign. So, yun.
Okay.
Meron lang akong isang question. Hindi ko ito natanong kanina at the start So, yung wife mo, nakauwi na sa inyo?
Si Ria.
Nakauwi na si Ria. Baka gumagawa ka pa rin ng ice cream mag-isa.
Ang galing,
That is just my motivation. Pero the moment nag-lista yung pwede nang mag-travel ulit, talagang pinasundo ko na sulit. Miss na kita.
Oo. Sweet na. Yeah, sweet. So, para ano ba to? Tumutulong din ba siya sa business mo or may iba siyang ginagawa?
We all know naman na pag face, mas may face siya sa akin. So, siya yung ginagawa ko. Sige, tayo ka dyan. Ikaw mag-model ng flavor. I'm happy to be behind the scenes orchestrating as long as the flavors are ganun quality, ganun. Kahit siya na yung parang ambassadress ko.
Wow, ganda naman. Or muse. Muse mo siya. Muse siya ng Magic Scoops.
Siya yung inspiration ni Gerald talaga.
Yan yung talagang cool.
She gives me valuable insight din on the flavors dahil I'm a chocolate lover. She's a coffee lover. So, parang nagko-contrast kami.
Sarap. Oo. Yan ang tunay na chill and sweet couple. Diba?
Chill na chill.
Chill na chill. Sweet na sweet. Yeah. So, ang dami pa sana natin gustong itanong, no? About the business, ice cream, what's in store for summer, more about your Magic Scoops business. But for now, we have to say goodbye, which means we'll see you soon again. So, Gerald, can you give us some parting shots para sa mga katribo natin, yung mga gustong bumili ng products, hinahanap, at saka yung mga wannabe entrepreneurs din dyan?
So, everyone watching, if you are looking to go to create your own brand, my suggestion is just do it, no? If you like elevated flavors of your favorite ice creams, I suggest you try Magic Scoops, no? We're also available in SM North, and then in the future in the Cubao area very soon. So and also we're available in Food Panda. You can call them and look for our page. But for updates about Magic Scoops, you can visit our social media pages. So we're in Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, tsaka TikTok. So I regularly update naman there. So if there's a new flavor, if there's a new promo, so lagi naman ako nag-update dyan. And we're very open to your comments and suggestions. We listen very intently to them. And ano naman kumbaga we are in kumbaga one ano na tayo. Before, napakahirap mag-reach out sa brand. Ngayon, may problema ka with the brand, you can just tweet it or message sa IG direction.
Mas nakakatakot.
So every message that is sent, yan.
Gerald, nagti-TikTok ka ba raw? Nagsasayaw ka ba raw sa TikTok?
Merong phone-in question.
Meron bang ganon with the ice cream?
ang TikTok ko kunyari, yung about the brand, pictures, video clips, gano'n.
Okay.
Pangpatakam. Oo, temptation pala.
Baka eventually we'll see him dancing na rin naman.
Why not?
You never know.
You never know.
Anyway, thank you once again, Gerald, for joining us today, and to our Katribu who tuned in to listen to this inspiring story.
Yes. Once again, thank you, Gerald, for being part of our show and for sharing your story with us.
It's been a delight to have you in the show, and we hope to see more of you in our next episodes.
Thank you, mga Katribus. Please watch Perfect Live every Wednesday at 2 p.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube.
I'm Dina.
And I'm Francine.
And this has been Perfect.
Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready ng mamangha at matuwa every Thursday alas 2 ng hapon dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good afternoon, mga Katribu, and welcome to another inspiring episode of Spotlight. Today, we have a special guest. I'm Francine Marquez.
And I'm Venice Bautista. And in today's episode, we are honored to be with the recipient of numerous prestigious awards, both locally and international.
Yes, he's currently a professor at the University of the Philippines Film Institute in Diliman. He has been a fellow at the UP Institute of Creative Writing since 2000 and has also taught at the University of California, Berkeley, Osaka University of Foreign Studies, and National University of Singapore as a visiting professor.
Yeah, so let us get to know him more. So please, let's welcome NCCA Head for the Commission on Arts, Dr. Rolando Tolentino. Hello po!
Hello, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for having me.
Yes, good.
Thank you for spotlighting me.
Yes, good afternoon, Roland. Welcome to Spotlight. Thank you for joining us today. Our first question is, how are you doing personally since 2022 began, and how's your work like at NCCA?
2022 lang pala ang take-off point. I thought it was since the pandemic.
Pwede rin, when the pandemic started. I mean, have you been in quarantine? Of course, we're interested. What have you been doing?
Sumadsad ako nung nag-pandemic because of a lot of issues of mobility and the way things have been unfolding in terms of the health emergency in the country, and via the power of the internet, we're able to compare what's happening in the Philippines and the very efficient ways in which the pandemic mali at the very onset, and that's why it snowballed to where we are, kind of slow unfold of things. No? That not till today, there's no free antigen tests and RT-PCR. That's very costly. So, but I've also been affected by the ECQ turn again last August, and the Omicron slowdown this January. So parang naging cycle pala. I depende kung mas restrictive at yung condition. But other than that, it's a kind of internship. The whole idea of being thrown on board, for online kinds of meeting classes, and even this, interviews by Zoom.
So most of the time, have you been staying at home kasi nga quarantine, versus your previous more active life na you're going to various parts of the country because of your work?
Right. It's the first time that yung NCCA, the various committees elected by our peers in the NCCA, has gone a bit wholly online, even in our meetings. So this is our last term, our 3-year term. So we have not seen each other since we started in 2020. When all these things started.
So we're about to wrap up the Arts Month this February. Tell us more about this year's theme, yung sining ng pag-asa.
Oo.
Well, it's calibrated towards what's happening to the nation this year, which is the election. Hope through the arts, and then arts being able to do a kind of critical commentary about the times, for people to be wiser when they do vote in this coming May elections. Last November, we were ready to go for a blended kind of celebration of Arts Month. But things happened again in January this year. And similar to what happened last year, everything went online again. So each of the committees, the various platforms our flagship programs were done wholly online. Architecture, for example's flagship program is known as San Kalulugar, and which kind of interrogates the uses of space and structures in the time of the pandemic. Online performances were done by drama, theater, also by dance, and Musika Puluhan, which is a flagship program of music. It showcases contemporary Philippine music, different genres. And Bagong Visual, for example, from 30 to 40 groups of exhibitions done all over the country. They will be spotlighted in 3 to 5 installations were done during this National Arts Month. So the online possibilities were very helpful. Of course, we do miss the face-to-face kind of activity of seeing structure, seeing the exhibits or the paintings, and probably touching the sculptures. But what can we do when we have this kind of situation? And it provides us with possibilities. For example, Dance online reach last year was around 2 million people. No? Cinema, for example, on the other hand, from 500 to 5,000 face-to-face reach prior to the pandemic, we had around 230,000 online reach achieved last year. So it allowed us to be witnessed or to be seen by people nationwide, which wasn't done before, and even globally. So that's very interesting for us.
What I'd like to find out, so mas in terms of the maybe engagement and reach, would you say that film really stood out during
No, it was dance in terms of reach.
Dance?
2 million sila last year, and because we're doing it the second time around, probably people are more acquainted with the online platform, and we hope to achieve a larger kind of presence online this year.
Well, siguro understandable then for the other more visual arts because yung pagiging tactile ng art form na yan, ano? People would rather really go out there to the galleries. So.
But one thing is also kind of stood for is sustainability of the arts, even though especially in the time of the pandemic. No? Like theater, which was really our music performances, live music performances, which was non-existent during the pandemic, at least through an online kind of platform, though difficult coordinating or band members or choral groups, no? For example, was achieved at least, no? Kahit wala tayong kahit wala nang UP theater, for example, or CCP, Virgin Lapis, it went on all. Virgin Lapis also went online last year in a limited capacity. So patuloy ito na kahit na pandemic, our artists are producing works even this is most trying times.
Well, of course, we take pride in that, ano? Kasi so amazing, parang all this output that happened, all the reimagination that still took place, no? And all yung mga hunger siguro ng audience to look at this, to watch, view, and hear these types of art activities. Pero, Roland, looking back from the time when the pandemic began, ano ba yung mga major challenges and opportunities that have been brought by the pandemic to the arts?
Well, ang artist pala mimics the demographics of Philippine society. So when the pandemic started, and we also gave support or yung cash advance through the NCCA, gave cash advance to artists. It was fully subscribed at kulang pa nga for that matter. So yung ganun na challenge na yung demographics there, for example, when you talk about the film industry with millions of workers, most of them are in the low-end kinds of jobs, no? The bulk of the million probably workers natin na nawalan pa ng trabaho. So the basic challenge is really finding other sources, alternative sources of income that's available. No? I know in some theater companies they migrated to being production people in theater. They became production people in Zoom and other kinds of platforms, online platforms similar to this. So that's very interesting for us. No? So may mga restrictions. Despite the restrictions, art did survive. No? But basically none for music, none for theater, and architecture for a certain time in the pandemic. No? Construction was not allowed. And then yung may mga stringent access katulad ng film with very pricey kind of health protocols in place for live shoots, no, post-production undertakings, no, was also able to do, at least the studios were able to do their films, no, kahit bangko lang at this time. No? So what we also, what's very interesting is, for example, what happened in literature, wherein you have a lot of writings about the pandemic published online. That's through the National Committee on the Literary Arts. Marami silang conferences that eventually became book kinds of projects, so online and available online. Similar also to what happened with DX Machina. It's a journal, special issue journal of the UP Creative Writing Center, where we saw parang ATM kinds of writing. So those are the kinds of challenges overcome by a lot of our artists. And I produce ng ATM works at the moment kind of works.
Yes.
Na klase, na very difficult gawin nga for a lot of the arts.
Actually, I have a friend who is in film, and then I remember she was like panicking, she was crying, having breakdowns, but when they were trying to do like a production sa Virgin Lab Fest, and it's just in the end, sabi niya nga everything is worth it talaga. Kasi nung nasulong nila yung production na yun, everything yung rewarding daw talaga. Yeah. So
Pero yung problema lang sa mga artists, hindi talaga business people.
Exactly.
They're not able to monetize content. So for most part, like what we see about the Madrigal singers performing in various places, it's really for online content to sustain their presence as artists and artist groups, or as musicians or other kinds of artists.
Pero as yung NCCA Commission for the Arts, what else are its programs aside from maybe pushing for creating venues, output places for artists? Kasi you also mentioned that there was a time na tumulong din siguro sa economic, parang some economic support were given to the artists.
Well, through its competitive grants, it's able to support online projects of artists or projects that are deliverable online. Kunyari, yung online film festivals of the various regions, it was sustained during the pandemic, primarily through the support of NCCA, which allowed them to stream, to go online for their films, for the duration of their films. FDCP also supported those kinds of regional film festivals by making these films available sa FDCP streaming platform for free. So marami din naman suporta na pinoprovide in terms of online exhibits or are documenting visual artist lives during the pandemic, and which was supported for last year and for this year also. So we're still awaiting for the kind of harvest of these projects as we go along this pandemic times.
Wow. So at least we know that the office didn't stop. Parang patuloy lang din, no? It went on with these programs despite the challenges of the pandemic.
Opo. And in terms naman po of the output among the artists, what trends or developments have you seen among the practitioners?
Oh, like you said, parang yung iba parang they migrated to other transition to other fields.
Well, pero surprisingly, like film, the Montañoso Film Festival in Baguio was operationalized the first year of the pandemic. Yung conditions in Baguio were kind of stringent naman. So they had face-to-face kind of screening of the films, which happened at the Lawakan Airport na wala pala nagla-landing paggabi. So it's a perfect screening venue.
Talaga? Hindi ba sila night rated? Baka hindi pa.
Ano?
Baka wala pa silang night rate. Hindi pa sila night rated.
Alam mo naman, malapit lang ang Baguio at mga falls, etc. So it's not conducive even for transforming Baguio.
Sa bagay. True. But at least there was an activity. I mean, nare-imagine din yung space ng airport. Who knew, di ba?
And then some of our artists sold their works online. Visual artists, for example, sold their works online. Or a lot also became genuine content providers, art providers online. So you have a lot of theater personalities assuming different characters and sustaining a kind of blog presence online na nakakatuwa kasi it kind of represents what we are all experiencing and what we are all in. And because it's a blog series, so yung permutations of our experiences, the highs and lows in the pandemic lockdown, and itong ang forthcoming May elections, it's also being represented in these kinds of blogs.
So would you say na this pandemic was really parang is the word impetus, parang ganyan, to really expand and conquer boundaries in terms of the arts further, parang ganon. Parang
Right.
wala na ng boundaries, parang just push whatever, parang just try to achieve whatever imagination niya. Parang ganun ba nangyari?
Oo, kasi parang default naman eh. So, kung artist ka at nakakulong ka sa bahay, ano pwede mong gawin? So to sustain your art, no? Of that thing that defines your essence or being, no? So you look for other creative ways that are more suitable to the health security and security issues of the pandemic, no? So ibig sabihin nito, others would do art in retrospect, no? Na tapos na itong pandemic, and then probably they'd be able to produce the novels of the pandemic which hasn't come out yet, no? But ito, you have a kind of stoke kind of artist na at the ATM speculating as things unfold slowly or protractedly in the pandemic.
Rolly, what are the general guidelines when it comes to accepting grants? Like, ano yung mga pwedeng magawa nila? Like, say, an installation artist wants to put up cellophane across an ocean or something, Mala Cristo. Ano yung mga guidelines, general guidelines lang for artists? Ano ba yung mga hangganan lang? Or walang hangganan?
First, in 2019, when the grants were given and nangyari yung pandemic, no? Everyone had to translate their projects into an online platform. Kasi bawal lumabas eh. So kung nangako ka na maggagawa ka ng installation work sa ocean, paano mo gagawin?
Exacto. Okay.
Sa malapit-lapit na at isolated na, I suppose, body of water, or if not, instead of the ocean, probably in your village or in your barangay na klase, with, of course, strong coordination with the LGU. So marami din hindi nakatapos or decided to forgo their grant dahil nga some things can't be done online. Pero yung mga workshops, eventually, na-figure out ng mga writers' workshop na pwede naman pala online. It's very tiring. The various permutations, yung ICW, yung UP National Writers' Workshop, dire-diretso, 1 week.
Wow.
Yung UP na, yung,
tuloy pa rin.
Oo, yung sa UST ay twice a week lang. At magkita tayo ng 5 to 8 na kung saan strongest ang Wi-Fi signals o yung mga nag-aaral.
Ganon.
Oo. At parang hindi din taxing for everyone.
Yeah.
Because we just see each other twice a week for about a month. Para matapos din yung workshop process. But it does not beat, of course, yung bonding, years after the workshop, no? Na where the real workshop, yung mga comments ay mas interesting kasi dito sa parang business as usual lang. And then you have to cut short dahil 8 o'clock na at gusto matulog. Yung mga tao nang bumalik sa normal nilang buhay ulit, yung mga writers, halimbawa, etc.
Yeah, I see. You miss those days. Yung actual engagement with maybe writers that you look up to as mentors, ano? Yung mga ganun. Anyway, we're almost done with the first quarter of 2022. March na, which is Women's Month naman. And Arts Month will culminate in a few days. What's in store for the public and artists for the rest of the year? You were mentioning kanina may mga yet to be harvested na works of artists from granted by the NCC, mga grantees ng NCCA?
The individual artist grantee. Mag-unfold nito, gagawang public ng kanilang art. It's not the NCCA to do it.
Okay.
But since the NCCA acquired the Met, no, and it's developed, and prior to again, December coming in and January being declared as ECQ level 1, 2 again. So it was also already moving towards a kind of blended screenings of films or performances. In fact, I
nakastage ng isang performance which is marked the 400 years of circumnavigation of Magellan or the Christianization of the Philippines. No? Ang malungkot nga lang, dahil nabutan na naman ng pandemic na showcase ito, though live yung mga performers, ay hindi live ang audience. Except some of the NCC officials and their guests. So we hope to open up the venue of the Met to be able to accommodate more of the live audiences again sa exhibitions. May gallery spaces din ng Met. Of course, yung main theater, which is a fantastic Art Deco structure. So it's just that itself, yung interiors at yung Art Deco building na yun is worth the physical trip to the Met. Because it beats, of course, yung online na klase ng tour of the Met.
Is it fully, parang work on the renovation is fully done already?
No, just the main lobby and theater are fully done and operational. The disabled elevator is also done, but the patio is also done. But yung iba pa, marami pa lang wings ang Met. May mga rehearsal spaces, and then gallery spaces, or even a restaurant space dahil nga pag nandun ka sa lugar na yun, ay parang walang ganong coffee shops at restaurants na bukas sa Liwasang Bonifacio area. It's also beside Arceros Park that's hopefully going to open. May overpass na pedestrian walkway. So we're also looking forward to that.
Yan, ganda. Pero how many percentage so far yung finished na renovation part of
Baka magalit sa akin yung
sige.
team. Pero more than half na.
Okay. Safe.
The lobby.
Okay.
Napakasaya ng usapan.
Kaya gusto ko tuloy lumabas
We still have a lot to ask about your journey and the NCCA's projects and programs, plans. But for now, we'll take a short break. We'll be back.
Sa likod ng aming mga pagsisikap, hangad namin ang maiangat ang bawat Pilipino.
Si Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman, kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
Welcome back to Spotlight. Still with us is Dr. Roland Tolentino. Hello, welcome back.
Hi, Francine. Hi,
For the break. Roland, you're also a professor from UP, an active mentor of various literary groups. Can you tell us more about the many other things that you do aside from being the Commissioner for the Arts at NCCA? Ano ba yung mga passion projects mo?
Well, as a writer pa As a writer, nabanggit ko nga sa inyo, sumadsad ako nung start. At it took a year, probably 6 months, 8 months bago ko nag-decide na to hell with this madness. I will just pursue yung mga projects na nabinbin. So one of the projects that took off during the pandemic was a book collection, not mine, but which we co-edited with Vladimir Gonzalez and Lawrence Castillo. Yung hindi nangyari kung wala sa social media, which was an interrogation of the use of the internet in the country. Na timely kasi nga by the time na pumasok ang 2020, this has been our portal to the world. We just recently accepted by the UP Press our two anthologies, which I also co-edited na nagawa din natapos din sa pandemic. One is Violente, which are Philippine prose on meditating on the issue of violence. Alam na natin kung saan nahugot nun, violence na ito.
Solo ba ba yan?
So it's co-edited with Herman Herbacio of MSU IIT and John Wayap of UP Cebu. Also accepted by that press is a book on kind of assessing indie cinema. Dahil it's been since 2005 ay nag-golden age with ang pagdadalaga ng Maximo Oliveros. And it hasn't stopped yet. Love Diaz even won an award during the time of the pandemic, and our films are still part of usual high-end festivals around the world. A second Filipino film was in competition at the Sundance Film Festival after the first one, which was Maximo Oliveros, strangely. So it hasn't stopped yet, and this seems to be the longest kind of golden age of Philippine cinema we are experiencing so far. And so it was high time to assess. So we have a very thick book which dialogues scholars along with filmmakers of this era na klase. And then other books wala pang decision ng mga presses.
Pero those two books are already out through UP Press.
Alam naman ang Pilipinas, it takes 5 years to put out.
Oh my.
No, but where do we get those books? Available ba sa online or?
All the university presses have presence in Shopee.
Okay.
Tumalino na rin sila dahil sarado ang national at ang bookstore or mga university presses bookstore. Malino na rin sila. And surprisingly, tumaas ang kanilang book sales.
Baka it's really just a matter of pushing, don't you think? Parang
it took
pushing.
the pandemic for us to realize that. This time, hindi pwede mag-shop and people have a lot of time in their hands. Sila nasa bahay, either mag-stream sila or magbasa ng libro, magplantito, or magluto, etc.
So, do you think lumaki yung audience sa Philippine literature? I mean, at least local authors, lumaki ba yung readership natin? Because as you said, lumakas yung sales ng UP Press.
Right. Ang speculation ko, yes. Kasi may time yung mga tao ngayon, for most part, if they're not agonizing too much with their mental health issues or daily concerns. And you cannot stream your way out of the pandemic.
That's true.
Mamamaga naman yung mata mo noon kung streaming na lang at puro anyo sa iyo at nagsusunod ka mga sa bahay mo. Doesn't work. May umay factor din na lumalabas. So,
gusto mo rin magbasa.
I suppose yung diversity din ang pwede natin gawin sa bahay. Then a lot of people have also realized that they want to read more during this time of pandemic but the presses have also been slow in adjusting to online operations of yung publishing. So dahil
Hello, and we're back. I'm Francine Marquez, and I'm with Venice. We're still talking to Dr. Roland Tolentino.
Yes.
Sorry for that technical book on the arts, a biography book, but there's something enriching about the written word. Welcome back. Sorry for that technical glitch. We were talking about you can't outstream your eyes, di ba? Eventually, you want to read the book. So, yun din. Meron ding limitations ang internet.
And it also highlights the digital divide. No? Ito, nagpapanggap tayo na nag-online, may online show pero may technical difficulties pa rin. So it's not, at least the way, even in online classes, nawawala yung mga estudyante o mahina yung signal. So, a lot of things.
So marami pa rin tayong kailangan matutunan.
And improve on.
Yeah. Oh, Ronald, you have other book projects coming up. Baka gusto mo magtawag ng writers like certain projects?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, may 3 books na ako. Makalimutan ko yung mga titles ng course. Dahil it's still in the working, in the pipeline anyway. First project is a book on destination, which is LGBTQ travel writing, whether it be in the pre-pandemic, pandemic, or even post-pandemic imaginations of being able to travel among LGBTQ writers. No? Parang na-realize ko konti yung mga materials sa LGBTQ writing at we're trying to, at least si Chuck Berry and I, the editors, are trying to jumpstart that kind of vacuum or fill in that kind of vacuum. With Romel, it's, I forget the title, but it's a call for fiction and essays or even a photo essay with notes on life during the pandemic. So it can be in English or in Filipino or in other language with English or Filipino translation. Yun. Pagkatapos, isa pa, Daang Bakal, which is train stories or train prose. No? Marami pala na may memory of the train. Whether it be in Panay, Mindanao, Cebu, or yung mga trains sugarcane plantations, no? Very privatized trains, and even the trains first mass rail transits Southeast Asia happens to be the MRT pala. So may mga kwento at naririnig kami na tungkol sa mga buong pamilya na pumunta sumakay ng LRT dati para lang matunghayan ito. So that kind of memory of how trains become part of their childhood or even adolescent experiences, especially the ways things are transforming massively at this time. No? Yung mga first subway to open up in 2026, Mindanao train was network also to open up. Yung mga ganun ba? Yung mga extension of various train facilities, yung mga MRT na kung saan-saan bahagi dito. But obviously, with a lot of limitations, and alam naman natin na, I don't know, last count ay 9 or 7 trains na lang na nag-run sa MRT. So, that kind of debilitating kind of developments sa efforts na mag-build ng train system sa Pilipinas na so we'll find out kung magtutuloy. So, pero yung memory muna of the trains.
So, saan pwede sila magpadala? Like, who are the publishers of this forthcoming anthologies?
Ganito ang nangyayari. If you submit, wala pang publishers. Walang publishers sa Pilipinas na tatanggap ng concept. Magre-reject lang sila o tatanggap ng kapag may manuscript na. So these are all calls for contributions. Sana na-interest yung ating writers na nanonood ngayong araw.
I'm sure a lot of stories, narratives, diba? Rich with experiences, especially yung struggles during the pandemic.
And that's why on a personal note, Dr. Roland, you are a writer at heart. Like you said earlier, you dove into writing when the pandemic started. And where do you find the time now to write your poetry, your personal essays, fiction and books, amidst all the other things that you're already doing?
Oh, and siguro, ano ba yung meron bang mood setting yan para makapagsulat?
Well, nag-roller coaster nga ako. Ewan ko kung nabanggit ko na yun. Or
yes.
So may phase talaga, 6 months, 8 months na talagang refuse, the body, the mind, were refusing to do anything to write. At the back of my mind, I was thinking, bakit pa? Magugulo na yung mundo, mamamatay na tayo lahat, zombie scenario.
No!
So, kasi bawal lumabas kahit sa subdivision namin. Bawal kaming lumabas dati for a time.
Yes.
Or pag lalabas sa kalsada mo lang. Do not be seen outside or ganitong oras lang. So, yung parang yung mga sci-fi or yung mga series na napapanood natin quite recently, brutalist ang thing. But you live through it, no? Na klase, and we survived. So, I suppose ang idea dito is really to sustain the craft of writing. At may other ways naman eh. Kunwari, a more kind of imaginative post rather than ito yung ATM na kinakain ko, naihanda ko dahil there's really nothing much interesting to be post anyway sa Facebook dahil nakakulong ka lang naman sa bahay, so wala ka naman napuntahan bagong lugar at na klase. So mag-post ka na lang ng something more imaginative, and through Facebook naka-archive naman. Although mahirap balikan sa Facebook yung mga gusto mo hanapin ulit sa mga nasulat mo na klase.
Pero ngayon, how's your schedule? What's your discipline like? Meron ka bang allocated na time, discipline, allocated time to write?
Tulad nyo lang lahat ito ay kung whatever is scheduled in the day. Other things ay just a lot. Kailangan mo rin pagurin yung sarili mo. So physically, bumalik ako sa gardening ulit for you.
Okay.
January, na iniwan ko last August nung nag-ECQ, umaksak na naman yung alert level, etc. So ngayon, binabalikan ko. Hindi ka pala mauubusan ng ideas about sa garden or garden/food na may kamote.
Wow! Okay.
So, parang it's also a meditation on what is happening.
Yes.
Kasi it's not my land, which means anytime na may magpagawa na ng bahay, it's a fleetingness of the moment.
Yeah.
But also the reward of things. No? You create your world, your garden. So I do not spend anything. I just cut things and then replant them. O yun nasa paso, nililipat ko, pinaparami ko sa lupa. So, walang additional expenses na involved with this kind of project. And because you water them in the middle of this kind of summer, they're generous also. So, pag yung mga plants ay biglang, pag diniligan mo pala, ay magkakaroon ng new greens, new growth, and then yung mga plants that have never flowered before, ngayon nakaplant na siya sa land, ay sa soil ay nagka-flower na. So, those small gratifications. So, you discover a new kind of butterfly, nagpa-fly na hindi ko na
Nice! Ang ganda naman.
So, yung ganun scenario, so, on a daily basis, ganun lang, or even depending kung may whole teaching day, etc. So, that gets me by the pandemic na klase. Kasi habang nag-aantay ka nga ng contributions dito sa mga deadlines for the book projects, in the meantime, anong gagawin mo? Napapagod na ako sa streaming. Dati yun ang ginagawa ko na even during daytime. So, sa gabi na lang ngayon, pampatulog.
Okay. Pero ang ganda rin, parang naging inspiration din yung gardening. To complement your writing, your work, yung ganyan.
Parang, it's my own experiment. No? Parang yun yung kanya-kanya tayo, making do tayo lahat dito.
Tama.
So whatever works, parang walang basagan ng trip.
Okay. Pero I'm sure some young writers still go up to you seeking advice. They look up to you as their mentor. What do you usually advise yung mga young literary writers, or for that matter, young writers na gusto palang magsulat ng tula, gusto palang mag-umpisan sa fiction writing? What do you usually tell them?
I just tell them two things. No? Una, I just do it. Kasi you are not a writer, wala ka naman nasulat. And you are, parang sa film din, you are as good as your last work. So gawin mo na lang, and mas latag na ngayon yung yung mga sa beginning writers workshop, public, well, dati bago ng-pandemic may palang ka pa, so yung mga rite of passage towards and be more mature kind of writer, no. So nakalatag naman yun, so hindi naman siya mahirap hagilapin in order to transform oneself into the writerly mode. Second is when I was beginning to write, parang nilalagnat pa ako pagkatapos kong makasulat ng kwento. Parang yung tuloy-tuloy kasi, nagpupuyat ka talaga at nagigising ka na nagtatapos na lang yung kwento mo, and yung first draft ng kwento sa tumitilaok na yung mga manok na klase. So, write like you would die if you didn't write. So, nami-miss ko ngayon. So, na hindi ko maibalik yung moment na tuloy-tuloy ka na, parang natatrans ka lang na nagsusulat.
Gusto ko yan.
Na klase. So, at yun nandun sa beginning writers, and it should be the fuel. Katulad ng nangyayari sa marami sa amin, yung ganung klase, yun yung naging fuel to where we are right now.
Gusto ko yan. Parang write like you wouldn't die.
Yeah.
Like you'd die if you didn't
die.
write. Yeah.
And on that note, do you think the future of Philippine literary arts is bright? Why or why not?
Definitely. As, kahit wala pang the great Filipino novel of the pandemic, ay marami nang lumabas poetry, essays, speculative fiction during the pandemic, etc. No? Na klase. No? Ang maganda dito sa nangyayari ay meron kang body of creative response during the pandemic. So down the line, parang pag binabalikan natin yung martial law, then we have Luwalhati Bautista's novels and other films, the great films of Lino Broca and other national artists that made a dent that na nangyari ang martial law, Never Again, Never Forget, etc. Na klase. So, literature and the arts become a repository of the creative repository of a nation's soul. No? At mahalaga na nagpapatuloy magsulat at tinake on ng a lot of the writers and artists to do their craft during this pandemic times. And we are looking forward to more of writings about the pandemic, hopefully after the pandemic, na medyo long haul daw.
Hopefully
talaga.
yes, more avenues for writers. Well, so far it's been an inspiring talk, but we're not ready to let you go yet. Kasi, Dr. Roland, we're going to play a quick game to know you better. But before that, we'll pause for a break.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, babakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Welcome back to Spotlight, Dr. Roland. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, welcome back again.
Okay, in this segment, we'll get to know you more by playing a game that we call Would You Rather, which we would be asking you a dilemma between two things, and you're gonna have to answer. Are you ready?
Ito, would you rather?
Okay.
Would you rather be a classic film or a best-selling novel?
Classic film.
Would you rather be a piece of art or a popular song?
A piece of art lang.
Would you rather be a storyteller or a listener?
Storytelling.
Siyempre, obvious.
Would you rather spend thinking by yourself or collaborating with others?
Now, collaborating with others.
Oh, very ano naman, diba? Would you rather go to the beach swimming or mountain hiking?
Beach.
Siyempre, oo, dapat, saya.
Would you rather go with the flow or stick to the plan?
Go with the flow.
Oh, diba? Artist din eh. Would you rather see the future or go back in time?
The future.
Diba?
Would you rather inspire others or be inspired by others?
I think now, be inspired by others.
Why? You're known as a mentor.
Yeah.
Pero napaka-limited ng capacity ng online mentoring.
Okay, okay.
I mean, shortcuts na kailangan gawin, mas minimal ang expectation, etc. So, but I do want to be inspired more by other people.
So
Mas needy ako ngayon.
Sige. You think that there's still a lot of room for growth, for more projects on your end?
Oh, definitely, no? Parang hindi naman mauubos ito. And it's only, of course, the inevitable that will punctuate or will end this. No? So while we're at it, it's a short lifetime. Why not?
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Rolando Tolentino.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yes. Kinumpleto ang pangalan. Pero syempre, we can't let you go without giving us some parting shots for our viewers, for any messages you want to share with us.
Probably that it's a very important life of the nation that we're able to decide again in the middle of this year. No? It's something that can provide us with a kind of hope, a kind of a silver lining, light at the end of the tunnel. Dito sa after 6 years of this kind of and the pandemic also of this kind of administration. So I hope our people vote wisely. I hope our writers and our artists contribute to the fermentation, the intervention, creative intervention to convince people, not to convince people, but through their kinds of stands, no, to inspire people to vote more prudently this time around. So kailangan natin yun at kailangan din natin sining para may iba tayong tinitignan at hindi lang yung mga official na diskurso ng pamahalaan natin ang maglalatag ng destinasyon natin bilang bansa, bilang mamamayan. Kailangan natin ang mga manunulat, ang mga artista para patanawin tayo ng iba pang alternatibo sa kasalukuyang pinasasadlakan natin. Maraming salamat.
Yes. Napakaganda.
Yes, true.
Good parting
Very
shot.
apt for the times, no?
Yes. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Roland, for joining us today and for sharing your story, experiences with us. It has been
Thank
such
you.
a delight to have you on this show.
Oo. Thank you, Dr. Roland. Thank you. Well, and to our dear Katribus, watch Spotlight every Thursday at 2 p.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube.
I am Venice Bautista.
And I'm Francine Marquez.
And
this has been Spotlight.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Magandang hapon po mga katribo. Sino bang gustong maging mas bata? Gusto niyo ba 20 years younger? Bakit hindi? Ito po ang challenge sa ating lahat ng ating kaibigan, bagong kaibigan sa anti-aging na si Mike Chan. Hi Mike!
Hi Cory, how are you?
Wow! Yung title ng libro, mga katribo, yung title ng libro ni Mike Chan ay... Okay, Mike, what's the title of your book?
The book is called The Science of Aging Well, How to Look 20 Years Younger. Right?
Imagine that. Again, tingnan na natin yung libro na yun kasi napakaganda naman ang katawan ni Mike. Tingnan mo naman.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's
That's the body of a 21-year-old.
Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
May I ask, anong edad na ni Mike? Pwede ba kayong maghula na hulaan nyo nga yung age ni Mike? Malulula po kayo, magugulat. Mike, the magic number.
The magic number, I just turned 51 years old.
Wow.
2 months ago, yeah. 2 months ago.
Fantastic. Bravo. Palakpakan po natin, mga katribo, si Mike. Paano, Mike? How can you teach us to be what your book promises?
All right. So, is it okay if I do this in English? Kasi medyo mahirap pa.
Sure. Sure, may Taglish pwede. Okay lang, no problem.
Sure. With Taglish natin. So, anyway, the way we do it, people have to understand that aging, yung ating pagtanda, hindi siya genetic lang. Kasi a lot of people ang tingin nila, pag pinanganak kang swerte, mukha kang bata, di ba? Pag binanganak sa genetic lottery, maagang tumatanda. But the truth of the matter is, 80% ng pagtanda natin, 80% of the rate at which we age is controlled by us. Tayo ang nagdidictate sa katawan natin kung gaano siya kabilis o kabagal tumanda.
80%, ha? Kontrolado natin.
Yes. So that's called epigenetics. So a lot of people are familiar with genes, right? Ito yung ating genetics. So ito yung mga namamana natin sa magulang natin. Kaya ito yung kulay ng buhok natin. Kaya, di ba? Ito yung kulay ng balat natin. That is genetic. So yan yung ating predisposition. Pero yung genetic genes natin, binabasa yan. There's a part of our body, it's called epigenetics, right? A step above genetics, na binabasa niya yung genes natin. At sinasabi niya, okay, ito yung kukunin natin, ito yung gagamitin natin, ito yung itatapon natin. So, base sa pagbasa ng katawan natin sa genes natin, yun yung nagde-determine kung gaano kabilis tayo tumatanda. Right?
O kung gaano kabagal, no?
Gaano kabilis or gaano kabagal. Because most people, they're aging faster. Right? Most people are aging prematurely. I'm not guessing here, that's a scientific fact. Meron pong recent 2017 study na nagpapakita that if you are living in a modern society, in a developed or developing country, kung meron kayong cellphone, kung meron kayong artificial lights, kung meron kayong modern clothes, you're eating artificial foods, 88% are aging mas mabilis kesa sa dapat. Right? People don't know that.
Nakaka-intriga naman yan, di ba mga katribo, no? Uulitin natin yung mga taong nasa isang lugar na nakapaligid sa mga natural na enerhiya at saka mga natural na pagkain. Tama ba yun?
Yes.
Yung environment natin. Ay mas mabagal ang pagtatanda nila.
Malayo. As much as 14 to 25 years ang difference ng biological aging ng modern na tao kesa sa mga tao na hindi na napapaligiran sila ng mga natural na bagay. You're right. Because the rate we age, sinisense ng katawan natin through our environment. Through our environment. Kaya yung natin, pag wala ng muscle, pagtuba, pagkalaki ng tiyan, lahat yan is being determined by your environment. A lot of people think, calories yan, yung kinakain, calories in, calories out, kailangan exercise, kailangan kain ng konti. Hindi po totoo yun. The body's actually environment and yung body nag-a-adjust po siya. Kaya kung ano sa labas.
So dapat nakatira na tayo sa probinsya. Balik sa probinsya po tayo.
Hindi po, actually there are ways that we can mitigate this. Meron po mga paraan na maayos natin. That's the reason why I wrote the book. Is to show the modern man, yung ating modern, kasi hindi naman tayo babalik sa hindi naman tayo babalik sa gubat Wala namang gagawa nun, di ba? But it's to show you that you can still
pwede.
Despite the fact na medyo pangit yung environment natin. Yung modern environment, hindi siya maganda sa health ng tao. Kaya ang daming tao may sakit. Right?
Yes.
May hypertension na, may diabetes na, di ba? Tumataba na. But I need people to understand that it's very common. Yan yung nakikita natin, di ba? Pagdating ng 30s, lumalaki na yung tiyan. Pagdating ng 40s, 50s, nagme-maintenance meds na. While it's very, very common, it is not normal. So normal.
Hindi normal, mga katribo, na tayo ay tumatanda. Hindi normal po yun.
Hindi tumatanda tayo, nagkakasakit tayo at tumataba tayo. And I can prove that. Madali lang po i-prove yan eh. If you look around you in the natural world, sa environment natin, no other animal, walang animal ang tumataba at nagkakasakit habang tumatanda. Walang animal na pataba ng pataba habang tumatanda. You will never...
Yung elepante, malaki naman ang elepante. Yung hippopotamus, yun naman talagang hugis ng katawan niya.
Opo. Kung ano po yung size nila when they reach maturity, yun, hanggang mamatay sila halos, yun na yung size nila. Di ba? Except for man. Ang tao, mature na tayo by the time we're 21, and then habang tumatanda tayo, karamihan, pataba ng pataba ng pataba ng pataba. Right? And what most people don't realize is that hindi po sila tumataba. They are getting sicker. You're not getting fatter, you're getting sicker because the only way for you to get fat is to become sick. Kaya ano po nangyayari? Pag tumataba tayo, what happens? Hypertension, high blood sugar, right? Heart disease, stroke. Hindi ng doktor, kailangan mong pumayat. Hindi nila napapaliwanag kung bakit. And I want people to understand, this is what happens when you're getting fat. You are slowly and prematurely aging your body.
Okay, ito Mike. Kasi kanina umaga, meron akong meeting kasama yung isang kaibigan ko na halos siguro 5 years older than me lang. Pero wow, talagang lumobo siya during the pandemic. Yung tiyan niya parang nakalunok siya ng bola. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, mag-walking tayo araw-araw, sama ka sa grupo ko, power walking. Sabi niya, kausapin ko muna yung heart doctor ko. Anong masasabi mo dyan?
Okay, so what is happening to her, right? Most probably, I will bet.
Lalaki.
Okay, yes, sa kinikwento niyo lang pa lang po sa akin, ha? Sa kinikwento po sa akin. Hindi ko pa siya nakikita.
Yes.
He has something called fatty liver. Fatty liver. Okay? Okay, why? Because the liver is the organ in the body that makes fat. Yung liver po, ang trabaho ng liver is to traffic the fuel in the body. Pag nagkakasakit yung liver, ang nangyayari, it's overproducing fat. And when it's overproducing fat, tumatapon po siya sa viscera. That's why it's called visceral fat. Omentum fat, central adiposity, lumalaki yung tiyan. Once lumaki po yung tiyan ng tao, tagahan niyo sa bato, pacheck niyo yung blood pressure niya, pacheck niyo yung cholesterol niya, pacheck niyo yung blood sugar niya, sigurado tumataas na po yan. Yung liver enzymes niya, ALT, AST, GGT, uric acid, sigurado tumataas na po yan. Okay? Why? Because he's developing something called metabolic syndrome. Hindi na niya makontrol yung lobo niya. Hindi po siya calories. It doesn't mean that he's eating more, although he's eating more, no? It doesn't mean he's eating more. It just means na yung katawan niya, kino-convert lahat ng pagkain na kinakain niya sa taba.
Tama. So how do you reverse that situation? Paano natin i-reverse yan? Kasi maraming tao na merong mga challenges sa buhay nila. Tulad ng sinabi ko sa kaibigan ko, no?
Sobrang dami po. Every single day, I have people coming to the clinic and asking, how can I lose weight? That's actually the number one problem. And the way na nag-relate niya sa aging is, I just want people to know na habang lumalaki po yung tiyan natin, or the stomach in particular, habang lumalaki po yung tiyan natin, bumibilis yung pagtanda natin. Okay? So one of the very, very first things I fix when people come to me and they want to look and feel younger, we have to fix your body. Right? Kailangan natin ayusin yung tiyan natin. Okay, I have a question to ask you, okay? Ano yung ginagawa ng friend mo? Nagda-diet pa siya? Nag-exercise pa siya? Parang, ano yung sinusubukan niyang gawin ngayon?
Ayaw daw niya mag-exercise dahil kailangan ng permiso ng kanyang heart doctor.
Okay. So, here's the thing. He doesn't have to diet. He doesn't have to exercise. Okay? Let me explain.
Kailangan.
Hindi kailangan. Let me explain. So, you were asking me kung ako nag-gym. Oh, how come I have, I look like this?
Tingnan mo naman ang muscles ni Mike.
I'll tell you something, and this is a promise, Faith. I am not trying to look like this. I am not trying to look like this. And I will explain. You will never see any animal try to lose weight. Diba?
No.
You will never, ever see an animal voluntarily restricting calories. Never sila magda-diet. Hanggang mabusog sila. Titigil lang kumain yan pag busog na sila. Right? And then what happens? Pag busog na sila, they will not voluntarily waste calories. Hindi mag-exercise yan. Pag nakikita ka ng lion, National Geographic, may kinain siya. Pag busog na yan, aalis na yan, matutulog yan. Hindi mag-exercise yan. Why? Because calories are very expensive. In the natural world, you have to spend calories in order to get back calories. Para sa atin, kailangan natin mag-hunt. Kailangan natin maghabol ng animal, maghuli, makit ng puno para kumuha ng honey, mag-ukay para kumuha ng tubers. In short, hindi po tulad ngayon na libre ang calories. Di ba?
Oo.
Hello, Jollibee Delivery.
Yeah.
Before, and in the natural world, you have to spend calories. So, calories are very tightly conserved. Ako, never on the diet. Pag kumain ako, sinisigurado ko, kada kain ko, busog ako. Titigil lang ako kumain pag busog ako. Okay? Here is the secret. If you do it correctly, lahat ng animal, including man, meron tayong natural built-in calorie counter that tells you how much you have to eat. Okay? Right. So this is called our incretin system. Nasa small intestine siya. Yun po ang sinasabi ko na every animal on earth, including man, meron po tayong sariling calorie counter. That is automatic. Yan po ang ginagamit ng lahat ng mga animals. Kaya sila, kumakain sila kung ano lang yung kailangan nila. Kaya hindi sila tumataba because the body will tell you when to stop eating. Di ba po? Pag busog na tayo, pag talagang genuinely busog tayo, kung tama yung pagkabusog natin, ano yung mangyayari pag pinilit pa kitang kumain? Right? Isusuka natin eh.
Kaya sumasakit ang tiyan.
Sasakit yung tiyan. Hilo tayo, sinusuka natin. Right? That is the body's way of defending against overnutrition. Kasi overnutrition is just as bad as undernutrition. Ito yung body yan. Kung talagang kulang kayo sa pagkain, kung talagang kulang tayo sa enerhiya, the body releases signals. It's called ghrelin, right? The hunger hormone. It will tell us, oh, nagugutom ka na, start looking for food. Pag busog na po tayo, it's a different set of signals. It's called CCK, peptide YY, leptin, that tell the body, okay, stop eating. We have enough energy, eksakto na to. Pag sumobra ka pa dito, isusuka mo na yan. Tama na. Right?
Ano ang senyal ng katawan kapag sinabi mo, because you mentioned the hormones, and then you mentioned yung nagdadala ng mensahe sa ating utak na gutom ka o tama na, sobra na.
Yes.
Okay. So, ano yung mga senyal? May physical signs ba yun?
Yes. Okay. So I think what you're asking, kung tama po yung pagkaintindi ko.
Okay.
How does the body know?
How does the body talk to you?
How does the body talk to you? Okay. Yeah. Very, very simple. Your body talks to you through hormones, right? Alam po natin, we've heard of the term hormones. They're signaling molecules. They tell the body when to do certain stuff. Pag tumaas po yung melatonin, aantukin tayo, matutulog tayo. So umaga, bababa yung melatonin, umakit yung cortisol, nagigising tayo. Right? Yeah. So we have a built-in system that tells the body, ito yung kailangan mong ginagawa. When it comes to hunger, ito po yan. Di ba sinabi ko, meron tayong natural calorie counter. Okay? That only works ito yung twist niyan, ito yung catch. The reason why it doesn't work for most people, okay, because it will only work if you are eating the correct foods.
Ayun! Sinasabi ko nga eh.
Right? The right foods in the correct ratios that nature intended. I will give you an example, okay? I'll give you an example. Let's say, Corey, I want to give you 1,000 calories. Oh, very active ka eh. I will give you 1,000 calories. I will give you one whole organic chicken. Isang buong organic chicken, okay? That's about 800 calories, okay? Ilan ang kaya mong ubusin sa isang upuan?
Ilan ang?
Ilang manok ang kaya mong ubusin sa isang upuan?
Oh, siguro 2 piraso lang na maliit.
2 maliit na piraso, right? Piraso, ayaw mo na kumain, busog ka na. Okay? So that's what? 300 calories, 400 calories, right?
Maybe less. Oo.
Pag-uwi ko ngayon yung scenario, I will give you artificial calories. Bibigyan ulit kita ng 1,000 calories. But this time, I will give you 2 Dunkin' Donut. Oh, sorry. 2 donut. 2 honey glazed donut. Right? Okay. Kung hindi natin iisipin na baka tumaba tayo, pangit to sa skin, ganyan. Ilan ang kaya mong kainin sa isang upuan? Yung 2 yun, madali. Di ba?
Wow. Hindi, para sa akin hindi. Kasi siyempre disiplinado. Pero alam ko yung calories ng isang donut or cake.
I'm talking about the average person. Yung totoo.
Yes. 2 nga ang average.
2, 3, alam mo sa totoo lang, I'll be honest with you, okay? Ako dati, bago ko natutunan to, isang box kaya kong ubusin. Wala sa akin yan. Isang box.
Ay!
Yes.
Mahilig ka pala sa Dunkin' Donuts.
Hindi naman po, but I'm just giving that example.
Yes.
An artificial processed food, okay? Artificial na processed food, like a donut, that has 4,000 calories, kaya kong kainin. Pero yung whole chicken, kalahati lang, busog na ako, 500 calories lang.
Yes,
right?
Bakit ganun? Bakit ganun?
So, because your body is not sensing for calories. Hindi niya hinahanap ang calories. Ang hinahanap niya is nutrition. It is at the nutrient density of the food. Kung gaano ka-dense yung pagkain, hindi gaano karaming calories. Ang binibilang ng niyan sa atin, calories.
Kaya pala, sabi nila, kung gusto mong mag-diet, ubusin mo ang isang buong mansanas. Tingnan natin kung makakakain ka pa ng pagkain.
Well, so here's the thing.
Oo.
Ang sweets po, nakakalakas po yan kumain. So I would not use that example personally.
Yeah.
Because fruits are actually too much, okay? Fruits are actually designed to make us fat, right? Sugar is actually designed to fatten us up. It's just that po yun. Yung sugar na naturally found in fruits, konti lang siya. Kung compare mo sa donut, ang layo, langit at lupa.
Of course, oo.
Langit at lupa. And also, historically, seasonally, hindi available ang fruits all year round. Right? Pero ngayon, since kaya natin i-import, gusto ko nitong prutas na to, okay, galing Switzerland, import mo. Ito, galing Pilipinas, mga saging, import mo. Kaya nagiging common na ang dami nating fruits. Pero sa totoo lang, dati, we were not designed to be eating that much sugar. So the fruit sugar is called fructose.
Yes.
Fructose na yan, pag napasobra, it triggers obesity also. Ang trabaho ng fructose, patabain tayo.
Oh, dapat everything in moderation, ano?
Everything in moderation. Ang totoong problema, hindi naman yung fruits. Ang totoong problema dyan, yung mga soft drinks, right? Yung mga fruit juice. Kasi yun...
Oo, na may asukal. Oo.
Yung fructose doon sa mga drinks na gano'n eh. So kala natin, juice healthy yan, bigay natin sa mga anak natin. We don't realize that we are making them sick. Right? Yung mga orange juice na tatanggalin mo yung fiber, isi-squeeze mo, gagawin mo siyang juice, tinira mo lang yung sugar. So that's a problem. That causes the fatty liver.
Okay.
That is why children have fatty liver even though they don't drink alcohol. Kasi usually ang fatty liver sa mga malalakas lang uminom eh. But now kids are getting it. Children are getting fatty liver. It's called non-alcoholic fatty liver, NAFLD. Why? They don't drink alcohol. It's because of all the soft drinks and the fruit juices that they're drinking. Binibigyan nila, kala natin healthy. Juice yan, grape juice yan, orange juice yan. We don't realize na puro sugar siya. That's the problem.
Yun. So isa yan, ang dami ng sekreto ni Mike na i-share sa ating lahat, mga katribo. It's really the kind of food you eat and the kind of beverages you take. So, okay, yung mga tips.
Sobrang dami. Okay.
Pagbabalik po namin yung mga tips to look 20 years younger. Pag po kayong aalis, mga katribo.
Si Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman, kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
Ayan, welcome back mga katribo. Pinag-uusapan po natin ang how to look 20 years younger. Wow! Meron bang sekreto si Mike Chan that he will share with us today? Ito na yung mga tips ni Mike.
So, in the book, I talk about the 5 keys to reversing aging. Ito po yung mga tinatawag kong 5 non-negotiable needs ng body natin.
Okay.
That if we can give the body what it needs, our body is naturally hardwired for health, right? Again, no other animal has to try to be healthy. No animal has to trying to be healthy. Tao lang ang health conscious, di ba? Lahat ng mga animal, in the absence of pag hindi sila kinain, pag meron namang pagkain, they are relatively healthy for the rest of their life, for most of their life, okay? Because there are 5 keys. Ito po yung yan. So number 1 is nutrition. Yung kinakain po natin, obviously, number 1, that's very, very important. Okay?
Kinakain.
So, what do I teach people? There is such a thing as a perfect diet. Meron pong perfect diet yan para sa atin. It's not individual. There's no universal perfect diet for everyone, but there is a perfect diet for you. And what is that perfect diet? That perfect diet allows you to eat as much as you want without getting fat.
Okay?
Ano po yun, okay? Para malaman ninyo na perfect yung diet nyo para sa inyo, you can eat as much as you want and not get fat.
Paano yan?
Yes.
Puro gulay yan.
So, no. Actually, hindi ako masyadong malakas sa gulay. But if you eat natural foods, remember, yung purpose lang naman natin kung bakit tayo kumakain, dalawa lang yung purpose kung bakit kumakain ng tao. Okay? Number 1 is to get building blocks, to build our body. Kasi araw-araw, we're shedding proteins, we're shedding skin, we're shedding hair. Replace natin yung body natin araw-araw. So you need protein from the food to replenish the proteins that we lose. Okay? And number 2, the second reason, number 1 is building blocks to build our body. Number 2 is for energy. So we need energy to function. If you are eating only whole foods, in short, kung lahat ng kinakain ninyo is only natural foods, this is what we do in our clinic. Ang pinapakain namin sa mga clients namin, organic, grass-fed, pesticide-free, pasture-raised, wild-caught, walang nakalata, walang naka-plastic, walang nakapote. Everything is handmade from scratch every single day. If you learn to eat this way, if you learn to eat na natural foods only, mga pagkain na galing sa earth, okay? Then you find kada kain mo, busog ka.
Okay,
Pero-
anong ibig sabihin ng natural food? Ayan.
Right, ang ibig sabihin ng natural food, kung paano siya prepare ng nature. Okay? Kung pag tinignan mo to at mukha siyang pagkain, it's a natural food. Okay? Pag hindi alam ng ninuno mo, pag sinama mo yung ninuno, let's say meron kang relative from 200 years ago, dinala mo sa grocery, kung hindi niya makita na ma-recognize na pagkain yung tinuturo mo sa kanya, huwag mo lang kainin yan. Because most food that you will find in the grocery is processed. 95...
Anong kinakain mo, Mike?
Sorry?
Anong kinakain mo?
I eat what you do. It's just that I eat very, very different. Yung kanin, I don't eat white rice. I eat black rice, right? The beef that I eat is grass-fed. The fish that I eat is wild caught. Yung chicken, free-range, halal. You know, hindi siya yung farm-raised, hindi siya yung processed, yung mga gulay na.
Ayan.
So everything is...
Organic siguro, organic ang kinakain mo.
Yes. Everything is the way nature packaged it. Okay? Kasi yung rice, pag tinanggal mo na yung haspe, pag tinanggal mo na yung fiber, tinanggal mo na yung fiber.
Oo.
Wala namang tumutubo na rice na white rice.
Kasi tulad ng rice, binanggit mo yung kanin. Yung kanin ko is unpolished rice.
Right.
Ibig sabihin, andun pa yung kanyang brand nakapalit sa kanya.
So that's one thing. I'm just giving that as the most common example kasi it's one staple food ng mga Pilipino, right?
Yes.
So people are saying, oh, bawal ang rice, hindi ko pwede kumain ng rice. That's not true. Hindi po totoo yun. Very healthy ang rice if you eat it unrefined. Kasi once tinanggal mo na yung haspe, ang dali na mag-overeat, di ba? Ang hirap kumain ng maraming black rice. Ang bigat niya sa tiyan eh.
Totoo yan.
Rice, 2 cup, 3 cup, kaya-kaya ng tao. Di ba? Because you need fiber. So now the sugar is being released very fast in the system. It triggers more hunger. So that's just one example. Number one, ang tip ko is only eat natural food. Okay? Kung nakalata yan, kung naka-plastic yan, kung wag na. Wag na. Okay? Number two, you have to move. Okay? Movement is very, very important. You don't have to exercise, but you have to move. Why? Because all animals, so we're called heterotrophs. What does that mean? We cannot manufacture our own food. We have to go out and get food, diba? Ang plants, so they're called kingdom plantae. They're autotrophs. They can get the energy from the sun in the soil. They can make their own foods. Animals cannot do that. That's muscle and bone to allow us to move. So we have to move. The more we move, the healthier we become. The less we move, the sicker and fatter we become. Right? So number one key sa tao, ang alam na kasi nila, yun, I have to exercise more. That's not true. That's not true. You just have to move. Yung ginagawa mo, yung morning power walk, sobrang laking bagay yun. If most people will just walk for 15 minutes after every meal, maraming diabetes at hypertension.
Totoo yan, mga katribo.
Yes. 15 minutes. Pagkatapos nyo kumain, maglakad lang kayo ng 15 minutes after each meal. And you will see na yung mga kinakatakutan natin, we call it chronic progressive diseases, hypertension, diabetes, metabolic syndromes, mahiiwasan natin lahat yan. Okay? So that's number two. Okay? Actually, it's deeper than that, right? It's deeper than that. You have to take care of your muscle. The reason why I'm asking people to move, kasi po, yung number one organ na magpapabata sa atin is our skeletal muscle. The more muscle you have, the younger your body will be. Period. Period. Wala na tayong pinag-uusapan pa. All the studies show this. The stronger you are going into your older years, the longer you will live, right? The more muscle you have, the longer your lifespan is generally, right? Why? Because muscle is anti-inflammatory. Muscle helps you control your blood pressure. Muscle helps you control your blood sugar. Your skeletal muscle is assisting your heart in pumping the blood, right? Kung nawala yan, biglang mahihirapan yung katawan ninyo. And that is what is happening to older people. They don't take care of their muscle. Kaya pag tumanda sila, especially women, sad to say, because you don't have testosterone like men, you don't have as much testosterone, mas mabilis mawala yung muscle ninyo.
Totoo yan.
When the muscle goes, all of a sudden umakit na yung blood pressure. All of a sudden umakit na yung blood sugar. Why? Because 80% of the sugar in your body is taken up by your skeletal muscle. Yan yung lalagyan nyo ng sugar. It's your muscle. Every time your muscle contracts, it is taking in sugar and burning it as fuel. Pag nawala yung muscle ninyo, mawawala yung engine ninyo, ngayon yung sugar na iiwan sa blood. Walang mapuntahan. Di ba?
So, okay. Anong exercise mo, Mike?
So, resistance training, all you really have to do is contract the muscle. For me, what I do is just body weight calisthenics, right? Push-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, and stuff like that. Actually, medyo mahirap pa nga yun eh. Most of my clients, mas madali lang yung pinagagawa ko sa kanila. Sobrang dali lang. All you have to do is take the muscle to the point where nahihirapan siya. Yun lang yung kailangan nyo gawin. Hindi nyo kailangan bugbugin yung katawan ninyo. Pero kailangan, medyo nasa-challenge natin yung muscle natin.
Oo, dapat mapagod siya, no?
Yes, kailangan siyang i-maintain ng body. Why? Kasi yung muscle, matakaw sa calories yan eh. It is very, very metabolically expensive. Matakaw siya sa calories. Kaya pansinin niyo yung mga tao maskulado, kahit ang lakas nilang kumain, hindi sila tumataba.
Oo.
Because the muscle is very active. Now, the body will only keep what it needs. Kung ano lang yung ginagamit mo, because it's expensive eh. Binabudget ng body natin yung calories niya eh. Diba? Kasi hindi naman libre ang pagkain eh. Hindi naman libre ang calories eh. So kung ano lang yung gagamitin mo, yun lang yung minemaintain ng katawan mo. So if you are sitting around the whole day, tatanggalin niya yan.
Or kain ng kain.
Yes. And here's another thing that people have to realize. The fatter you get, the less muscle you will have. Okay? O yun. Habang tumataba po tayo, tinatanggal ng body natin ang muscle. And I'll tell you why. Kasi pag tumataba tayo, ang signal natin sa katawan, malapit na mag-winter. Malapit na magkaroon ng food shortage. Kasi nagpapataba na tayo eh. Dati kasi nung Ice Age, when we were developing as humans, Ice Age, 2 million years ago, mahaba yung winter. Maikli lang yung summer. So during the summer, kailangan natin magpataba to survive winter. Kasi walang makain eh. Di ba? Sa winter, konti lang ang pagkain eh. Pagdating ng summer, nagpapataba tayo. How? By eating fruits and sugars. Doon lang yan. Sa summer at sa beginning ng autumn. That is the signal for us to start getting fat. Once tumataba tayo, ang sinasabi natin sa katawan, okay, bawasan mo yung calories. Ano yung gagawin ng katawan? Mabawasan mo yung muscle mo. Kasi ang takaw sa calories ng muscle eh. So when you're telling your body to start storing fat, okay, ipon ka na ng fat, ipon ka na ng energy, mag-winter na. Ang gagawin ng katawan, babagalan din niya yung metabolism. So tatanggalin niya yung muscle. Kaya alam mo, papasin nyo, Miss Cory, ang daming tao na pag bigla silang pumayat, di ba parang hindi maganda tignan, lawlaw?
Oo.
Alam mo, kung mataba ka, mas nung may laman ka. Kasi ang kala ng tao, ang problema lang nila, sobra sila sa taba. Hindi nila na-realize na hindi lang yun yung problema nila, dalawa yung problema nila. Sobra sila sa taba, kulang sila sa muscle. And it is our muscle that gives our physical form.
Kailangan talaga ng muscle. Pero give us an example ng, let's say, ngayon, exercise time mo. Ano
Okay.
yung take us through your routine?
Alright. So I only do one body part a day. Pag mag-exercise,
isa lang. Okay.
15 minutes. 15 minutes, tapos na. Ayokong, hindi ako lumalapas ng 15 minutes. 20 minutes pinakamahaba nito kung nakikipagkwentuhan pa ako. So, one very good exercise for women, even for men, okay, that I will teach you right now, is very, very simple. Alam niyo yung squat?
Yes.
So, a lot of people think, kailangan mo may barbell ka, kailangan mo sobrang bigat. That is not true. I don't use any weights. Alam mo gamitin mo? Body weights mo. You try 50 times. Go down, go up, go down, go up.
Why
Slowly.
can you go back a bit para makita ng ating mga katribo?
Fortunately, tama na.
Sideways para makita. Oh.
I'm just going down. I'm just squatting. Parang umupo lang ako.
Yun.
Tapos tatayo ako.
Hanggang tuhod yan? Hanggang level ng tuhod? Yung
Hanggang
squat mo?
hanggang level of tuhod or a little bit lower. Try to do that for 50 times. Tignan nyo kung kaya nyo. Most people cannot. 50 times dire-diretso. Okay? And then what I do is I do that for 50 times. I will rest for 2 minutes and I'll do 50 more. I'll rest for 2 minutes. 10 minutes ko lang gagawin yun. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, tapos na ako. Pagkatapos noon, halos hindi ka na makalakad.
Ganun pala yon.
Yun lang yun. Kala ng tao, hindi, kailangan ko, ayoko pumunta sa gym. Ay, naku, mahal yan, mag-i-enroll pa ako. Ako, mag-bihis pa ako, mag-drive pa ako. No, hindi mo kailangan gawin yun. Sarili mo lang body weight.
Galing.
Sobra-sobra na. Okay?
Yung push-up mo para sa mga babae, kasi iba yung push-up para sa babae at sa lalaki, di ba?
Right. Okay, so very, very good point. So the push-up is very important for developing the chest musculature, the back, and the shoulders and the arms, right? Very, very important. Very, very important. The mistake that most people make, yung women especially, is they try to do push-ups katulad ng lalaki, yung sa sahig.
Oo.
Hindi nyo po magagawa yon kaagad-agad kasi po, you don't have the upper body strength of a male. So what I would advise women to do, okay? Find a wall.
Ayan, isang pader.
The wall, kayo sa pader, and then just push down, and then just push up.
Oo.
Diba? Yun.
Ilang beses?
Hanggang mag-feel yung muscle nyo.
Ah.
Hindi. Like ikaw, malakas ka, magaan ka, kaya nyo makarami. Pero other people, baka kung overweight sila, baka 10 lang yung kaya nila, it doesn't matter. Kung
Okay.
sa isang araw, 12 na yan. Next week, 15 na yan. Next week, 20 na yan. Because the body adjusts. Nag-a-adjust. So, kumuha ka lang ng wall para hindi ka naka-ano sa tapos doon ka mag-push up against the wall. Pag kaya na yun, punta ka sa kama mo. Medyo nakaganon ka na ngayon. Di ba? Pababa ka ng pababa. Hanggang magawa mo na yung push up. So again, very, very simple. 15 minutes a day. That's all you need. 15 minutes a day.
Ang galing ni Mike. Can we
Right.
see your book again? May mga pictures ka, di ba? Mga katribo, masdan nyo yung katawan ni Mike.
Well, actually, Miss Cory, I'll tell you right now, no? The reason why, dati proud ako eh, 50 na ako, may 6-pack pa ako. Pero when you realize that that's the human design, yan po kasi yung design, kaya hindi na siya special. It's not special. Every human animal is designed that way. Pag pumunta kayo sa mga bundok, tingnan niyo yung mga ita, tingnan niyo yung mga tao.
Oo. Mga bangkero lang doon sa Rapids. Di ba? Yung mga bangkero.
Yes.
Shoot the Rapids sa Pagsanhan. Ang
Yes.
fit nila.
That's the design. Yung design, it's nothing special. And this is nothing special. Pag pumunta ka sa mga tribo sa Africa, the Maasai, the Kitawan, the Inuit, ganito lahat ang katawan nila. Ang natural design ng tao, flat yung stomach. Flat.
Yes.
Lumaki yung tiyan mo, may problema na yan. Okay? Kasi wala tayong silkom eh. Ang nagpapalaki sa tiyan ng ibang animal, like yung mga baka, ang lalaki ng tiyan. Mga elepante, ang lalaki ng tiyan. Di ba? Kasi marami silang stomach. 4 ang stomach nila eh. Meron sila.
Tayo isa lang.
Sa atin, wala tayong silkom eh. Ang pinakasikom natin is yung appendix natin. Ganito lang po kaliit yan. It's not bulge yung stomach natin. Di ba? So, yun yung tip ko sa inyo. If you want to check na hindi na kayo nagba-blood test, hindi na kayo nagla-labs, a very, very good indicator na bata pa yung tiyan ninyo kung flat yung stomach ninyo. Pag lumalaki na yung stomach natin, nagkakaroon na tayo ng problema.
Nako, kailangan na kumilos tayo mga katribo.
So, I'll continue. Okay? So, some people, ang alam lang nila, diet and exercise. So, 2 levers, diet and exercise. Yun lang ang alam nilang i-manipulate. There are actually 5. 5 po yan. Okay? So, you have nutrition, you have movement. Number 3, sobrang importante po, sleep.
Sleep.
Yes. Kung mali yung tulog ninyo, I don't care kung gaano kaganda ang diet ninyo, kung gaano kaganda ang exercise ninyo, kung hindi tama ang pagtulog ninyo, hindi po babagal yung integrate natin. Okay? I can give you the best diet, I can give you the best exercise. Kung kaya kong pigilan ang tulog ninyo, if I can somehow completely force you to stop sleeping for 21 days, there's a very good chance mamamatay ang tao. Okay? That is how important sleep is. Okay? We can survive without food for a long period of time, but you cannot survive without sleep. Okay?
Anong tamang pagtulog?
So, ang pinakatamang pagtulog, so case-to-case basis, ang pinakatamang pagtulog po niyan is ideally, for most people, okay, for most people, in bed by 10, up by 6. Yun yung pinakamagandang time natin.
10 o'clock, mga katribo.
6 o'clock bangon, okay? It has to do with our circadian rhythm. Also, alam mo yung pinag-uusapan natin ng hormones, right? We have this hormone called HGH, human growth hormone. Yan po yung tinatawag nating fountain of youth. Ang mga bata, ang mga teenager, kaya ang lalakas nila, ang gaganda ng skin nila, maskulado sila, payat sila, because their HGH is 600% higher. It's higher than adults. Bumaba yan habang tumatanda tayo eh. Taas. Kaya kahit anong gawin nila, ang ganda ng focus nila, ang taas ng energy nila, it's called the fountain of youth, HGH. So here's the thing, your body produces HGH. Most of the HGH na release ng pineal gland natin is released between the hours of 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. 10 p.m. 2 a.m.
Eh kung matutulog ka ng 2 a.m., di wala ka ng supply.
Yeah. Kaya the following day, di ba parang pag lagi kang puyat, ang feeling mo parang ang hina mo, yung skin natin, kitang-kita kung puyat eh. Di ba yung skin? Kitang-kita natin sa skin ng tao. Puyat ka, no? Di ba? Dry, haggard. It's because of that, right? So, it's very, very important that you control not just yung haba ng tulog, yung quality ng tulog po natin. Quality. So, I track it. For my clients, tinatrack namin yan. Pinapabili ko sila ng sleep tracker. So, we measure N1, N2, N3, N4, maraming stages ng sleep eh. May ideal ranges yan. So, medyo komplikado niyan, ano? But, ganun ka-importante para sa akin ng sleep that I ask my clients, no, we have to track. Hindi natin pwedeng hulaan kung maganda ang tulog mo o hindi.
Oo. Pero sabi daw nila, kung nananaginip ka, ayan, meron ka ng deep sleep.
Very good. That's actually not deep sleep. Hindi po tayo nananaginip sa deep sleep. Nananaginip po tayo sa REM sleep.
Yes.
Movement. Yung mabilis umaano yung pilikmata natin, yung eyelids. Yung parang gumagalaw yung eyelids natin. It's called stage 4 or rapid eye movement.
Oh, okay yun, di ba?
Sobrang importante yun. Pag naaalala niyo yung panaginip niyo sa umaga, that is a very good sign. That is a very good sign that your brain is still working, right? Maraming mga tao, believe it or not, pag tinanong mo sa kanila, ano yung panaginipan mo kagabi? Hindi nila alam. Okay? Because a lot of people, hindi sila umaabot sa REM sleep. Or pag nasa... Right?
Pala yun.
You are remembering your dreams vividly, that is a very good sign. Yung deep sleep na sinasabi po ninyo, the deep sleep, that is stage 3, doon lumalabas yung HGH. Yung hindi gumagalaw yung katawan.
O, parang paralyzed ka, no?
Yes, parang paralyzed ka. Yan yung deep sleep. So, hindi lang siya simple as, matutulog ako ng ganyan kasi hindi, dapat yung quality ng sleep. Ganito po yung magandang pasehan yan. Dapat paggising nyo sa umaga, para kayong baby matulog. Ano ibig sabihin yan? I have a 4-year-old daughter, right? Yung mga baby, pansinin nyo, paggising yan, ready to go na yan. Laro na kagad yan. Daddy, let's play. Gising na kagad. Hindi katulad ng karamihan sa atin, pagkagising, 10 minutes pa, 10 kulang pa, 10 minutes pa, di ba?
Oo.
Gising natin para mga baby. Paggising natin, tak, alert, fully rested, up, go. Ganoon ang dapat. So para malaman ganda yung tulog ninyo, dapat ganoon yung pakiramdam nyo sa umaga.
Okay. Di ba, Mike? Tama ba? Kompleto na ba yon? O kulang pa ng isa?
Kompleto na. Tatlo pa lang yan. Yung pang-apat is our exposure to nature.
Oh.
Right. Super important. Our design is to be exposed to nature, our environment. Mas sensitive tayo sa environment natin. That's where the body takes its aging cues from the environment. Before, 99% ng buhay natin outdoors tayo. Di ba? Sa gubat, ganyan. Ngayon, 99% indoors.
Tama.
Ay, nasa office. Kung wala tayo sa office, nasa kotse. Hindi na tayo lumalabas eh. Di ba? And, it's very important that you expose yourself to nature. Kaya, punta kayo sa mga beach, punta kayo sa mga forest, sa mga mountains, napakaganda nun. Kung hindi nyo magagawa yun, ito ang advice ko sa inyo. Pumunta kayo sa park, pumunta kayo sa garden, tanggalin nyo yung sapatos ninyo. Tanggalin nyo yung sapatos ninyo, tumayo kayo barefoot for about 20-30 minutes. Doon lang kayo, nakatayo lang kayo doon, nakahiga lang kayo doon sa grass, sa garden. That is a very, very good way to control also hypertension, to control your sleep, etc.
Tama. Grounding kailangan, ano?
Last, our relationships. Quality of our relationships will determine how long you're going to live and how good your life cycle is going to be. Pag maganda yung mga relationships natin with other people and sa sarili natin, generally mas mahaba po yung buhay natin.
Maganda yun, ha?
The most
Maganda yun.
for a man, in terms of longevity, is marriage. Okay? Married men live much longer than their unmarried counterparts.
May studies na yan sa Harvard University, di ba?
Sorry?
Nagkaroon na ng study yung Harvard University, no?
Marami na po. It's in my book. It's in my book. Ang married men, pinakamahabang buhay, yung mga may ka-live-in, sumunod sila, yung mga single, ang layo. Yung mga single, pinakamaagang namamatay.
Ala, nako mga katribo, kung wala kayong significant other, lalong-lalo na itong Valentine's na ito, no? Naku,
Yep.
magdasal na kayo na darating na ang Valentine's ninyo.
Friends, lahat yan, it's in the book. So how you maintain your relationships, ano yung quality ng relationships ninyo, dapat alam ninyo.
Okay. Di ba, Mike, meron kayong clinic?
Yes.
Diba? An anti-aging clinic. At saan po yan? At saka, can we see the photos? Alam ko marami kang photos ng clinic nyo. And where is your clinic? Okay.
So the clinics, we have 3 branches. Meron po 2 sa BGC, Bonifacio Global City. One in Uptown Mall, the other one is in Uptown Parade. Meron din po tayo sa Eastwood City, sa Eastwood Mall. So yeah, it's called Lumiere Skin and Spa and Lumiere Aesthetics. So ang focus po natin doon is helping people slow down aging, intrinsic aging, aging from the inside, and aging from the outside. So we have lasers, we have energy devices, cosmeceuticals, all of these things, Botox, threads, para manatiling fresh naman yung skin natin at yung itsura natin.
So inside out.
Inside out, it always has to be an inside out approach. You bilhin yung pinakamahal na cream, pwede nyo bilhin yung mga pinakamahal na lotion. Pag hindi nyo po alagaan yung katawan ninyo, okay, sinasayang nyo lang po yung pera ninyo.
Okay, ilang araw, let's say meron kayong client na pumasok at sabi niya, overweight siya. How many days to reshape or make over a client?
4 weeks. 4 weeks.
4 weeks lang?
Yes. Okay, I'll share with you the surprising thing. Sinasabi nila, di ba, dapat you should lose only 1 to 2 pounds a week.
A week, tama.
Kasi, di ba, para healthy. That is not true. That is not true. If you understand how the body works, ayaw niya na may excess fat. Ayaw niya. Because it's making you sick. And the body will try to get rid of it as fast as possible. But it can only do that if you are giving it the correct fuel. Kahit pa yung kotse mo, pag kinaragahan mo ng diesel yan, hindi aandar yan. Di ba? Pero pag kinaragahan mo ng tamang fuel, makikita mo kung ano talaga ang kayang gawin ng Ferrari. It's the same thing with our body. If you give it what it needs, hindi lang siya pagkain. I also teach them yung mga simple exercises that they have to do every day, paano control yung na. I also give that, right? It's a 4-week program. Typically, a male who is under 45 and below, will lose mga 12 to 15 pounds a month. 12 to 15 pounds a month.
Ang laki nun.
A woman would lose about 8 to 12 pounds a month. Each. Okay? If you are not losing that, alam ko na, dinadaya mo. Alam ko na hindi mo ginagawa yung sinasabi ko.
Tama.
literally, kami nagdadala sa kanila ng pagkain. Oh, ito yung schedule mo. Pagdating ng 7 o'clock ng umaga, dapat ito yung gagawin. Ito yung pagkain mo. Pag ka na maganda, lahat na kakainin mo nandito na. Okay? So I really try to show them na hindi mo kailangan mag-enroll sa gym, hindi mo kailangan mag-diet, hindi mo kailangan gawin yon. Gawin mo lang yung mga tamang bagay every single day. Matulog ka ng tama, gumalaw ka ng tama, kumain ka ng tama, lumabas ka sa araw, do the right things every single day. Yan po yung magde-determine ng ating magiging itsura 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 6 months from now, right? Yun po yung secret nun. It is the small things that you do correctly every single day. Yung habit natin.
Yung mga uri ng pamumuhay po natin, mga katribo, ano ba talaga ang ginagawa po natin araw-araw? Nang sa ganun, ito po ay magiging sagabal sa ating kalusugan o hindi. Ayan. Mike, your contact number. Siyempre, we will look at your beautiful clinic now. Ito yung mga photos nyo. Ang ganda-ganda, no? Okay. And kailangan mag-appointment, di ba, for consultation sa inyo?
Better appointment, lalo na pag weekends, medyo puno po tayo. But please, Miss Cory, I would love for you to visit. I would love for you to show you what it is that we do para makita mo firsthand.
Sigurado yan. Naku, mga katribo. Next episode, baka makikita niyo na yung mga cuts ko, mga muscles.
Kung magawa ko para sa inyo yan, bigyan niyo ako 4 weeks. Kung magawa ko para sa inyo yan, bibigyan mo ako ng testimonial.
For sure. Promise talaga. Ayan.
No matter what your age is.
Kahit anong edad mo, ha?
Alam mo yung dad ko? My dad is 74. But he does 40 push-ups straight every day. 40 push-ups. Yeah.
Amazing.
Tapos he bikes 32 kilometers. Right? 74. He's still very strong. My mom is the same way. Nagpapunta ako ng trainer sa bahay, in-assess niya yung mom ko. Sabi niya, Sir Mike, your mom is very, very strong. 70 years old. Ang lakas-lakas pa niya. Sobrang flexible pa siya. So, it's really like...
Buong pamilya. Ginagawa ni Mike ang buong pamilya niya, lalong-lalo niya kanyang mga magulang, fit na fit. Ayan.
You want them to be around for as long as possible.
Oo. We have to defy aging, mga katribo. Kailangan alabanin po natin ang ating pagtatanda at syempre magkaroon ng quality of life. Ito po yung mga contact numbers ni Mike Chan. And the name of your clinic is?
Lumiere Skin and Lumiere Aesthetics.
Ayan, Lumiere Aesthetics. Ayan. Ito po ang mga contact numbers ni Mike Chan. Okay, bago tayong mag-goodbye, Mike, what is your best advice to our mga katribo?
Okay, the best advice I can give you, plan for how you will age. Okay? Because 99% of people do not do that. Bahala na. Kung paano ako tumanda, bahala na. Kung swerte, kung malas. When you do that, para po sinasabi ninyo na, sana pag mag-retire ako, I have enough money. Kung hindi, naloko na. Right? You will never ever do that with your finances. Don't do that with your life. Because alam naman po natin na lahat po tayo tatanda. Okay? Kung kailan mangyari yan, kung mangyari yan ng 30 ka pa lang, kung mangyari yan ng 80 ka na o 90 ka na, nasa sa inyo po yan. Because 80% of the rate at which you will age is depending on your environment and your lifestyle. So as early as now, the best advice that I can give you, planuhin nyo na kung paano kayo tatanda. Kasi yung quality ng life ninyo, sobrang magiging dramatically different. Pagdating nyo na 70, tapos marami na kayong sakit. Right? Or pagdating nyo ng 80, nagtitennis pa kayo, nag-travel pa kayo abroad,
nag-ballroom dancing pa.
Exactly. So kontrolado po natin yan. Hindi po yan tsamba. Hindi po yan swertihan. Kontrolado pa natin yan. So as early as now, my advice, get the book, read, because everything that I know, linagay ko na po dito yan.
Saan mabibili ang libro?
Okay, we're working to get the book hopefully by next month or next month nasa mga bookstores na po siya. But for now, pwede niyo po akong message sa aming social media accounts, Mike Chan on Instagram or Facebook. And you can also buy it in Amazon. So Amazon, click niyo lang yung title, The Science of Aging Well, How to Look 20 Years Younger. Pwede niyo po ma-download yung digital book or pwede rin kayo mag-order ng hard copy.
Fantastic. O, kailangan maging, we'll follow each other sa Instagram, no?
Sure, for sure.
Okay.
Facebook pa lang tayo, friends.
Oo nga eh. Instagram naman ngayon. Ayan po mga katribo ay si Mike Chan. Really, napaka-inspiring ang kanyang storya at ang kanyang mga tips sa ating lahat. Siyempre, ang layunin po namin dito sa Kalingang Katribo ay gawing mas malusog at mas malakas ang buong Pilipinas. God bless you, Mike Chan. See you very soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you, Miss Cory. I'll see you soon.
God bless you, Mike. Ayan po mga katribo. Stay fit, everyone. Hindi lamang stay safe. Kulang pa rin yon. Stay fit, stay healthy, stay safe. Ito po si Cory Quirino para sa Kalingang Katribo.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mga katribo, I am Kim Sancha and welcome to another edition of Kalingang Katribo Usapang Business. And today, we are joined by the marketing manager of the So Clean, So Good, So Safe Hotel Sogo, Miss Sue Geminiano. Hello there. Good afternoon, Sue.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Sue? Can you
Yes.
Okay, I thought you... Okay, so, yeah, how are you today? How's the new year been so far? I mean, is the new year good to you?
Yeah.
So,
2022 is good.
Okay, this amidst or against the pandemic, it's good for you. That's good to hear that you're doing good, at the start of the year. So, since you are the marketing manager of the, known hotel in the Philippines, what about the Hotel Sogo? How is the hotel doing amidst the pandemic?
Well, of course we got affected, but I can say that it's still doing good, given that we were able to open up new branches in the last quarter of 2021. And with all the plans and with the lighting of the restrictions, at the same time, the opening or the approval of the leisure accommodation, definitely at 2022's introductory months is good.
Okay. And you were saying about branches. So, ilan na ba yung branch ng Sogo at ilan yung nadagdag?
Well, currently we have already 45 branches. We added 4 and we reopening the Malate branch. We reopened rather last December 2021 because we renovated the Malate branch.
Okay.
So we have 45 branches. We have our new branch for provincial is in Davao.
Okay.
And one in Timog in Pasay. A second branch in Timog. And third branch in Pasay.
Okay. That's actually good. Despite the pandemic, there's opening in Hotel Sogo. And as everything else was, I'm sure that the Hotel Sogo also suffered the consequences of the pandemic. I mean, every business does. So can you tell us the rough patches that, the pandemic or that the hotel went through? So, please.
When we had our total lockdown, if you remember during ECQ,
Yes.
yes, so we were hurt, of course, because there were no sales, all the establishments were closed. What we did is we accommodated the frontliners in those lockdown months for free. This is the best that we can do to keep up and keep our employees or the staff of the hotel still be employed. At the same time, we will be able to help, or we help, these frontliners, the health workers, and even the firemen. Not only the health workers, so basically all the frontliners that were working at that time were staying at Hotel Sogo for free.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
With that, we were able to keep the job of our staff. So for other branches that were closed during that time, were transferred to do their duty in the branches that were open.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, the patches you said that we did, and at the time, well, we did our research on how to mitigate the spread of the virus so that when everybody is ready to check in, our hotel is ready and we are sure that it will be safe, a safe facility for everyone. That's it.
Yeah, I was about to say earlier when I said, oh, sorry. Yeah, I remember that the hotel became like, a temporary shelter or home to our frontliners. I remember that one. And then, yeah, you also said that you were able to, cope with the pandemic. Yeah, and I noticed that there's another cliche there or a tagline. You added "so safe." When did you add that?
That was last March,
Okay.
2020. When,
Okay.
well, February, there is already news that there COVID-19 that is
Yes,
spreading,
exactly.
right? And that was when we turned or we modified our logo. If you would see Sogo ladies wearing a mask,
Yes.
so good. The tagline, the real tagline of
Yes.
Hotel Sogo, we added so soon.
Yes. Very timely, appropriate.
Keep up with that.
Yes, it's actually good for the business. Of course, we know what the hotel is or was, but adding that third cliche or third tagline, it's actually another good thing for your business because it really is timely and appropriate during this trying times, right?
Yes.
And
And
whoever,
it's really made for that, just to make the people know that the facility is very safe for them to stay.
of course, everybody wants to be safe, especially now, the pandemic is, kicking us. So, yep. And yeah, speaking of the pandemic, how did you or the management team deal with the, damages or the consequences of the pandemic? Because you said earlier it was a temporary home for the frontliners. So, when did you go back or the operation went back?
Since 2020 yet, the operation really didn't go back yet to normal. We are on new normal.
Yes.
We accepted guests, 50% for economic frontliners. And then we're held back again for another lockdown schedule in 2021. So we didn't have 100% occupancy at that time since social distancing is still implemented. And yes, what we are practicing is the new normal thing.
Okay. And speaking of the new normal thing, given the pandemic situation, did you have any plan that you followed, like the marketing team to, get into the business, especially that, we are on a pandemic?
Before the introduction of the new normal term, we were already researching. We have our studies on how to mitigate the spread of disease or the virus. So in that sense, we had actually came up with different disinfection process. We have changed our cleaning materials to more efficient in killing viruses and bacteria.
Yes.
We have also the reduction of touch point, and we increased the airflow rate of the hotel. So this and of course testing. We had this material to test the disinfection if it's really clean. So we can do necessary precautions in the next cleaning.
Okay. And Sue, I'm not sure if you are in full capacity at the moment. Are you, or like 60, 70%? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the rule of the IATF. I almost forgot that because they're always changing it. So I'm so sorry. Can you update us of the maximum or the minimum capacity of the hotel at the moment?
Well, we are now at the first level of first alert level. With that, we are already allowed for staycation or leisure accommodation.
Okay.
However, I cannot tell you yet if we are really fully occupied because now there are no more quarantine periods
Yes, agree.
outside the country. Unlike before, we do accept OFWs and Filipinos who came from other countries to stay with us for the quarantine period of 10 to 14 days. Now we don't have that anymore, and we have this leisure accommodation. So we cannot tell you yet if we are 100% occupied or if we are at 70%. I can't tell you as of the moment.
It's okay, understood. And we are aware, or now that the Metro Manila mayors are mulling over the region shift to alert level 1, right? So do you have any, or what preparations will the Hotel Sogo management will adapt to these changes? Of course, you are adaptable because as you mentioned earlier, you are adaptable to changes. So are there any additional changes that you are planning to, implement with the hotel? Right now, we are on alert level 1, right? Or about to be on alert level 1.
We have been ready. We have been preparing since day one of the lockdown, to be honest with you. With that, we didn't stop from researching, from studying on what else that can help the facility be more safe in terms of accommodation. We have also some renovations done in other branches while we are on lockdown. We took that opportunity to disinfect, to clean it further, because cleanliness nowadays is not enough. It has to be sanitized.
Exactly.
Yes. So in that sense, we have been preparing every time and every day to the lighter restriction, so that once the alert level 1 is released, or the next lighter level, we are ready.
Oh.
So that's yeah.
It's absolutely, right that you are, the hotel is, I know that. That's another tagline. Sanitize, and not just clean, but sanitize. And ito lang naman, tanong ko lang naman, this is just a personal question for me. So you said 45, tama ba, yung branches nationwide, correct?
Yes.
Okay, pwede ko ba malaman kung ano yung pinakamarami? Sa Luzon ba, sa Visayas, or Mindanao?
Well, Metro Manila.
Okay, Metro Manila. So Luzon, okay. And then, ano yung I'm not familiar with the history. Maybe I was before, but I forgot. So, ano ba yung naunang branch nyo? And buo pa ba yun? It's still operational? And then, the newest you said was in, Timog, Pasay? Tama ba?
Well, the very first branch was in Monumento.
Monumento, okay.
Just adjacent to the Monumento LRT station.
Okay, so that was the first. So, what year was that?
1993.
1993. Oh my God. That's how many years now? Okay. And then the newest was last year, you said?
The latest is Davao.
Davao. Last year, tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. So, yun yung, ano yun? Pinaka-latest. Meron bang, ito ba is similar din sa mga previous or sa mga other branches, or merong something new dito sa mga new branches nyo?
Well, it has been our practice to renovate our branches every 5 years. So even if that the first branch is quite 30 years old already, you can still experience new room designs, new lobby. We update it every time. Feel that it's old. Then we keep up with our corporate standard logo and colors, with its building and its design. So basically, all of the branches have a similar structure and facade color.
Yeah, because I can see on my end there are pictures being projected, and there are actually theme rooms. There are movies, Hollywood, sea adventures. That's what I remember when it was projected earlier. So that's the thing that I was able to see, the theme room of Hotel Sogo. Oh, there, I can see here. Is it like Formula One something? Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. I was able to see here. Can you see this pictures of being projected in your end?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, no, that's why I'm just making sure, because I just need to let you know. So there you go. So cars. All right. So I am actually enjoying my conversation with you. Of course, the So Clean, So Good, So Safe Hotel Sogo marketing manager. So before we can continue our discussion with her, let's pause for a break. We'll get back.
Harry Roque ang pinakamagaling na spokesman. Kaya inggit sa kanya ang oposisyon.
Tama lang na ipinaglaban ko ang balik trabaho para bumalik ang kita ng mga nagtatrabaho at naghahanap buhay. Hindi pwedeng magutom ang pamilya. Dapat lang po ingat buhay para sa hanap buhay. Basta trabaho, kita at hanap buhay ang nakataya. Nasa harap niyo po ako.
Ibigay natin ang tudong suporta kay Harry.
Watch out for the new episode of the Athletes Tribune Season 2. Alamin ang mga latest update.
Pang mga sinasabi ng tao, alam mo yun, na hindi naman, hindi totoo. Wala namang magagawa yan. You know, and at the end of the day, they always say this. Ito siguro ang makuha kong quote sa kanila. Sarili mo lang kalaban mo and everything.
Makaintriga sa mga exciting na tanungan.
Ito naman, Sean, what do you, ano naman sa tingin mo ang mas mahalaga? Ito sa isang basketball team. Isang role player ba or yung star player?
Abangan ang former Ateneo Eaglet and face of the National University men's basketball team, Sean Ildefonso, ngayong Lunes na February 21, 7 p.m. Dito lang sa mas pinafun at mas exciting na all-new season ng The Athletes Tribune.
Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito niyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang What's Up. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa What's Up.
Welcome back to Kalingang Katribu Usapang Business. And still with us is, of course, the marketing manager of the So Clean, So Good, So Safe Hotel Sogo, Sue Geminiano, who is actually at the main branch in Cubao. Tama ba? I think you're on mute. Sorry, Sue.
In corporate office, I'm not on mute. Do you hear me now?
There you go. I can hear you now. Okay, that's great. All right, so we were talking about, you know, the beginnings and the branches of the hotel. So in this second half of the show, we'll talk more about the hotel. So most of your advertising collaterals are always, you know, patok or catchy. Yun kasi yung patok sa, you know, kung paano kayo tatangkilikin ng mga customers. So may we know what's the catch or what's the secret with Hotel Sogo? Bakit kayo yung laging pinupuntahan?
Well, the one and only secret that I can say, and I'm proud of, is the continuous research and studies of what our guest wants.
Okay.
We always have our regular surveys on what the guest wants to see, wants to experience with our hotel. In that sense, we are able to come up with ideas on the advertisements that we will be putting up. And also, the secret is the people. Have good people.
Exactly. And I can see that because, by the way you're telling me at this very moment, your team or the way you think about it, creating something for the business is actually showing in Hotel Sogo. And it seems like you have quite a creative team. So were you always into marketing when you were younger?
Yes, but before I answer that,
Mm.
actually, hindi lang naman ang corporate marketing team.
Okay.
The
Ano pa?
the best part is the staff in the branch.
Okay, gotcha.
And how they treat the guests, kung paano nila i-treat, kung paano ibigay yung servisyo. Yun siguro ang pinaka mas malaking contribution
Mhm.
why people are coming to us.
Okay, that's great. So yeah, my hanging question, were you into marketing when you were younger?
Most likely, but I'm a nurse by profession.
Oh.
So, maybe on the first 2 years working, I was a nurse, and then sales and marketing.
Okay, there you go. And I'm sorry. So how was your journey, to becoming a marketing manager of Hotel Sogo? Were you a previous manager or marketing manager prior to joining Hotel Sogo?
Yes, I was a sales and marketing of one company, of a pharmaceutical company, before I joined Hotel Sogo. The journey, it's kind of hard because, as I have said, I was a nurse and it's not that easy to jump to another career.
Yes.
And as a salesperson, and then I do my own marketing collaterals, my advertising promo materials. I do my own. Then I was recognized and walk up the ladder.
Okay.
I became the marketing manager.
That's great to hear. You're actually right. It's actually hard to shift from a different career to another career because it will involve adjustments, sacrifices and discipline, I guess. And what do you think is the success or the story behind the success of the Hotel Sogo chain? Apart from, you said earlier, the people, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, the top management are actually very sensitive to the needs of the employees as well as the guests.
Okay.
That treasure is actually something that is rare in other companies. That I believe brought Hotel Sogo to a success. In the same manner, each and every one of us have our own malasakit. It's like we own it. We own what we do, and we are responsible to all the things that we decide to do within the company. That one. And the secret, the idea, and the business model. The business model is actually a sachet philosophy wherein we provide the service and the accommodation as flexible as possible. Flexibility of time and budget. So whatever time, number of hours you need, that's the only number of hours you will pay. It's like a sachet for a shampoo, right? So you only pay for how many times you're going to use that shampoo.
Exactly.
So, the secret, the business model.
Okay, that's it. And to date, the hotel has 45 chains, right? So do you have, or does the management of the Hotel Sogo have plans of, adding more branches nationwide?
Yes, and not only in this country, we have plans of, we are seeing ourselves being available in other countries as well. In the near future, we are really targeting about 100 branches and more.
Wow.
Yes. The magiging parang 7-Eleven.
Bakit ba hindi, di ba? Kung yun yung mga kabuti or makakatulong sa mga needy, you know, when I say needy, you know what I mean? So, yeah, tama. So,
Isang trabaho.
Oo, tama. It will
Yung mga
provide
needy,
jobs.
may kailangan ng
Tama.
job, kailangan ng yun.
Oo. And, saan countries ba to? Meron na ba kayong target countries?
Asian muna.
Asian muna. So, kailan ba yan? In the near future, like 5 years from now or a year from now? Meron na ba kayong timetable or timeline?
Well, the timeline is somehow within that 5 years, but we are hoping that we can do even faster or
Okay.
sooner. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to tell. But anyway, at least we know that the chain will boom or will open branches not only in the Philippines but other countries as well. And you said it's going to be Asian first. Yeah. Okay, and since you are a marketing manager by, aside from being, by profession a registered nurse, you're also a marketing manager at the moment, of course, because of the Hotel Sogo. So, what is your advice for our young katribu or audience, to become or in pursuing to be in the marketing field?
For the youngster or the newbies or yuppies, I say.
Okay.
Upon graduating, you don't know yet actually what you really want to do. It is when you have experienced it, and that's the only time you will say, this is what I really want. And once you have it, you have to want it really. Not just, not just that. You have to want it deep inside you so that you will do everything. And whatever hardship you will be experiencing along the way, you will be able to get what you really want. And once you enjoy what you are doing, it is not really working.
Okay. Any more thing to add, or is that it?
Now, as an advice naman to the youngsters or sa mga yuppies about hotels, so hindi kayo pumasok dahil isipin nyo for oldies or for adults lang ang Hotel Sogo.
No, it's not.
For everyone.
Yes.
It's for everyone. It could be family, it can also be you alone.
Actually, I agree naman dyan kasi alam ko yung mga galing sa ibang from different countries or provinces, if they want like hindi naman expensive yung matutulugan, hindi mo naman kailangan pumunta dun sa mga 5-star hotel, ayan yung tinatakbuhan nila, which is actually a good help. Okay naman yung room, then, di ba, matutulog ka lang naman, and then, go! Di ba? Nakikita ko yan kasi dun sa terminal na inuuwian ko, katapat yan, kaya nakita ko yung mga nag-check-in, may mga mallet, may mga bagahe. Hindi naman lahat, yun lang yung pinupunta dyan, but I saw na ganun nga yung setup dyan, which is actually good naman. Di ba?
Kaya may early appointment. Pwede mag-check-in at night para maaga ka, hindi ka nababiyahe.
Tama. Exactly. So, yep. Soon nawawala ka. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
okay,
I
medyo
can hear
nawala
you.
kanina. Yung sabi mo yung, yung early check-in, yung appointment.
If you have an early appointment, you can check in the night before that para hindi ka na mahagard sa biyahe. Or preparing for an important meeting. Diba? Let's say magpe-prepare ka ng mga 4 hours, maliligo, magpapalit ng damit, or before the event.
Yun. Actually, mga katribu, Sue was actually saying or clarifying that you can check in anytime. And like dun sa mga hotel, meron silang prepared check-in and check-out time. So you cannot you cannot check in with this hour because they strictly follow this check-in time and check-out time. And then if you can only stay with this hour, from this hour, you will pay the same exact fee or fair tuloy rent or yung fee nung hotel or nung room. So yun yung sinasabi ni Susatin ngayon. It's not just that thing when you're checking into hotel, but other thing. That's what she's trying to say here, mga katribo.
Well, back naman ng ibang oras sa ibang hotel, pero babayaran pa rin nila 24 hours.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to clear with our katribo that that's the case in Hotel Sogo. Okay. Wow. Our conversation is actually getting serious, but it's actually over. But don't worry, the show is not yet over because when we get back, we'll have a fun portion of the show. So let's take a break and we'll get back.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Q. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Welcome back mga katribu to Kalinging Katribu Usapang Business. Now, Sue, for this moment, we have a fun little game to get to know you better and on a more personal level. It's called Would You Rather, where you have to choose between two scenarios as fast as you can. So, are you ready, Miss Marketing Manager of Hotel Sogo?
Ano naman yun?
Okay, so first one, drink coffee or tea?
Drink coffee.
Okay. Go to the beach or hike to a waterfall?
Beach.
Itong pangatlo, parang ayokong itanong kasi alam ko nasasagot mo dito. Parang gusto ko sumagot ito, but I will still ask for the sake of our writer and the production team. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is it gonna be a check-in in a hotel or rent a B&B?
I'll check in Hotel Sogo. Not just a regular hotel. Hotel Sogo.
Siyempre, kapag bali ka na yung sinagot, you will be fired. Right? No, this is joking. And for the next one, be a movie star or a musical prodigy?
Musical prodigy.
Okay. Go to space or dive in to the ocean?
Dive into the ocean.
Oh, okay. And then, find, this one, parang gusto ko sagutin to ha. Find true love or win the lottery?
Parang win the lottery na lang.
Bakit naman? Bigla akong tinanong talaga ng bakit naman eh. No. You don't have to answer why. Just, for fun. And lastly, spend a night in a forest or a night in a real haunted house.
In the forest.
Okay.
Okay.
Matatakotin ka ba? Yeah, nakakatakot din naman talaga. Me too, at some point or some air, it's kind of scary sometimes. So yeah, it's normal. And thank you so much, Sue. I truly enjoy our time today and wish we had more. But before we go, this is the moment or the time that you can invite our viewers to visit the So Clean, So Good, So Safe Hotel Sogo. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, I would like to invite you to come and check in, experience the So Clean, So Good, So Safe of Hotel Sogo. We are open 24 hours a day with a very flexible time of check-in. We have new rooms, by the way.
All right. And thank you for joining us today, Sue Geminiano, the marketing manager of Hotel Sogo Chains. And I want you to stay safe. And we greatly appreciate the time you spent with us this afternoon and for sharing your journey and experiences with us. So I wish you good luck and the chain. So help more frontliners in the future if this pandemic will not yet be over. So I hope you will continue that because it's really inspiring or truly moving to, other hotels, and hopefully they will follow what you've done, during the ECQ.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. And thank you also mga Katribu for tuning in. Watch Kalingin Katribu Usapang Business live every Monday at 3:30 p.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube. Once again, I am Kim Sancha and this has been Kalingin Katribu Usapang Business. See you next time.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Happy Friday again mga katribo. Welcome to another episode of Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries. And today we are again joined by none other than Aranas Cruz, Araneta Parker, and Faustino Law Offices Associate Lawyer, none other than Attorney Alfred Campagnano. Good afternoon, Attorney. In today's episode, pag-usapan po natin yung RA 7160 or the Local Government Code of 1991. But before that, bumati ka naman muna sa ating mga katribo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy weekend. Long weekend nga pala.
Oo, today we are celebrating the 36th anniversary of the EDSA People Power Revolution. Anyway, so let's proceed now to our discussion, Attorney. I said we're talking about the Local Government Code of 1991 or RA 7160. Can you give us a brief oversight of what RA 7160 is all about?
RA 7160 is also known as your Local Government Code. Now, the Local Government Code is basically your organic law or your primary law governing what are the authorities of a local government unit, what are its powers, or what are its powers, and what are the extents of the controls that's lodged with the Philippine government. So the relationship between the national and their local government unit. So basically, this is the primary law that advocates or forwards rather the principle of local autonomy, which is enshrined in our Philippine Constitution.
Yun. So that's the primary objective and the general scope of the Local Government Code of 1991. Pero why is there a need for the enactment of this code ba? Dahil weren't there any laws before that specify this power o medyo hiwa-hiwalay ba yun so that there was a need to consolidate all these powers and responsibilities and mga features ng local government that we have the Congress saw the need to enact this code?
Actually, the real need to codify this the powers and authorities and principles governing local government unit stemmed from the fact that we have a new constitution. Because prior or previous constitution, meron na tayong mga provisions, governing local government unit, what are the relations. Pero kung makikita mo, if you're going to observe it in the 1935 and the 1973 constitutions, makikita mo dyan that there really is a sort of stronghold pa ang national government mo over your local government units. The idea here is because of the new constitution, which is basically forwarding local autonomy, then the local government code is the way that the state legislature saw it fit to guide everyone on what are the powers and to ensure, of course, the local autonomy of local government units. Because ultimately, the policy is shifting towards that government services are effectively and efficiently given if it is coursed through the local channels or yung mga taong nakakaintindi that speaks the language of the locality as opposed to yung naririnig na natin in certain literatures na kung saan may tinatawag na the Imperial Manila. Diba? So parang ang idea natin dyan is because of local autonomy as the primary driving force of our new constitution, it's always best that the local government units are guided on what is the extent of their autonomy and how their autonomy is protected under the new constitution.
You talked about local autonomy as the guiding principle of the Local Government Code of 1991. Can you briefly tell us anong ibig sabihin itong autonomy na ito at ano yung in relation to the powers of the national government? Talaga bang ito ba full autonomy? Kaya bang gawin ng local government ng lahat ng gusto nilang gawin? Because that's the usual concept of autonomy. You're self-governing. So what's the concept of autonomy as applied under the local government code?
Alam mo, Sir Roy, no, that question, it's kinda you're asking me to summarize a 4 or 3 minute subject, no?
So let me rephrase the question. So is this full autonomy or a limited autonomy in the sense that hindi ka naman nakakawala sa authority ng national government?
If that's the case, obviously, local autonomy is not full autonomy because under the Constitution, we still recognize that the Philippine government, the Republic of the Philippines, is one sovereign state. So hindi tayo parang kunwari ako tiga Baguio, we're not the state of Baguio,
yes,
or di ba, or we are not the state of Metro Manila. We still belong to one government or one state, which is the Philippine state. That's a Philippine government. So in that case, we are still in a unitary form of government. So yung local autonomy na yan, there's basically a decentralization of certain powers.
Yun.
No, na kung saan, as I mentioned a while ago, the decentralization is based on the fact or on the principle that the local government, through the leadership of local leaders, then mas maganda and mas efficient ang delivery of services to the people, as opposed to lahat ng services is controlled, regulated, and supervised by the Philippine national government.
Anyway, so just to make things clear, the framers of the Constitution and the framers of in accordance with that, the framers of the local government code, so it fit that decentralization would best serve the needs of the local people na hindi naman agad nakikita ng mga national leaders kung anong sitwasyon doon sa lugar na yon.
Exactly. That's actually the real reason why local autonomy is now enshrined in the Philippine Constitution.
So, binigyan ng greater elbow room yung mga local government officials to do what they think is best for their constituents.
Although, to be clear lang, it does not mean na, as we've explained a while ago, that there's a parang severance already of the relationship between the national government and the LGUs. Because obviously there are certain powers that will remain to be kept by the national government. Yes. So for example, an obvious example would be is yung mga local government mo does not have the right to diplomatic relations.
Of course.
So yung mga si Isko, for example, is not the one who's talking with global leaders to represent the nation. That belongs to President Duterte right now. So yung mga ganyang klaseng powers are still remains to be with the national government because that's an aspect of sovereignty. Because LGUs are not given sovereignty, meaning the right to, to be a state and have diplomatic relations, I suppose, as opposed to local autonomy na kung saan self-governance lang, powers na kung saan you're allowed to govern and manage your own affairs to the extent na mas kaya mo pa. Parang ganyan yung idea dyan.
And in relation to this concept of autonomy, lalo na nitong during this time of pandemic, lumabas yung napag-usapan yung General Welfare Clause. Under the 1991 Local Government Code. Ano ba itong General Welfare Clause? Can you explain to us what is this?
At the risk of sounding na nagbibigay lang ako ng motherhood statements, no? But actually, the General Welfare Clause is seen in Section 16 of 7160.
Yeah.
Na kung saan, it basically says that the powers of the local government unit, one that is expressly given to it, and all that stems from that express power. So meaning, they have the authority to, let's say, exercise what is under their charter, yung mga powers and abilities that they can do under their charters, even if it's not stated in the charter, but if it is implied or necessary then they can also exercise the same. So yun yung tinatawag na express, implied, and incidental powers the local government unit can actually exercise. However, the general welfare is the primary consideration in exercising these powers. So, hindi sila gumagawa ng, for example, they don't exercise the development of public roads, they don't exercise the power to operate public markets for their personal gain. But the intention here is all of this action is for the welfare of the constituents that they are governing.
Ito bang general welfare clause na to? Is this one of the basis, halimbawa, ng mga ordinances requiring people to wear mask during the pandemic and for example, nag-impose ng curfew dun sa mga minors?
Actually, in a way, it is, no? Because again, that's an exercise. The idea of imposing regulations, curfews, or obligations on you to how to conduct yourself in public. These are forms of police power exercised by the LGU. So meaning hindi yan inenact dahil trip lang ng mga LGU leaders. So the presumption is that this underwent debate, kaya nga may ordinances na pinapasa, or mga discussions or studies by the technical team of your local chief executive. So all of these is presumed by the law to have been exercised for the general welfare.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, kung hindi, then you have the right to question the validity of the same.
And that's why, kaya ko naitanong ito, attorney, kasi I remember yung IATF recommended these kinds of action and they left it to the Metro Manila Council to decide among themselves kung i-implement ito. That's why naitanong ko, ito ba yung exercise nung related sa exercise ng General Welfare Clause?
It actually is, and it is also a good example as well that there are it's also a recognition on the part of the IATF, which is a national government or a national agency rather, na to trust the capabilities of the local government units to handle their own affairs. Kaya nga, di ba, may mga parang it's up to them whether to determine kung alert level 3, 2, 1, etc. And what are the kinds of operations and businesses that are allowed once these alert levels are imposed in their locality.
Ayan. Thank you sa mga clarifications, attorney. Mga katribo, things are getting interested. Attorney, dyan ka lang. Magbabalik tayo after a few reminders.
Magandang araw mga katribo! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na mula alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magkita-kita po tayo mula Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga at magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na! Be updated sa news and happenings katribo. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Welcome back to Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries, and we're still with Attorney Alfred, and a while ago we were discussing the features of the Local Government Code of 1991. So we're now resuming our attorney. Let's now resume our discussion. Kanina we were just talking about the general features, ang pinakahuli nating diniscuss yung General Welfare Clause, and we related it to the powers and authorities given to it by the IATF, not really given, but recognized by the IATF during this pandemic in relation to the implementation of certain health protocols. Ayan. So, nabanggit mo, this local government code was created after we had a new constitution to reflect the structure and the new principle of autonomy. So, let's now talk about yung creation and abolition of local government units. Sino ba yung may authority to create or abolish a local government cities? Let's say creation a province, a city, a town, or a barangay.
Sir Roy, the creation and abolition of a local government unit remains to be a legislative act. So, under Section 6 of the Local Government Code, the authority to create and obviously with it, the authority to abolish local government units, consolidate, merge, or divide them is lodged depending on the nature of the LGU. If the LGU is a province, a city, or a municipality, then the creation, abolition, merger, division, etc. of these local government units are lodged with Congress, while the creation of barangays, division of barangays, and consolidation or mergers of barangays is lodged with the Sangguniang Panlalawigan or Sangguniang Panglungsod, as the case may be.
So, for instance, is the creation of a local government unit, let's say it's with the legislator, ito ba solely nanggagaling lang sa proposal ng lawmaker within that district, o pwede itong i-propose din pwedeng magpetisyon yung mga tao so that a proper legislative proposal can be lodged before Congress?
Any, as long as the creation will have to go through the passage of how a bill becomes a law. Now, I think what's the important thing to remember there is no matter how you try to advocate for the creation, merger, division of a specific local government unit, you must always meet certain criteria or a standard, as I would like to call it, yung for the creation or conversion of certain LGUs. So you have to look at three standards. You have to look at the income of that LGU. There has to be sufficient under the local government unit. Under the local government code, what it says here is the income for that possible local government unit or the conversion of the same said LGU, there must be sufficient income. So yan lang talaga siya. Hindi sinasabi how much. It doesn't say the ceiling. It doesn't say how much yung kinakailangan ng income. So dapat sufficient. Second is the population. So there is a certain number of people living in that area. And third is yung land area mismo ng possible LGU. So it has to be contiguous. Hindi siya pwedeng hiwa-hiwalay. So parang, for example, I cannot merge Baguio and Cagayan de Oro. Kasi
Of course.
hindi sila contiguous and adjacent with one another. So, the standards or yung cap, no, kung magkano yung income, magkano yung how many in the population is determined by the LGU or sorry, it's the standards are being constantly updated. So I think for income, for example, for component city, 20 million dapat minimum. Highly urbanized city ka, dapat 50 million. And then kapag nasa Metro Manila ka, 100 M. I'm not sure if that's already outdated though. Kasi yung population is the minimum for any, kung whether city, component city, highly urbanized, or a city in the metro, 250,000 dapat ang minimum population.
Yun. I'm sure, dahil I think that's the logical, dahil kung sobrang dami na nga naman ng tao dun sa isang lugar, maybe administratively wise, it would be better to subdivide the...
Pero in dividing this, in your example, in dividing these local government units into 2 or 3, the division must be that in the split of this LGU into how many fragments you want it, dapat hindi nagbibelow minimum. Doon sa 3 standards that we have mentioned, yung income, population, and land area.
By the way,
yeah, sorry.
I just something just popped into my mind with respect to the, let's say, split of let's say a municipality, 2 municipalities is split into 2. Kasi meron din sila, di ba, na IRA, yung Internal Revenue Allotment. Yung ba hinahati rin with the new entity? Hinahati nung dalawang entity yung IRA nila?
Well, I would suppose so, but of course as to how yung pag-split niya and when it will operationalize, that's something that's internal already. Kung ano gagawin ng DOF yan, yung kanilang internal revenue allotment. But I think it's interesting that you raised that because there are basically, I just like to, as early as now, point out na for local government units, there are 2 ways there are 2 manners or sources pala on how they can get their revenue. One is their constitutional power to impose their own taxes in their own territory, and obviously their just share in the revenue allotment, internal revenue allotment.
Right. It just popped into my mind because again, there was this latest Supreme Court ruling, yung Mandanas ruling, which practically increases the IRA of local government, including collections of other revenue collecting agencies na dati purely from BIR lang. I assume this would be a bone of contention in dividing or allocating the IRA between the 2 local government units.
It's really going to be a bone of contention. But in terms of how you're going to, syempre, that would all depend na kung kailan ba magsa-start yung split or kailan magsa-start yung division. But if nag-pass naman na yung division or approved, kasi remember, pag naipasa na yan into na law, dadaan pa yan ng plebiscite na kung saan it has to be ratified by the constituents themselves. So if all of these requirements were met, meaning there's a law, it has underwent a plebiscite and ratified by the constituents, then hindi naman na dapat magiging issue ang pag-split nung internal revenue allotment.
Alright.
Kasi obviously, this being a new LGU, they will have to be entitled to that allotment as well.
The same privileges that the existing LGU. Right. Anyway, thank you very much for that clarification. Nabanggit mo kasi yung meron silang power to raise their own revenue. So, that brings me to actually, nasagot mo na yung isa kong question, pero dagdagan pa natin. Sabi natin, this local government code was codified, was enacted to reflect yung constitutional intention and provision to give them autonomy. And kasama na dyan, nabanggit mo, meron silang mga powers to raise revenues. So, maliban dyan, ano pa yung mga powers na dati wala sa local government before the enactment of the Local Government Code of 1991? Could you provide some examples?
Well, I cannot give you an example on what was not there.
What
nga,
is
again,
there
it's-
na ngayon? Ano na
But
yung nandyan ngayon?
As to the local government code, makikita mo naman dyan actually naka-scattered yung provision na yan throughout the provisions. So they have obviously the power to legislate, kaya kami sangguniang panlalawigan or sangguniang panglungsod. They have also proprietary powers. Yun nga, as I've mentioned a while ago, the power or capacity to operate yung mga public markets. They also have to a certain degree yung control over the police, because obviously that's within their territory as well. They also have the power of eminent domain. Hindi lang national government ang pwede mag-exercise sa eminent domain. As a briefer, pag sinasabing eminent domain, basically the state has an interest over your property. They have the right to take it from you for just compensation. Parang simple yun yan. They also have yung mga express and implied powers. Yan yung papasok yun sa local government code. Yung mga kanilang local government charters. Kaya nga di ba may mga how much yung penalty na i-impose, how much yung rates kapag mga local business taxes sa pinag-uusapan. Those are examples of express powers of the local government. And lastly is they also have regulatory powers. Kaya nga, for example, in the National Building Code, meron sila na the LGU are the ones that are allowed to are regulating such an activity by yung pag-issue ng mga building permit, yung pag-issue ng locational clearance. You get that from the local government unit. So that's regulatory. If you want to enter and engage in the business, it's also regulatory on the part of the LGU. Regulatory power nila yan in securing yung business permit. Yung mayor's permit na tinatawag.
Ayun. So, at least malinaw. May isa pa akong tanong about that. Halimbawa, kasi narinig ko, attorney, merong mga arrangement, mga sister cities with other countries, cities in other countries. Pwede rin ba silang although this may sometimes be just parang an informal arrangement or a formal arrangement ng recognition ng friendship between two cities, pwede rin ba silang makipag-trade kalakalan sa city sa ibang bansa? Meron ba sa kapangyarihan yung mga local government to do that?
Strictly speaking, wala, no? In terms of them being the trade partners. But they have the ability because they also have corporate powers to transact. So, kaya nga, di ba may mga nakikita kayo mga dinodonate ng ibang bansa, for example, sa city of ganito, yung mga fire trucks.
Yes.
So that's actually allowed. But economic trade in general is one that yung pag-export, for example, then that's a different issue. And I think that forms part ng powers of the national government.
Ayun. So, just to clarify, yung mga donation po pwede, pero yung actual trade, of course, that's regulated by the national government. Merong mga restriction dyan. Dahil minsan meron tayong mga item na hindi po pwede. May mga export or imports na prohibited. Ganun ba, attorney?
Yes. Yung mga standards yun. Kaya nga damadaan yan ng customs. Even if hindi yan donation, pwede silang mag-purchase if they want to. Pero when you want to broker trade deals, that's a different issue altogether.
Anyway, so these are, you explained to us the certain latitudes of the powers that can be exercised by local government, certain ways for them to raise their revenues. What about can you tell us about the devolution of powers naman na binigay sa kanila? Yung mga services, yung health services, halimbawa, ano pa ba yung mga devolved powers na binigay sa local government?
Devolved powers, ayan na, actually yan na nga yun As we have discussed already, these are the powers that's devolved. basically devolution is a form of decentralization in this case. But kung mapapansin mo, what is exactly or mostly, if not all, na devolve to the local government unit is yung mga executive functions. Yung pagbibigay mo ng health services, yung pag-maintain ng hospitals, yung pagbibigay mo ng yung pagsesecure mo ng government services with kaya nga most LGUs play host to mga national government agencies such as yung mga PSA, yung may mga one-stop shop din sila, nandiyan yung nagbabranch because again naka-devolve yung mga administrative and executive services to these LGUs as can be or as manifested in the powers that we have just discussed.
Ayun. So, malinaw na yon. At least, malinaw that merong mga powers devolved so that they can perform and answer to the needs of their constituent with respect to the grant of autonomy under the Constitution. Pwede nga nabanggit natin, the wearer of the shoe knows where it hurts, sabi nga. Anyway, attorney, in general, paano ba yung, siguro alam na rin ng marami ito, pero in general, paano ba yung structure natin ng mga local government units, yung hierarchy nito? Ano yung, meron bang power of supervision, halimbawa yung governor over the mayor? Ano yung power ng mga local executives dun sa lower subdivisions ng local government?
Each local government unit has a certain degree of autonomy. So there's no power of control, so to speak, between and among your LGUs. But there's a certain power of supervision because again, there are certain laws na kung saan na dinelegate sa region or dinelegate sa city as opposed to the barangay. So again, in terms of control, wala masyadong pinag-uusapan na power of control when it comes to the relationship between and among local government units. So the lowest or from the core, not lowest, from the basic unit na LGU, you have your barangay. And then aangat ka dyan to your city or municipality as the case may be. Then you have your province or your regions. And then obviously yung national government na.
Aha. May nabanggit ka kasi kanina, attorney, yung chartered city. Ano ba pagkakaiba nito mga to? Chartered city, component city?
Pag chartered city siya, that they have their own well, as you say, charter, no? And they have a separate and distinct personality as opposed to your component cities, which is integrated, no, with the specific province or region na where they are well located in. So the only difference really is in terms of that there are certain powers depending on the charter that a chartered city can actually exercise as opposed to a component city. And obviously, more often than not, those chartered cities are more economically developed than your component cities.
Ayun. Thank you very much, attorney, for enlightening me and our katribo, even in a more general sense, what the local government is all about. For now, we will take a break, and once we're back, we will have a trivia for you and our katribo.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, Vaccination, isolation, gotta keep up with my nutrition, gotta maintain my body condition, then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, babakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Welcome back mga Katribo, and you're still with us at Katribo Legal Diaries and also with Attorney Alfred. Nandito pa rin kami, and we were just discussing about the Local Government Code of 1991. The last time we were talking about the structure of our local government units, and we discussed the differences between the component cities and the chartered cities. Now for this next segment, Attorney, we have a trivia to share here. Just let me know if you have anything to say or comment on this one. Okay? Tribunal Republic Act number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, was enacted into law to transfer control and responsibility of delivering basic services to the hands of the local government units or LGUs. Its primary objective is to improve service delivery at the grassroots level, as well as resource allocation efficiency, and to broaden the decision-making space by encouraging stakeholder participation, especially at the local level. Attorney, do you have anything to say about that?
It's actually clear. That's what I've been mentioning at the very beginning of the program, no? Na that the local government code is basically a consolidation of the powers granted to the local government unit. And the very reason why your local government units exist is to ensure that local autonomy is present and exercised, because it is local autonomy that through local autonomy it is believed that the services are efficiently given and effectively provided for the constituents, and ensures, as mentioned in the trivia, that the local constituents as well have participation in the determination of these policies and of these policies.
Yeah, Attorney, thank you very much for that. Pero let me just mention then, maybe it is very timely that we are now celebrating the 36th anniversary of the EDSA People Power Revolution. which brought us a change in the government, and the new constitution, which expressly granted the local autonomy to local government units, and as a byproduct and as a consequence of that, na-enact din itong Local Government Code of 1991. Anyway, thank you very much, Attorney, for joining us. Again, Katribo, it's always a privilege and an honor to be with Attorney Alfred Campañan.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, mga Katribo, for joining yet another informative episode of Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries. You can watch us live on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page every Friday at 3:30 p.m. and on Tribune Now on YouTube. Again, this is Roy Pelovelio. Good afternoon.
Thank you.